Golden to experience 86 to 111. Chapter 86, Wayne, standing in the capital. 1 hour until automatic resurrection. Would you like to respawn immediately? During this event, there is no XP penalty. The previous spawn point cannot be found. You cannot spawn there. You do not have any other valid spawn points. You will spawn at a random location within the starting spawn zone. It had been completely useless. Even though there were NPCs in that city who were supposed to be guards, they were way weaker than Wayne was. The Erfahren guards were at least as strong as Wayne was now, so he had been hopeful, but those guards were much too unorganized. Considering it more deeply, perhaps that was only natural. If there were monster territory nearby, then people would need to be able to fight to protect the city from those monsters. But without that kind of looming threat, the guards didn't need to be particularly skilled. It's expensive to employ people who are strong, so if there was no need for their strength, then no one would hire them. Thus, people who could fight well would relocate to the border towns closer to monster territory instead. Right off the bat, the enemies had set fire to the town's lifeline, the barley fields, which really hurt. The flames were unnaturally fierce, so there had been a dispute over whether to focus on putting out the fire or repelling their foes, and before they knew it the fields had burned up. The officers' lack of leadership and inability to clearly decide what to prioritize had resulted in this tragedy. If they had been used to dealing with monsters in an organized manner, it wouldn't have gone so poorly. In the first place, if there were any border towns in the area, they should have already been attacked by monsters for the event. This of course meant that there was a possibility that other cities nearby could also be assaulted, in which case, after the update that changed starting spawn locations to be much safer, the probability of him spawning there should have been very low. That said, when Wayne had to respawn before, there was probably no way of predicting that something dangerous was about to happen. Continuing on, while he had absolutely no idea why a pack of undead would suddenly appear near such a peaceful city, maybe he had been sent to aid players who were based there or something. For those specialized in crafting or other non-combat builds, it may have been unsolicited meddling, but perhaps the admins had been thinking something like that. However, if the event was configured to only react to logged-in players, then why did undead appear there? There weren't any other players in the city. The only one there had been Wayne. I wonder if it was my fault because I had respawned in that wasteland. Maybe that's why they... No, that couldn't possibly be why. It was simply unrealistic for an event to take into consideration each and every player's individual circumstances. Then maybe the undead just happened to spawn there, found Wayne, and chased him all the way to the city. That scenario felt a lot more plausible. But then it still would be my fault. No matter how much he might regret it, there was nothing he could do about it now. He had to rein in his feelings and start thinking about what to do from here. The sun steadily climbed up into the sky. This marked the beginning of the second day of the event. This time he had an easier time finding a city. It was daytime this time around. In the light of the sun shining down, the city he spotted had a gorgeous castle, the likes of which he had never seen before, as well as a formidable city wall. At first glance, he thought the wall indicated that he was at a border city, but there would never be a castle as flashy as this one out in the sticks. So this must be the capital. It was the safest place to be right now, which meant it was also the furthest place to be to find event battles. However, he had no other choice but to go there. If he remembered correctly, during the event, there should be a teleportation system that allowed him to instantly travel to a neighboring town regardless of the distance. Using that, he would be able to slowly make his way back out to the border. Once Wayne arrived at the city gate, he was greeted by a cheerful guard. He thought that guarding a gate had to have been boring work, but apparently the guard didn't share that opinion. The man went about his job so enthusiastically it was like he was thanking God for having created gates for him to guard. Following after the guard, whose name was apparently Thomas, Wayne headed for the Silzord Guild first. If there were any players here, he wanted to talk to them. As expected of the capital city, the townscape was very picturesque. It wasn't often that he enjoyed simply walking around. When he arrived at the guild, it had a very different atmosphere from Erfahren's more relaxed counterpart. Apparently they shared the building with a restaurant, since there was a very appetizing smell throughout the room. It wasn't even noon in game yet, and Wayne hadn't had breakfast. However, he still felt somewhat full. From a financial standpoint, it would be better if he munched on some shortbread he had in his inventory, although he couldn't say much for the taste. There was nothing to be gained from buying food here. It would simply be wasteful spending. A whiff of lard, the crackle of sizzling, the aroma of burnt sauce. Maybe get a light snack. As soon as Wayne's feet started dragging him toward the restaurant, he heard the sound of loud footsteps outside the guild, then turned to see a knight wearing extravagant armor enter the establishment. Normally, a fine knight like that would never come to the Sellsword Guild. Something must have happened. He wanted to find out what was going on, but that matter would have to wait. First, Wayne needed to order something to appease his grumbling stomach. While waiting for his food, he was able to check on the knight, who was apparently trying to gather Sellswords. He seemed to especially want people who were safeholders. "Hey man, sorry to tell ya, but we ain't seen any o' the safeholders since yesterday. Usually they're always here messin' around at all times o' day, but something must have happened to 'em." The knight wanted players for some reason. The ones who hadn't shown up since the day before must have been doing the event, so they had gone to cities closer to the border. Wayne had also come to the guild to see if he could find any players, but it seemed to have been a wasted trip. Not that there was anything that could be done about it now. After his hot food was ready, Wayne pulled money out of his inventory to pay to the woman. "Oh, you're a safeholder?" "Yeah, I am. I also came here to look for other safeholders, but seems like there aren't any here today." As soon as he heard Wayne's voice, the knight came over to speak to him. "Pardon me, are you a Sellsword safeholder?" Yeah, that's right." "Is it true that safeholders have a way to communicate with other safeholders, no matter how far apart they are?" He must have been referring to friend chat. It could only be used with people already registered as friends, though. Right now, Wayne's only friend was the guy he had met in the previous event, Gi1 Gamesh. However, using the event messaging system, it would be possible for him to call out to the player community at large. "Well, you're not wrong. We can't do anything, but..." "Superb. My deepest apologies, but I would like you to accompany me to the castle. There is an emergency." Chapter 87, The Familiar Taste of Rain. She died. She never could have imagined that she would die there. This was her first ever death since the official launch. It was a good experience. She could test out some things she had never been able to before. Apparently when Red died, all her followers would also die at the same time, and all those followers would respawn after an hour. In other words, she would have to spend the next hour all alone in this huge cave. Since Suguru had also died, there weren't even any ants around. She was worried about the farm. With the ants monitoring it gone, she wouldn't know if something were to happen to it. Since there wasn't as much livestock anymore, nothing that crazy could happen. Probably. It was only for an hour. It should be fine for that long. Maybe that was incorrect. The only one respawning after an hour would be Suguru. If the ants' timer only began once Suguru was respawned, then it would actually be a total of 2 hours before they all revived. That kind of felt like a long time. And it was the same with Siag's undead. She should really go check on the farm, but she didn't really feel like doing it at the moment. Same with Treforest. The only ones there had been tree ants. In other words, it was completely unattended right now. She also needed to check how far Carrie and the other girls had traveled. She wondered where they would respawn. All she knew was that it wouldn't be here. Well, I could say that it was a good thing this happened. I was really getting ahead of myself. I'm glad it was during this event, since I won't lose any XP. Since I spent a ton of XP on reincarnating myself and World Tree, if I were to lose 10% now, I don't know what would happen to us. How lucky, right? I'm actually quite fortunate. She could tell her voice was trembling. This was a good lesson. I always need to leave 10% of my XP fluid. Yeah, knowing how to hedge risks is essential. Anyway, I'm no expert in investing, so I couldn't have really known in advance. As long as I pay attention from now on. Her voice caught on the lump in her throat. This was amazing. Her game avatar could even replicate this feeling. Technology had advanced so far. NNMGH, UU.GHHH. It was frustrating. So frustrating that it felt as though her stomach had tied itself into knots. Her emotions were running so raw that she couldn't stop the tears. Her throat was so constricted that she could barely even cry out. She wanted to look presentable and wash her face before her followers respawned in an hour. But was that even possible? If this were the real world, her eyes and face would remain red and swollen until the next day. She didn't have a mirror, so she had no idea how she looked. No, maybe it was better that there wasn't one. If she saw herself now, her miserable crying face would be forever burned into the back of her eyes, an eternal reminder of her failure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Surveying the capital from the sky, what stole her attention from the magnificence of the city walls was the beautiful townscape. Ruining this city meant defiling that beauty. She absolutely couldn't wait. Rhea was wondering where would be a good to drop off the adamantite soldiers when suddenly Yoro Isaacan unsheathed the Kenzaki at her waist. The sound of metal on metal ringing out. An arrow had come flying at her. Something like this had happened before, but how did Yoro Isaacan notice while Rhea was oblivious? They should both be sharing the same field of vision. Was it because Rhea's attention was primarily on the city, or was there some kind of hidden stat outside of vision and hearing? She was also concerned about the attack just now. Rhea had hidden herself with camouflage, and was hovering in the sky above the capital. In this state, it was nearly impossible for anyone to see her. How were they even able to shoot an arrow at her? When she looked down, a bunch of humans were gathered outside of the city wall. Every single one of them was looking right at Rhea. While her eyes did meet with a few of them, oddly enough, most of them felt like they were looking past her. It seemed that some of them definitely could perceive her, but the rest were just copying them and looking up at the sky. This was about the same number of people that she had smacked around in the first event. They must have gotten stronger since then, but that applied to Rhea as well. Things were probably going to turn out the same way as they had before. Time to turn them all into XP. But she couldn't forget her objective here, which was to get her hands on the capital. First, she should summon a bunch of adamantite soldiers here in the air and let them fall down into the city. Since Rhea could cast summon while flying, no matter how sturdy the city wall was, it would be useless against her. She had also learned how to unleash their summon skill, allowing her to use it on a ton of followers at once. There was a way to select multiple targets to summon, but Rhea was able to mentally drag the selection box to reach the maximum number of targets. Using it in this way caused all summon skills to be unusable for a period of time. But since she probably wouldn't need to use it again today, she wasn't concerned about the drawback. Rhea ordered the adamantite soldiers to take care of the soldiers and knights while doing their best not to destroy any buildings. Thinking of the powerful knights who had been in La Colline, she also gave a strict order to only engage individual knights in groups. After she finished with that, next was to take care of the group outside the city wall. Given the motley arrangement of gear, they must have been a group of sellswords. She saw some who looked like players, but if they were, she didn't know why they were here in the peaceful capital while there was an event going on. Since they already knew where Rhea was, she deactivated camouflage to save MP, then descended down to the ground right in front of all the players. She wondered why no more arrows had been shot at her. That meant she couldn't determine who had fired the first arrow. The group of players before her were reminiscent of the group she had pulverized in the last event. While their equipment was indeed far superior, she couldn't imagine they had any metal gear that surpassed adamantite. Even if they did have adamantite weapons, they wouldn't be effective against Yoro Isaaca as she was now. Compared to before, it seemed that there were only the bare minimum of heavy armored players, so-called tanks, which worried her. But, well, she may have just been paranoid. So this is the catastrophe. I can't believe it's already invading the capital on the second day of the event. Are the admins trying to overthrow the country or something? I can't believe it actually came. But maybe this was worth gambling on. If we take out the catastrophe, we'll get MVP for sure. Well, the NPCs wouldn't lie to us about this, and considering we're in the middle of an event, I think it was a pretty good bet, personally. That's how we got here, with all the top players on the server to boot. And just now, it dropped a ton of undead from above, so it's got to be the undead boss for this invasion. Do we need to worry about those undead? Lawson's group should be in the city, ready to engage them. Just got to trust they'll be alright. But man, this thing is huge. What is it, exactly? It's an undead, right? Maybe a Dullahan or something? While the players chatted, about 10 of them stayed there while the rest, who looked like support, fell back. It was a trivial distance, so Rhea didn't worry about it. All they probably had were arrows and magic, so as long as she had Yoro Isaacan on they weren't worth worrying about. After she took care of the 10 people right in front of her, she could kill the rest at her leisure. It sucks that we couldn't get in touch with Rhea. the champion from last time. But whatever, we've leveled up a ton, so even if a bunch of rares came at us, we would wipe the floor with them, so even an event boss should be easy with this group. Surprised, Rare's eyebrows shot up. Even if a bunch of her came at them, they could win. She wondered if they were saying that seriously. In that case, she would have to correct their misunderstanding. It was time to recreate that exhibition match. Yoro Izuku soundlessly approached the man in front with Flash Step, then unleashed a slash, while pulling back. The only one who could defend against this attack to date was Sieg. Plus, Yoro Izuku had gone through 2 reincarnations, so her stats were incomparable to what they had been before. Even if he could repel it, his shield would end up sliced in half. Holy crap. If I was paying attention I would have been offed. But he dodged it. Impossible. If she had been on the defending side, even Rare herself wasn't confident she would have been able to dodge it her first time seeing it. Although since it was simply an attack straight from the front, as long as you knew that in advance, it wouldn't be impossible to avoid. That meant that it wasn't the first time for this man. He had seen it somewhere before. It's the same move the champion used. Best to assume this thing can use player skills too. From the previous event, during the Battle Royale, she did in fact choose this combo many times. It was so convenient that she probably overused it, and now it had become ingrained in Yoro Izuku. What an unfortunate habit. Next time, she would have to have Deez and Sieg help her practice some kind of non-skill-based technique. However, both last time and this time, since she left everything to Yoro Izuku, there was no verbal component that went along with the skill activation. Because of that, apparently the player thought that the entire series of actions was a single skill, in which case, if she used Flash Step to connect with a different skill or a normal attack, they might not be able to avoid it. Rare conveyed this to Yoro Izuku via friend chat. Just as directed, she used Flash Step to close in on a different swordsman, then swept sideways without using a skill. Because of the extreme difference in height, Yoro Izuku's horizontal sweep must have felt like a 3-dimensional diagonal slash to her target. As expected, he couldn't dodge it, and while he was able to thrust his shield up in time, he was sent flying by the attack. It was like a batter hitting a baseball, but while she was able to cut through it, there was quite a lot of resistance, and the cut was deflected. That shield wasn't made of iron. Gil, I'm fine. I ain't dead. Damn it, I spent a fortune on a magic iron shield, and it got pulverized in one attack. Because the shield was too sturdy to slice through cleanly, apparently the only thing that got cut off was that swordsman's left arm. Things weren't going smoothly at all this time. When Yoro Izuku had those practice battles with the adamantite soldiers, she was able to move more nimbly. While she was indeed moving better than she had during the first event, was this really all she was capable of in the wake of 2 reincarnations? Leave it to me. Medium heal. Regeneration. Some kind of spell came flying in from a mage in the rearguard. It hit the swordsman who had just lost his left arm and covered him in light. The light expanded to include the shape of his left arm. Then, when the light disappeared, the arm was back, just as it was before. The gauntlet that went flying with the arm didn't come back, but all the damage to the player had been neutralized. Healing magic. I've never seen it before. Since this was a fundamentally multiplayer skill, there was no point in hiding information about it. If Rare had checked the message boards, she should have probably been able to get it as well. This was arrogance. Since she earned the most XP, she already knew about the most skills. But that wasn't true at all. Rare purposely avoided learning a lot of skills, such as melee attack skills. Thus, there must have been countless players who experimented with all the skills Rare had passed up. Rare wasn't the only person playing this game, after all. After this event is over, I'm gonna have to explore skill usage again for the first time in a long time. But even before that, I'll need to hit the forums, check up on all the information that's been making the rounds, and after looking at all of that, lightning, with a boom, she felt her field of view rock. This was no time to be thinking about the future. Apparently she had gotten hit by a magic attack. Yoro Izuku had taken damage, but that wouldn't be a problem. If it was just this much damage, she should naturally regenerate it momentarily. Wait, the problem wasn't the amount of damage, it was the fact that Yoro Izuku had even taken damage at all. In all Rare's testing, the only thing capable of dealing damage to Yoro Izuku was an adamant mage equipped with a World Tree Staff. Considering how strong Adamantites were, Adamant mages should be as strong as high-leveled mage players. Those same Adamant mages needed to have the best equipment available to Rare in order to inflict damage to Yoro Izaka, and that player had just done it. She couldn't say that it was absolutely impossible, but it was truly hard to imagine happening. But no, she needed to save her analytical disbelief for later. Right now, she had to deal with these enemies capable of damaging her. That meant she needed to prioritize killing them first. Yoro Izaka was already looking at the player who had cast that spell just now, and she used Flash Step to get right next to them. However, just before that, suddenly she was submerged in darkness. What the hell? I can't see. Right, it worked. It's blinded. Now, she didn't know what was going to happen now, but she had an extremely bad feeling about whatever it was. Rare promptly cast a spell. Hell Flame. This wasn't the time to be concerned about people hearing her voice. What was that just now? Who did that? Generally, a magic required visual confirmation of the target area in order to activate. However, there were exceptions, such as when you yourself were the center of the spell. Every spell allowed only that one exception to successfully cast without seeing. It was kind of inane to have to look at yourself every time you wanted to cast strengthening type magic. After all, you are casting magic at yourself, so the fact that you know where you are without having to look is a matter of course. It's fire. Shit, who cast that? That wasn't part of the plan. No, it was the catastrophe. It cast the spell on itself. It can do that? This should burn up everyone within range. However, her vision didn't return. And since she didn't know whether this effect was from a spell, a skill, or an item, she couldn't counteract it either. Hey. Is everyone alright? Area Minor Heal. She heard the voice of the healer from before, and she also heard words of thanks from all around. That meant that none of the players around her had died. Impossible. Rare's Hell Flame was powerful enough to melt adamantite. She had cast that spell knowing that it would deal quite a lot of damage to Yoro Izaka. For players with shields that could be cut off with one swing of a Kenzaki, none of them should have been able to withstand it. Actually, why is Yoro Izaka mostly fine? She did in fact take damage, but it was a lot less than expected. Field debuff saved our asses. It was a pain to set up, but the effect is legit. Good thing we all set up this area in advance and lured the boss here. If we had to fight it normally, this would have been totally impossible. Shut up. Don't talk about that. The event boss might have a super intelligent AI. What'll we do if it comes up with a countermeasure? A field debuff? That sounded like their miasma skill that Siagandis had. No, this was even stronger than their skills. They said it was a pain to set up. In other words, they had prepared in advance for it to activate in this area, and Rare walked right into it. This was no longer something on the level of letting her guard down or being arrogant. She had been convinced that no one could possibly defeat her either way. She looked down on these players, condescendingly hoping that maybe someone could put up a good fight against her. She was full of herself. And this was the result of that. If it had been a normal fight, then like before, it probably would have been her overwhelming victory. But she had been baited into a field debuff, forced to fight while weakened, allowed all her attacks to be healed, had her sight stolen, and been reduced to this pathetic mess. She was infuriated at her own foolishness. She couldn't forgive herself. It was easy to forgive others, but it was much harder to forgive herself. No, it wasn't actually that easy to forgive others either. She wouldn't let these guys off the hook. She absolutely did not want to lose to them. Rare was an extremely sore loser. If she couldn't see herself, then she just had to let the Kenzakis run wild. They each could see on their own. Its vision shouldn't have recovered yet, and the spell it just cast should still be cooling down. Now's the time. Leave it to me. Fear. Resistance has succeeded. However, right then, Yoro Izaka stopped moving. Rare tried to control her, but she wouldn't move at all. By the looks of it, it would be reasonable to assume she had been afflicted by the status effect, fear. However, that only applied to Yoro Izaka. It wasn't true for Rare. That was clear from the system message. Even if she was weakened by a debuff, it was inconceivable for the horned Rare to fail to resist mental magic from a human. However, in reality, she was currently stuck in place. Why was that? In all likelihood, it was because Yoro Izaka was her armor, and while Rare had her equipped, she was still a monster at the same time. Therefore, even if she counted as equipment, if either of them failed to resist a status effect, both would suffer the consequences. Considering that even when equipped, Yoro was still able to move independently. This certainly made sense from a gameplay standpoint. In other words, right now Yoro was paralyzed with fear and unable to move as an independent action. I never even considered that. I can't believe there was a drawback like this. But Yoro was supposed to be immune to all mental magic spells. The catastrophe is stopped in its tracks. Fear worked. Even though it's been debuffed, how much minutes maxing did you do to bust through an event boss's resistance? It's because of blind targets affected that can't see have lowered resistance to fear. Plus, I used one of my soul stones. I knew this thing was undead. This was news to her. So, fear had a modifier like that. But this wasn't something she would have ever realized on her own, since Rare had never gone out into any bright places. She always used fear when it was already dark. She knew that her beauty characteristic boosted charm-s effects, but apparently, fear had also always been buffed by the environment. Although, since each of them were buffed by different things, there was no point in comparing them to each other. She didn't know what a soul stone was either, but from the name it seemed to have a similar effect to necromancy's bind soul. Bind soul lets the caster store souls for later use, but that item might function as an expendable replacement for a soul. Yoro wasn't undead but closer to a homunculus or a golem. Both of those beings required the consumption of another soul in order for mental magic to affect them. Since Yoro and the Kenzakis were immune to mental magic, and couldn't cast magic, Rare hadn't spent any XP on raising their MND stats. All they had was the boost granted by Rare's skills. Since they had been further debilitated by the field debuff, of course they would fail a resist roll. The Kenzakis similarly weren't responsive. If Yoro failed to resist the fear, then it was unthinkable for any of the Kenzakis to resist it either, meaning they were all paralyzed by fear too. Now, all-out DPS magic came flying at her from every which way. However, Yoro only took chip damage from it. If they just tanked all the spells and waited for fear to wear off, Yoro probably wouldn't die. But Rare didn't want to do something lame like that. She had decided that these people were all going to die. After all, with both her vision and movement sealed, there was nothing Rare could do from inside Yoro Considering that they were only blasting her with magic right now, that meant that there should be no one right near her. She assumed no one was in range of the self-destructive spell she had cast at herself earlier. This was no longer a situation where she could be concerned about letting herself be seen. She wanted to crush them with all her might. See them with her own eyes, then rip them apart with her high-level magic. Whiteout. Whoa. What the heck? What's that light? I can't see. This light magic spell blinded everyone in an area. Although it didn't last very long. Rare used this opening to come out from inside Yoro She opened the hatch in the back, quickly emerged, then put a hand on Yoro shoulder and crawled up. She used the wings on her back for balance and propped herself up with one foot in Yoro hatch. Something came out. So someone was inside it? Calm down. This is just the boss's second form. The players had already recovered from Whiteout's effects. Its duration was extremely short. This debuff thing was sure putting in some work. If possible, she would have liked to have taken care of some people before it wore off, but the spell had actually affected Rare as well. The sun was dazzling. She couldn't open her eyes without squinting, which made it hard to survey her surroundings. Come to think of it, how long had it been since she had been outside with her real avatar? Last time had to have been in the forest, where the trees shaded her from the sunlight, so it hadn't been as radiant. But now, there were no obstacles in the way. Even though the sun had fallen somewhat from its zenith, that didn't change how much she suffered from direct exposure. The only penalty to her vision should have been poor eyesight, but maybe it interacted with albinism to unlock some kind of additional special effect. Wait, that's sweet Jesus. Now that's what I call a queen. What is it? There was a boss kinda like that in a really old game. It was the Ant Queen. Well, that boss looked like an ant except for its wings. More like, isn't that just an angel? So what was behind all the undead outbreaks was an angel all along? I see, so it was an angel. It really is too beautiful for words. You can't even say its beauty was sculpted. It's so overwhelmingly gorgeous that I can feel it in my soul. It's so lovely that I can't even be jealous. Actually, isn't this really bad? If it's an angel, it won't work on it. No, It's clearly working. It may look like an angel, but we already know that it's undead. It's probably some kind of angel zombie, I bet. Even though this was a battle, they were just happily chatting away. They must have thought they could afford to do that since Rare hadn't done anything yet. But that wouldn't be true for much longer. The sun was still way too bright. But since the players spent so much time talking, her eyes had been able to adjust to it. She could at least open her eyes a little bit now, enough to make out where her targets were. Their frontliners weren't as far away as she thought they'd be. They must have thought it would be fine to be this close since their target had been both blinded and paralyzed. They'll regret letting their guards down, because Rare originally had poor eyesight. It was hard for her to properly attack enemies who were at mid-range or further away from her. Plus, with her vision further impaired right now, it was much harder for her to aim her magic than she expected. So, she would just have to get up close and beat the shit out of them. Rare swiftly jumped down from Yoro Izaka, darted to the closest melee-looking player, and aimed a roundhouse kick right at her neck. Even though she was weakened by the debuff, as long as her opponent was humanoid, the methods for incapacitating a body had been ingrained into her muscles. Actually, speaking of the weakening debuff, Rare's regular stats were too high, so it was difficult to control her avatar since it was too responsive. Due to all the long years of training she had gone through, she felt most comfortable moving her body when it hadn't been strengthened with any stats whatsoever. However, even though an avatar closer to her real body would allow her to perform at her peak, this was the game world. A regular person could never compete against a monster whose specs were multiplied by their STR and AGI stats. Most in-game attacks were impossible for an average human to avoid, and given the difference in raw power, even if it seemed possible to turn one aside, a glancing blow would still result in a broken limb. Suppressing her sense of disorientation, her reckless kick was meant to rob her target of consciousness, but instead it robbed the woman's spine of its vertical integrity. The unfortunate player crumpled on the spot. She would probably disappear shortly after in order to respawn. But Rare didn't have the luxury of watching the show. Grabbing the fallen player's arm before she hit the ground, Rare haphazardly thrust her in the direction of the mages in the rearguard. The flying corpse, thrown with her ridiculous STR stat, spun wildly in the air. After it had gone far enough to turn blurry in her eyes, it turned into light and disappeared. The system must have respawned them. TCH. This thing is way stronger than she looks. I thought she'd be a mage type. What kind of angel bludgeons people to death? 1. Did the fear already wear off? Her status effects probably cleared when she came out of the armor. Anyway, frontliners, get as close as you can. Don't let her move around so much. Rare dashed toward the voice who shouted just then, cracking open her eyelids just a bit when she got near to check their position. She dropped her hips, then drove her palm right into the center of her target's trunk. In the real world, she would have broken her hand with this move, but the Rare here with her ludicrous stats would never lose a joust like this. However, the place her palm strike hit was much softer than she anticipated and her hand pierced right into the player's body, momentarily stopping her in place. The other players weren't about to let that opening slip them by. Something came flying at the side of her face, but because of her nearsightedness, Rare couldn't tell exactly which direction it had come from. She twisted instantly with her arm still inside the other player, pivoting him to be used as a shield against the projectile. Fear resistance has succeeded. It was no use. Mental magic wouldn't work on a demon lord. It didn't work. God damn it, but the leader, shit, she blocked the squid ink ball. But now we know for sure. We need both blind and the field debuff in order for fear to land. No, wait. I used 6 soul stones on that first cast, but I've only got 4 left now. They might not be enough. They were wildly off base, but she had no obligation to correct them. The 6 soul stones must have been used for each of Yoro Izaka and the 5 Kenzakis. But she did learn something useful just now. The thing that was thrown at her was the same thing that had blinded Yoro Izaka. They called it a squid ink ball. It must have come from the ocean. Once this was all over, maybe she should head there herself. Lightning shower. As thanks for the information, Rare glared in the direction of the voice who had cast fear and unleashed summer magic in recompense. Since her accuracy would tank when she couldn't see her target clearly, it was next to impossible for her to hit someone at mid-range with magic. However, Her spells could somewhat cover for that in exchange for larger MP costs. Since the range of her vision stopped a bit before being able to see the source of the voice, that was where she was forced to cast her spell. Because of that, she couldn't hit them directly, but based on the cries she heard, it seemed she had barely caught them inside the area of the magic. She got mentalist. Even weakened, she can still one-shot the rearguard. She ain't a warrior type or a mage type. She's stupid strong enough to be either. Rearguard, you guys back up even more. Area minor heal. Apparently other players also got caught in her spell, so someone had cast heals within that area. However, that was a bad move. From the start, Rare had only heard one voice casting healing magic. In other words, they probably didn't have another healer. In which case, snowstorm, prominence, earthquake, hurricane. Before their heal cooled down, kill them all by piling on spells. Rare was prepared to hit herself by casting them with her own position. As the Nexus, it was the quickest way to cast them consecutively. This way she didn't have to squint to designate a position in order to cast the spell each time. Aside from the damage from her own spells, her skin had been feeling prickly for a while now. That must be due to her weakness to sunlight. She couldn't afford to waste any more time. She needed to finish this up quickly. Unless they had somehow managed to slip in a heal between one of her attacks, all the players near her should have been wiped out. She could have perhaps cast an even more powerful spell instead, but since she herself would be at the center of it, she wasn't sure if she would have been able to withstand it. Plus, she still hadn't taken any real damage from an enemy yet. After getting rid of all the frontliners, the rearguard would probably start pelting her with magic, but she really couldn't imagine such a barrage doing more damage than she had already done to herself with her own spell. She could ride it out. Between all the offensive spells, the healer did cast some heals, but their heal must have been on cooldown. Even if they were able to heal, it would only affect 1 or 2 people at a time. If that was all, then she could leave them alive and not run into any problems. However, Rare wondered why this player she gutted hadn't respawned yet. He was convenient as a shield, and even after she switched to mainly casting magic she had just kept him around, but she wondered exactly how long he intended to decorate her arm. Just as she thought it was about time to pull out her arm and throw him aside, she felt someone else cling to her waist. If she remembered correctly, this was the guy whose arm she had cut off, a player named Gil. He had taken on the Rare tank role in this raid, just as a tank should. He must have had a lot of stamina in order to stay alive for this long. Well, no, even putting the weakening effect aside, Rare's magic was powerful, which meant that between Rare's casts, the healer was deliberately healing this guy. But why? Now, break it! He suddenly yelled. With Rare's vision, she couldn't really tell, but the rearguard players were doing something quite far away. Then she heard what sounded like a crystal shattering, and suddenly her body became a lot heavier. She knew exactly what this was, the field debuff. But why did it get stronger all of a sudden? At the same time, it felt like strength was being drained from her body. She almost couldn't stay standing. The man holding onto Rare's waist came loose and his feet began to drag on the ground. He was probably dying. This wasn't just a debuff, it probably also drained LP, and unlike before, it also affected the other players now. That was why the skill person also died. And this dead body hanging onto her arm was heavy. Rare was forced onto one knee. This was why he didn't respawn. She had to escape from this field as soon as possible. It wasn't dealing damage, but it was reducing her maximum LP instead. And the damage she had already taken before this new effect wasn't being maintained as a percentage of her current LP. It was a fixed value of LP lost. That was probably the primary reason for Gil's death, and Rare had taken a huge amount of damage from her own spells. Furthermore, she had also been debilitated by that powerful weakening effect. Her LP was already in the red zone, and she only had a sliver left. To make things worse, light burns from her albinism were starting to gradually shave even more LP off. This was bad. But the man at her feet was in her way, and she couldn't even take a single step. God, his armor's so heavy. But in the worst case, I can just use castling. No, wait, she couldn't. Before she got here, she had frivolously used it up, and it had a 24-hour timer. She also couldn't use summon caster to escape. There was still more time before she could use any summon type skills. Plus, with all these corpses coiled around her, She didn't even know if she would be able to activate it. Everything she had done today ended up backfiring on her. This was all because of her arrogance, because she didn't consider the consequences of her actions. It was galling, but she had to run away. She could just cast high-level magic from the sky to carpet bomb the entire area. She used flight to float up in the air and used all her strength to shake off the corpse on her arm. At that moment, her eyes swept across his face. She knew him. He was. Suddenly, she felt the sharp tang of bloodlust. She spun around reflexively. Right before her eyes, there was an arrow. Oh right, someone fired an arrow at me right at the start. It would probably pierce her right between the eyebrows. A headshot. 1 hour until automatic resurrection. Would you like to respawn immediately? During this event, there is no XP penalty. Author's notes. The only thing I had decided before I started writing this chapter was that Rare would die. If that hurts your impression of this chapter, I think that's a fair response. Thank you very much for reading. The ones who benefit the most from the reduced death penalty are the ones at the top. This is a game where the more experience you gain, the greater the cost of dying becomes. So since the top players can't afford to die, as they get stronger, they also become more careful. At least, the players who have experienced death do. The admins would never directly interfere in the game, but if they ever felt that progression was stagnating, they could use these kinds of bonus weeks to help stimulate things. They'll record the data on the reduced death penalty during this event and probably refer to it in the future. Tomorrow's chapter will be even longer than today's, which I am very sorry about, but it'll be another single story. For the most part, it'll be the events that led to today's story in a Pythago something switch to type of thing. It won't be the next part of the story. TL notes. The name of this chapter is Dot. The first part, is an old poetic rendition for tears. From what I understand, it's kind of archaic Japanese. That is, the construction doesn't make sense in modern Japanese. But it roughly translates to the rain from one's own body. So altogether it would be either the taste of tears or the taste of rain from one's own body, as an English title, though. The first one is boring, and the second makes no sense. I decided to go with a more abstract English title to try to retain that feeling of poetry. 1! Not sure if this was supposed to be a reference, but pretty clearly brings to mind Dokuro-chan. 2! Pythagoras, which is a Japanese educational TV program that features Pythagorean devices throughout the show, which are more commonly known as Rube Goldberg machines in American English. Chapter 88. Before the final battle. Wayne never imagined that he could ever visit the royal castle. Of course, other games also had places like this, but in this game, the level of craftsmanship was on a completely different level. Just from seeing the outside, he already thought that it was majestic, but the inside was just as magnificent. Wayne followed behind the knight, steadily going up and further into the castle. The hallways were vast and winding. He didn't think he would be able to find his way back out on his own. During this event, it might even just be faster for him to die and revive outside. If he had known this might happen, he would have gone to an inn in the castle town to log out momentarily first. But if he were to die now, he'd just be playing roulette again. At some point, he started suffering the piercing stares of the people they passed. Sellswords probably weren't supposed to come into this area, he speculated. Wayne didn't know why he was being brought all this way, but whoever called for him must have thought that a single knight would be able to keep him under control. As far as he could tell from the way the knight carried himself, that idea wasn't wrong. The knights from the capital certainly were powerful. Pardon the interruption. I have brought one safeholder with me. They had finally arrived at a massive door. The knight knocked on it, received permission to enter, and opened it to step inside. Wayne came in after him. Hello there. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lawson. You were only able to find one safeholder? Yes, sir. It appears that none of them have shown up at the guild since yesterday. I see. I have heard that many more safeholder sellswords are helping to defend the border than usual. Perhaps they had already started heading out that way yesterday. The capital is currently peaceful, after all. This appeared to be a reception room. Wayne was shown to a soft-looking sofa. As he sat down, he was immediately offered some tea. It must be awkward for there to be a reception room this deep in the castle. He wondered when exactly they got to use it. The attendant-looking person who served the tea bowed politely, then exited the room. First off, thank you for coming. My name is Douglas O'Connell, and I have been appointed the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hyes by His Majesty. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. He was the Prime Minister, a huge VIP, not someone who would meet directly with a lowly sellsword. Why did he want Wayne, players to be brought to him? I'm Wayne. I don't have a family name. I'm a sellsword. It's nice to meet you. Indeed. Mr. Wayne, I'm sure you think it's strange that you've been brought all this way. I do. Currently, monsters are assaulting cities all across the kingdom. We are struggling to come up with a response. I myself have been working all night. The I didn't get any sleep excuse. Wayne often made the same complaint to his VR co-workers, but he never would have expected it in a game world as well. He felt a strange sense of affinity with the Prime Minister. The cities under assault definitely referred to the current event. Wayne nodded. However, we actually believe that this incident truly began about 10 days ago. What was he talking about? This was news to Wayne. The event should have only started yesterday. Maybe the admins started preparing the event 10 days ago? That was probably about when they announced the event details, or maybe that happened a bit later. 10 days ago, the Patriarch of the Holy Church of Hyes declared that he had received an oracle. You mean like a message from God? That is correct. Oracles are mysterious divine words from God delivered to the Patriarch and his bishops that provide insight about the world. Insight about the world. It felt like that referred to system messages. Since Wayne didn't remember getting any system messages himself, maybe this was a way to specifically warn NPCs about events. In this last oracle, we were informed of the birth of a new threat to humanity. A threat to humanity. Since Wayne didn't appear to know what that meant, the Prime Minister explained in detail. The threats to humanity were the 6 special monsters scattered across the world, each one possessing enough power to destroy entire continents. Since it was impossible to fight against them with the meager might that humans had, they became known as catastrophes. Their number included things like a true vampire and a greater demon, but this kingdom had only ever had to deal with the Archangel. That said, the Archangel never showed itself. Only the angels would come down to randomly attack the capital and the larger cities. And now a 7th catastrophe had been born. We believe that this event triggered the monster's indiscriminate invasion. That made sense. So the Oracle really was in preparation for the event. This 7th catastrophe or whatever was the true villain, and the Oracle was the flag signifying that the event was coming. The true invasion thus began yesterday. The reason the safeholders all disappeared yesterday was likely because they went to provide assistance to the border cities. Am I wrong? Wayne nodded. His guess was more or less correct. Wayne was only in the capital himself by happenstance. His inn had been destroyed, so he had wandered around until he got here. So that's what happened. You were at Urfaron. I see. From those words, it seemed the Prime Minister already knew that Urfaron had been lost. It had now been 1 day since that had happened. Wayne had no clue where Urfaron and the capital were in relation to one another, but if they used something like messenger birds, then it made sense that they'd be able to receive information about faraway places. However, that was unrelated to why Wayne had been summoned here. The only places under attack were at the border, so it was out of the question for the capital to come under fire. Since he had been told it was an emergency, he thought they might know something about the safety of the city, but why now? This makes the explanation easier. The 7th catastrophe was actually born near Urfaron, in the Great Libby Forest. Wayne was stunned, but at the same time, he also felt that it made sense. The ants that surged out of the Great Forest and descended on the city were extraordinarily powerful. They shouldn't have come from an overworld dungeon with tons of beginners that had earned the nickname the Great Learning Forest on the forums. The only monsters that appeared in that forest were weak ants and goblins, and for some odd reason players always got killed if they farmed more than a certain number of enemies. That's why it was very popular lately with new players as a tutorial dungeon for developing a sense of when to quit, and for learning the basics of combat. All of the above led to Urfaron housing a lot of newbies. There was also the rumor that Wayne had spread, that Rare, the winner of the last event, farmed in this forest, which occasionally attracted top-tier players and stalkerish people like Wayne. Well, not that he was a stalker himself, of course not. And a giant army of bloodthirsty ants overran such a laid-back location. The city was leveled in the blink of an eye, and all the players and NPCs were probably killed. The players probably respawned all across the kingdom. I'm sure you already know, but Urfaron was decimated in an extremely short amount of time. At the same time, the city of Lured, which was a relatively short distance away, was swallowed whole by plant-type monsters and has now disappeared. Even though the two cities were attacked by completely different types of monsters, they both fell at nearly the same time, so while there may be no direct link, it's also difficult to conclude that there was absolutely no connection. The Prime Minister's conjecture made sense. Because of the event, monsters were hitting various cities along the border, but the reason for that, the key, was the event boss monster, which was this catastrophe. And so, that was yesterday, and here we are today. The city of Lacoline, one of our important trade hubs that is quite far from the border, was besieged by a large army of giant wasps. Apparently each wasp carried an ant, and those ants fired unknown projectiles from the sky, thus felling Lacoline. It was those ants. The wasps had carried those cannoneer ants to conduct a siege. In this world, people didn't think about flying in the air, so air bombing was a completely alien concept to them. He didn't know how big this city was, but no matter how big it was lost. I think those were the same ants that were at Erfahren. So they really were. If those ant-type monsters that attacked Erfahren came at the behest of the disaster, then this is now evidence that its hand has stretched all the way to Lacoline. Ah, this Lacoline place, is it near here? If it only fell today, then it hasn't been that long since it did, right? Even if that wasn't the case, getting information via bird meant that unless the wasps were a lot slower than the birds were, the capital could have been attacked while they were only just receiving the latest news. However, he couldn't see any signs of the capital being attacked from the road, so perhaps the catastrophe's forces had gone in a different direction. No, it takes about 8 days to get there on foot, 9 for an army on the march. On a fast horse, it would still take at least 2 days. Then did you get this information via messenger bird? Number. We did send a pigeon, but we didn't know about the destruction at that point in time, and we never received a reply. We learned about the attack via another method. The Prime Minister paused. Actually, about 9 days ago, we formed a catastrophe subjugation force, and they were headed for the Great Libby Forest. 9 days ago, that was likely the day after the Patriarch had received the oracle. Meaning as soon as they heard the oracle, they immediately put together this army. The leadership of this country must have been either incredibly decisive or horribly cornered to have made such a swift decision. Catastrophes must just be that terrifying to the NPCs of this world. That army was just wiped out. With Lacoline. Wow. The last message I received from the army commander came this morning via pigeon. In it, he said that the wasps were spreading out all over Lacoline and asked if he should prioritize the subjugation of the catastrophe or the defense of Lacoline. So that's how he found out about it. But that meant that this morning, all he knew was that the wasps might begin attacking Lacoline. He had no proof that the city had been destroyed. I was distressed over how to respond, and decided to tell him to hurry to the Great Libby Forest, even if he had to abandon Lacoline, in order to defeat the catastrophe. At that point in time, I believed that there were only wasps, and that the catastrophe itself was still in its nest. I'm not sure I would agree. Isn't it possible that it came to lead its troops in battle? You're right, of course. However, there is a rule of thumb. I spoke of the other catastrophes earlier, correct? Of the 6, our kingdom has only fought against the angels. The catastrophe that controls those angels is the Archangel, but it never leaves its flying castle under any circumstances. Since anyone who has ever seen it is dead, there are rumors that it has never been sighted, but at the very least I know of no records in any country of the Archangel ever setting one foot outside the flying castle. Our 7th catastrophe has only just been born. Wouldn't it follow that it likely wouldn't make the decision to needlessly leave its own castle? That made a certain amount of sense. But from a game event perspective, Wayne wasn't sure if that would necessarily be true. Since all the players were scattered across the continent, he questioned whether it would make sense for the event boss to hole up in some remote backwater forest. I understand. But still, all you know is that the subjugation army has, abandoned the city of Lacoline, right? You don't actually know if the city was destroyed. As a safeholder, you may already know about this, but we of noble rank are able to have what are known as followers in our employ. Yes, I've heard. Then I shall eschew the detailed explanation. When followers die, they will revive in the last place they awoke from sleep after 1 hour has passed. You know this? Right. If he remembered correctly, this was written in the official FAQ. However, The conversation topic just jumped again. Wayne wondered how this was relevant to Lacoline being destroyed. 3 of my follower knights traveled with the subjugation army. All 3 of them were specially trained to constantly observe one another, and they were only chosen for this mission after completing that training. The 3 knights also carried a month's supply of a special potion. Wayne still didn't see where this was going. This potion has the effect of causing severe insomnia. No matter how long the march took, my knights would never fall asleep. So if they died during their travels, they would revive in the last place they awoke, which would be here in the capital. Wayne gawked. He had no words. They would go that far? No, of course they would. This was their world. This was the country that they lived in and protected. My knights just revived earlier and delivered their report to me about the destruction of Lacoline, and about the possibility of the catastrophe raiding the capital. So the source was as reliable as can be. It was just like how players used friend chat and forums to share information, except that since NPCs didn't have access to those, they invented this unbelievable method of indirect long-range communication. But then, if the knights had already returned from death and delivered this information, why did the Prime Minister need to find players? Wayne truly wondered what he wanted from him. So, Mr. Wayne, this is my request to you. I would like you to gather as many of your comrades as you can here in the capital. There is a very high chance that this will be the catastrophe's next target, and it will come itself. Wow. How? What is your basis for that belief? Yes. The Prime Minister signaled Lawson, the knight from before, with his eyes, who then brought over a large map. It appeared to be drawn on parchment. He spread it out on a low table, and the Prime Minister pointed at a certain spot. Here. This is the Great Libby Forest. And over here is the city of Erfahren. It was Wayne's first time seeing an actual map, so he didn't know the country looked like this. After having it pointed out, he recognized the area. That was indeed what the city looked like. Then again, the city was now gone, so they would have to update this beautiful map. And this is where Lacoline is. Given that the same monsters appeared at both Lacoline and Erfahren, we can assume they're the same force. In other words, all part of the catastrophe's army. Look here, Erfahren is west of the Great Libby Forest, and further west of it is Lacoline, meaning they've been marching west in almost a straight line. This was in fact the case. And speaking of, the capital was the next city on that line. That was what the Prime Minister wanted to show Wayne. Next, regarding the possibility of the catastrophe accompanying its forces this time. My knights did not perish along with Lacoline. To be precise, they died afterward. Lacoline was decimated by attacks from the wasps and ants, but those attacks ultimately only destroyed the city itself and, heartrending as it is, the townspeople and the inexperienced soldiers. The experienced soldiers from the army, and the knights did not die in that offensive, perhaps seeing that the insects were unable to defeat these survivors. After that, the wasps and ants suddenly disappeared. We don't know where they disappeared to, but what's certain is that they were indeed gone. Wayne nodded in understanding. The Prime Minister continued. The problem is what comes next. Suddenly, in the sky above the knights, a group of undead materialized and fell down to the ground. These undead were terrifyingly powerful, and they immediately crossed swords with the men who withstood the attack on the city. I was told that they could not even leave a single scratch on them. Even Wayne had heard rumors of these monsters. Extremely overpowered undead knights could sometimes appear in the Great Libby Forest. If the catastrophe was indeed born in Libby, then the ants and the undead were both undeniably under its control. After Wayne relayed this, the Prime Minister nodded. I see, then they are unmistakably the catastrophe's underlings. But how does this lead to the catastrophe being there in person? A fair question. But think, normally, it would be impossible for undead to materialize in midair. If they came out of the ground, then there are other explanations. But midair? How else can you explain that phenomenon? The Prime Minister was right. It was incredibly unnatural. Instead of simply accepting that they materialized out of the ether, it's much more convincing to believe that there is a creature that can hide itself from the naked eye, float in the air, and summon other monsters. In fact, monsters that can become invisible do exist. We have also confirmed the existence of monsters that can summon hordes of undead. And for the swarm of wasps that could travel from Erfahren to Lacoline in less than a day, if the catastrophe accompanied them, then naturally it is equipped with the ability to fly. If it is indeed a catastrophe, then it is feasible for such a being to possess all of these abilities. On the whole, what the Prime Minister proposed sounded preposterous, But after hearing him explain every piece one by one, it actually became more and more believable. And that helped Wayne convince himself logically that it was possible for a catastrophe like this to exist. Because the Wasps ended up leaving the battlefield, I'm uncertain if it intends to attack the capital with them. If it felt like it, it could summon those undead that even my knights cannot match. But at the very least, I believe that there is an exceedingly high chance that the catastrophe has vacated the Great Libby Forest and traveled west toward here. The Prime Minister took a sip of his tea. Wayne noticed for the first time that his throat was incredibly dry and followed suit. The tea had long lost its heat. So, you want to use the Safeholders Information Network to gather a force here in the capital? That is correct. Wayne contemplated whether it was possible to get a large number of skilled players here in the capital. He never even thought of refusing. He remembered that nameless town from last night. If Wayne had been stronger, maybe he could have saved it. His lack of power was the same now as it was then, but he had a chance to do something about it this time. I understand. I'm not sure what I'll be able to do, but I'll give it a shot. Event boss, come to High's capital ASAP. Confirmed. 1. Wayne. There's a really high chance that the event boss will attack the High's capital. Source is the Prime Minister NPC. If anyone can come, PLS meet in the capital. 2. Monkey Dive Sasuke, moron. Only day 2. 3. Healthy unpeelable. If it respawns a bunch of times, then it's not weird for it to show up on the second day. But 4. Amatane. 1. How did you meet a big shot like the Prime Minister? 5. Wayne. 4. Right now, there's barely any players in the capital. When I went to the Sellsword Guild, there was a knight looking for players, and since I happened to be the only one there, he brought me to the castle. That's where I heard the details. Probably a good chance a boss monster called a catastrophe will be here. 6. Monkey Dive Sasuke. Story is so messy. Thread over. 7. Nameless Elf. 5. Did you hear about this catastrophe from His Excellency? 8. Wayne. 7. Yay. Apparently there are 6 catastrophes across the world, and the event boss this time is the 7th one. It was born 10 days ago in the east part of the kingdom in the Libby dungeon. Then when the event started it marched straight west. Day 1 was Erfahren, this morning was La Colline, next is the capital. Probably today. 9. Mentalist. 8. I saw it in another thread. Erfahren getting surged is true. La Colline getting wrecked is true. No official map, so'd know if the capital is really next, but well, he's convincing. 10. Nameless Elf. Adding on that I can confirm there, catastrophe stuff. I'm in Portree, and one of the big wigs in the church here did a speech in the capital city. I think there's a thread about it somewhere. A lot of countries got the same spiel. And that happened 10 days ago I think. They said it was the east part of Highs, so the place matches. 11. Healthy unpeelable. Sleep? Or maybe a bunch of bored players are just trolling everyone. 12. Wayne. It's not a lie. Seriously, there's no time. I need people to come PLS. 13. Orinki. 9. I saw that thread too. But damn, it sounded like Erfahren got seriously fucked up. Erfahren's that place in Highs with the beginner, newbie dungeon, but it totally got zerged by ants and trashed in just a few hours. At first people were all spamming let's go, but then it all changed to shit, then nothing for a while, then just where am I? Their inns got bombed and they randomly respawned I guess. The city wall and the houses and everything got totally leveled. 14. Monkey Dive Sasuke. 13. Oh wait, what you mean dungeon? This game has shit like that? 15. Mentalist. By a newbie dungeon you mean the Great Libby Forest? Admins never made an announcement about it. According to the investigation team, no matter how many monsters are killed they always respawn. No matter how many items you find there are always more, but get greedy and you get killed and sent back to town. So they figure it's a stealth update beginner-friendly content patch. Even if you get sent back, you never have less XP than when you started, so it's super fair. The balance is so awkward it's godly. They must have a bunch of special AIs running it. The entrance is easy to miss but the road to get there is nice and easy. 16. Amatane. Make a new thread if you just chatting. 12. If true they're new in some SRS shit, but the real problem is how we get to capital RN. There's no way, right? 17. Country pop. 1. If it's all true, isn't it at best only a possibility? Even if we can somehow get there, the capital's so far from the border, what do we do after? 18. Wayne. Please. I'm serious. Please. If the catastrophe comes then Highs is toast. 19. Wayne. Anyone. 20. GI1 Game Mesh. Why didn't you ask me? I'm gonna cry. 21. Amatane. 20. Hey, it's GI1 Game Mesh. You here? 22. Orinky. 21. Who's that? 23. Mentalist. 22. Best tank on the server currently. Didn't you say you finished defense on first day of the event already? In another thread. 24. GI1 Game Mesh. 21. Q's Wayne's my friend. 23. I sure did. Defense squad turtled while attack squad took out mobs. Cake. 25. Country Pop. Still a week left. What you gonna do now? Lol. 26. GI1 Game Mesh. 25. We gonna save the kingdom now, yeah? 27. Healthy Unpeelable. He's so dreamy. 28. Wayne. Gil. Sorry I forgot. Can you come help? 29. GI1 Game Mesh. 28. We friends right? You Killjoy just leave it to me. 30. Witchy. Sounds fun. Gimme a couple shots too. 31. Amatane. Now it's Nurse Witchy ha. 32. Healthy Unpeelable. At least he sounds cool lol. 33. Nameless Elf. But he looks like shit lol. 34. Mentalist. But his skills are the shit. Slee. 35. Country Pop. More like when did all these top rankers take over this thread? Everyone here made it to the championship last time right? One never heard of this guy though. 36. Wayne. I'm just a regular player. Defense lost on the first day. In got wrecked. Random respawn. Another city got destroyed after that. Random respawn again. Finally made it to the capital but there weren't any other players here. I can't do anything by myself. I need everyone's help. 37. Healthy Unpeelable. You seriously wiped on day 1. Oh wait, were you in that city they talked about before? Already surprising to lose 2 cities on day 1. But even more surprising that you at random respawns at both of them. 1 you got E-ranked luck man. 38. GI1 Game Mesh. I wanna come help. But seriously, how am I gonna get to High's capital? I ain't used my event port yet today. But I'm outside the country RN. 1 port won't get me to the capital. 39. GI1 Game Mesh. JK. I can make it to the capital. I just checked the list of neighboring cities and High's capital is there. Wasn't there yesterday? Wonder why? 40. Healthy Unpeelable. Bug. 41. Mentalist. I don't think this game has bugs. 42. Nameless Elf. Hold up. If it wasn't the yesterday but it's the today, doesn't that mean cities that were the yesterday aren't there today? Isn't it because some cities got destroyed so they're not neighboring anymore, and the capital is the next closest? 43. GI1 Game Mesh. That means between where I am now and Highs, there aren't any cities between me and the capital. 44. Wayne. The Prime Minister told me. Right now, Highs has lost at least 5 cities. 45. Monkey Dive Sasuke. What is this, the apocalypse? 46. Witchy. If GI1 Game Mesh is good, what about everyone else? 47. Monkey Dive Sasuke. Why are you assuming everyone else going? But I mean sure I'll go. 48. Mentalist. 46. I saw yesterday on the event mega thread, anything a player is carrying counts as part of the player. There were reports that you can carry someone and port, then they can carry you and port back. So you have someone with a lot of STR and VIT carry a bunch of people, then switch people in the next town. And keep doing that until you get to Highs. 49. Healthy Unpeelable. So how many PPL you need for that? And once you finally get to the capital, how many tanks you got left? 50. GI1 Game Mesh. 49. You got me. 51. Country Pop. Seriously, some kinda perfect husbando? Lol. 52. Nameless Elf. There are a bunch of threads gathering people now. 53. Mentalist. People probably haven't noticed, so we should go tell them. No matter where you end up after all the ports, you can just die to return to your city. No death penalty right now, so even if the event boss doesn't show up, the only thing we lose is today's event port. If you mention that, you can get more people to help, right? 54. Nameless Elf. 53. I didn't think of that lol. DHX. 55. Monkey Dive Sasuke. CNI link PPL to this thread. 56. Wayne. Thanks everyone. Thank you so much. 57. Amitane. You wanna thank someone? Thank her friend first. Soon as he came everyone piled on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I somehow managed to convince some people to come here. Wayne had borrowed the sofa in the reception room while he jumped on the forums. He asked an attendant to let the Prime Minister know in his office next door. You have my most sincere gratitude. So, about how many people will be coming? Maybe 20, no, about 30 people are coming. They're all many times stronger than I am. Goodness. The Prime Minister said nothing after that, his eyebrows wrinkling together in thought. I apologize, but please wait here for a bit, if you would. Sure. I don't mind, but, what should we do with the PLA? My acquaintances will be arriving here. Let's see. Lawson, please greet them. As for what to do once they have all gathered, I believe it best to take them to the inner courtyard. Mr. Wayne, I apologize, but I would ask you to move to the inner courtyard as well. Lawson will take you there. I shall join you as soon as I speak with His Majesty. After going through that complex hallway again, Wayne was led to the inner courtyard. It had only been a short time, but even still, he felt more collected than when he had first set foot in the castle. He was able to make small talk with the knight guiding him, Lawson, only because he couldn't stand walking in silence, though. You, Sir Lawson, was it? I wonder what His Excellency is talking to His Majesty about. Lawson abruptly stopped in place, answering without turning around. Mr. Wayne, seeing you do everything you possibly could right before our eyes, I believe His Excellency was greatly moved. You should have no reason to exhaust everything at your disposal for the sake of our kingdom, so we too cannot stand idly by. I suspect that is why he sought His Majesty. Oh, is that how it is? Thank you very much. Lawson clearly knew more about the situation, but he wasn't allowed to share everything. Even still, from the deliberate way he spoke, Wayne was certain that Lawson was doing his best to give as many hints as he could. They continued walking in silence and eventually came out into the inner courtyard. Mr. Wayne, approximately when will your allies be arriving, and where will I be able to find them? One of them is already in town. Everyone else will slowly trickle in, I believe. For the time being, should I tell them to meet in front of the castle? Yes, if you could do that. It would be of great assistance. Well then, my apologies, but we ask that you please stand by. I shall wait before the castle, then bring your allies here. Wayne had no way to remember how to get back to the reception room from here, nor did he have any idea how to leave the castle either. It went without saying that if left alone here, the only thing he could possibly do was wait. No problem. Thank you for your help. Wayne went back to that forum thread to post the meeting location, then pinged Gil via friend chat. Meet in front of the castle. A knight in fancy armor named Lawson is coming to pick you up. Front of the castle. You got it. Gil, thank you. Stop that. Let's take out that boss. Yeah, let's. He would just have to wait a bit longer before Gil would be here. They seriously let us into the castle. Sorry, I honestly only half believed it. If we start spreading the word about this now, won't we get more people? But there's a soft time limit, or like we don't know exactly when the attack'll be coming. If they tried to come now, they might not make it, right? As long as we say that up front, we might as well just put it out there anyway. Amitane, Orinki, Country Pop, Healthy Unpeelable. They were top-tier players that even Wayne knew. They actually came. She didn't post in the thread, but the famous player Those Warm Hands was here too. She was one of the few healers in the game, having been the first person to discover healing magic skills. After that, more and more players filed into the castle. There must have been over 30 players here. Thank you all so much. It'd be a kick in the balls if we actually lost an entire country or whatever. If this ends up being a scam, then you're a goddamn son of a bitch. But for now it doesn't seem to be a lie. It was a ninja in full-body black tights. Wayne also recognized him from the championship. I never doubted him. He's Gilgamesh's friend. After all, this came from a gentleman in nurse clothes. It was Nurse Ichi. He was apparently partied with the black tights player now, Monkey Dive Sasuke. After both losing to the same person in the championship, they had somehow hit it off. Speaking of which, I thought I recognized the name Wayne from somewhere, but weren't you the one who leaked that the last champion, Rare, was in the Great Libby Forest? Right, were you able to get in touch with her? If she were here, I'm sure we'd have a better chance of beating it. Wayne looked down after hearing Ichi and Amitane's questions. Rare, I don't know. We're not exactly friends. She's a Pkar, and probably doing the event solo. The only reason she got close to Wayne in the first place was to park him anyway. Not that he would reveal something lame like that. I getcha. If that's how it is, not much we can do about it. Goodness, you've gathered so many people. Mr. Wayne, I am speechless. Prime Minister O'Connell had arrived, and behind him followed a number of knights carrying a large object. Since it was covered with a cloth, he couldn't see what it was, but it appeared to be round. From its size, it didn't seem like something that even that many people should have been able to carry, so it must have been quite light. Wait, no, it would make more sense to assume that the knights just had high STR. They were more powerful than Wayne was. If it were light, then one person might be able to carry it alone, but due to balance considerations, two would be sufficient. I've already spoken to Mr. Wayne about this, but... The Prime Minister explained what Wayne had heard previously to all the players in the inner courtyard. I see now. Yeah, with all that info, it really does sound likely that it'll show up at the capital. After hearing the explanation, Amatane responded as the representative of all the players. Yes. So, with regards to that, the Prime Minister signaled with his eyes, and a knight pulled the cloth off the mystery object. What was underneath was an ominous-looking giant crystal egg that glittered with all the colors of the rainbow, like a prism. None of you are our kingdom's knights, yet you are here selflessly pledging to do everything in your power to help with us. Given the situation, as a kingdom, we cannot simply sit by and watch while doing nothing. Of course, any knights and soldiers remaining in the capital will be joining you in battle, but that is a separate matter. We bureaucrats must also put forth everything at our disposal to be of assistance. The Prime Minister approached the crystal egg and continued speaking with his hand on it. This is an ancient relic known as an artifact. It is one of our national treasures. You have been allowed to use it as a boon from His Majesty. A national treasure? Did you say artifact? This is a new type of item. Is it really all right for us to use it? After Amatane asked, the Prime Minister looked back at the players and slowly nodded his head. He then randomly launched into an explanation about the mysterious item. This secret tool has the effect of cursing every creature within a designated area with weakness. Up to 10 people can be excluded from its effects by being registered in advance. The effect lasts for 1 hour after being activated. The weakness effect strengthens over time. At the start, it is nothing consequential, but as the target remains in the affected area, the effect steadily increases. And that's not all. If the crystal is broken while the weakness effect is active, then the effect will remain for 10 seconds beyond that point. However, depending on how much time was remaining when it was broken, the effect will increase several-fold in potency. The more time there was remaining, the stronger the curse becomes for those 10 seconds. The curse is also unbiased. It will affect everything aside from the registered people. The effect will, at its strongest, halve all aspects of a creature. This includes life force as well. Therefore, if the curse activates while one is wounded, it's possible to cause instant death. This was an extraordinarily powerful item. No wonder it was a national treasure. Basically, against any boss, you could halve its stats for up to 10 seconds. But, if the kingdom had something like this all along, why didn't they give it to the subjugation army? If they had it with them, maybe the destruction of La Colline could have been avoided. Why are you only revealing this now? If the subjugation army had this, they might not have been wiped out. An astute question. There is a condition to using this item. It can only be used in specific locations. One of those locations is here, our capital. Oh, so that's... But this is a national treasure, isn't it? If it gets destroyed, even if the country was in crisis, he thought it would be overkill to destroy a national treasure. Though if the country's existence were at stake should Wayne's group be defeated, then it would make more sense in that case. Mr. Wayne, it's all right. Either way, once this item has been activated, it loses its splendor and cannot be used again. Are you absolutely sure? What you said earlier, about those angels who do raids periodically. Wouldn't it be better to have this on hand if the Archangel ever shows up? Another good question. However, it doesn't work very well on angels. What do you mean? You understand how the different elements of magic interact with each other? It is similar to that concept. This item's name is Heart of the Spirit Lord. Legends say that this land was once ruled by a Spirit Lord, and just before its death, it bequeathed its heart to the residents of the land. And angels' attributes belong to a sphere of influence close to spirit lords, so they are resistant to the powers of spirit lords. Oh, I didn't know that. Regarding the places it can be activated, there are 6 such places. Those locations have become the capital cities of the kingdoms that rule this continent. This also serves as proof that the royal families of these countries have the qualifications to succeed the Spirit Lord. We here in Highs were only given information about our own treasure, but each kingdom should have a similar treasure. This meant that even when a catastrophe or other big threat attacked, each country's capital at least had a special event item already prepared for its defense. It definitely made sense for there to be built-in safeguards against huge changes to the game's setting like the destruction of entire countries, and the fact that it was nearly impossible to use it might be a deliberate configuration that prevented NPCs from going out and beating raid bosses before players could get a chance to fight them. So that, catastrophe this time is undead, so it should work on it. We at least know it's not an angel, right? Exactly. The power of the Spirit Lord is strongest and the most effective against its antitheses. While we don't know what singular entities those are, we do know it at least works on the forces of evil and darkness. If this catastrophe is as deeply connected to undead as you say, Mr. Wayne, then there is no better time to use it. If those are your Excellency's thoughts, then we will protest no further. We would like to use the artifact, Amatane declared, bowing his head. The other players all did the same. Well said. We are counting on you. Okay then, Wayne, let's talk strategy. Upon suddenly having his own name called out, Wayne felt perplexed by all the people looking at him. Among all the players here, he was undoubtedly the weakest. So then why? Oh, come on, you're the one who got us all together, right? We only came to give you a hand. Keep your head in the game, now. Yeah. Gilgamesh is right. We responded to your call, Wayne. That makes you the raid leader. But, that's only because Gil spoke up, perhaps. But Gilgamesh wasn't the one who gathered us. They were all good people. They were the top players. They had trusted Wayne and come all this way. And it wasn't only them. There were all those tanks as well who got left behind in towns along the way with nothing to show for it. Despite the fact that they wouldn't get anything for helping, they still chose to do so anyway. In that case, Wayne couldn't just keep hiding behind his weakness. He didn't have all that much confidence in himself, but it was time to come up with a plan. No, he should be able to do it. After all, he was even able to see through Rare's tricks. If he ran away now, he couldn't bear to show his face in front of her again, even though she had acknowledged him, even if only for a brief minute. Not that he cared what Rare thought about him at all. Having found his determination, Wayne looked around at all the players and nodded. Got it. I'll come up with a plan. First, let's go over what we know. Our target is what we think is the boss of this event, a powerful monster known as a catastrophe that came from the Great Libby Forest. It used ants and wasps to destroy the city of Urfahan, then it went straight west and once again used ants and wasps to destroy the city of Lacoline. After that, it summoned a bunch of undead in the sky and killed all the knights. Everyone follow? Yeah. Keep going. Now, I'll go over the catastrophe's abilities that we know for sure. First, it can control ants, wasps, and undead. It can fly. It can somehow hide itself from view. It's heading west. In other words, it'll be approaching us from the east. Yeah, this is already sounding like a bad time. Next is unconfirmed information, but there were reports from Lacoline that the wasps and ants pulled back temporarily. After that point, no one saw the bugs again, so there's a possibility they won't be coming to the capital. Would be nice if that were true. You're right, but that's not the problem. Beyond that possibility, it means if the catastrophe is coming to the capital by itself while invisible, then even finding it at all will be impossible. Yeah, a moment, Sir Wayne? Please, go ahead, Ichi. Don't be so stiff. I've got a skill called True Sight. When I activate it, all living things in range. Well, it includes undead and golems and stuff, but anyway, it lets me sense the LP of everything in range. I don't get exact numbers or anything, but I see these colored lights. How bright the light is represents their LP remaining, while the color generally tells me their max LP. By the way, I got that skill too. That's really good to know. Alright, then first we'll have you guys keep a lookout, or like you guys just need to find the enemy, but anyway, we'll leave that troll to Ichi and Monkey Dive Sasuke. Sasuke's fine. Why you gotta use my full character name? Right, so it'll be up to Sasuke. If it brings wasps with it, we'll have to plan for that separately. So first let's assume it's coming alone. There's a high chance it'll be invisible, so our 2 scouts will be in charge of detection. And the most important thing is to lure it into the artifact's area of effect. The field debuff makes sense. Normally speaking, if we were to wait for the catastrophe to get here first before getting it ready, then we'd already be too late. Just now, when I touched it, I knew how to use it. I guess you learn how to use artifacts just by touching them. So, when you activate it, you need to designate a target place, not a person or object. And about the effect time, breaking it when there's at least 30 minutes left will produce the strongest effect. Thank you, Amatane. Which means the ideal scenario is to lead the catastrophe to the right place, have the rearguard activate the artifact, get its LP into the red within 30 minutes, break the artifact, then beat it while it's super weakened. In order to do this, we'll, So we'll go with this general outline. We actually don't know what kind of monster this thing will be. We can try to predict what might happen outside our expectations, but the most important point is the final debuff from breaking the artifact. I can't say that pulling off the timing means we will win, but if we don't get the timing right then we probably can't possibly win. So first I'll shoot it with an arrow, which will let everyone know where it is. The linchpin really is making sure it can't move during the final debuff. Yup, it's a huge responsibility. Just leave it to me. And until then, if possible, I want you to do everything you can to shave off as much LP from the catastrophe as possible. It'll be a coin flip if my fear can get through, but if it's undead then, soul stones should make sure the cast is successful. At least then it's just a question of whether it resists it. If someone can distract it, Sasuke can chuck a squid ink ball to inflict darkness, which will raise the success rate. So can you seriously blind it by hitting it in the back of the head? How is that logical? That's just what the item does, so whatever. I got all the deets from the alchemist who made them. They couldn't come to the battle, so they gave me them in a town on the way. The strategy had been more or less decided. All that was left was to execute it. But this plan assumes that everyone on the front line will definitely die. I think this is the only plan that will work. Fortunately, the death penalty isn't bad right now. You never know, maybe they purposely removed the XP loss so that we could use the artifact and go with a sacrifice strat. The game admins here only give broad, systematic explanations. Anyway, since there's no XP loss you don't gotta worry about it. I bet the XP we get will be split based on contribution anyway. If you die, don't respawn so that we do everything possible to slow down the catastrophe. All the bodies at its feet will definitely be in the way. I'll do everything I can to stick to it and hold it back on the final debuff. So sorry, but if you ever don't know who to heal, then heal me. I'm the hardest to kill, so it should be a little more useful to give them to me. Sure. You got it, Gil. Alright, let's get into position. Though honestly, we have no idea when it could show up. Let's do it. This was the beginning of Wayne's party's raid boss battle, the fight against a catastrophe. It would also be the first time in this continent's history that a threat to humanity was defeated. However, author's notes: this land was once ruled by. Now where did these words come up before? Pythago something switch. When Red destroyed Airfaran, she flicked the pinball, aka Wayne, lands at the next town, Alta Riva, which Blink destroyed, tossing the ball, lands in the cup for the capital. La Colline was demolished, the bottom of the cup falls out, knocking over a domino. He was called by the Prime Minister to post on the forums. The fallen domino causes a new ball to enter the course. Gil. The 3 stoppers in the ball's way are removed, Verdsud, Alta Riva, La Colline, so the new ball rolls all the way to the capital. The new ball reaches the capital, causing the flag to go up, or something. Regarding the NPC's long-distance communication method, when I came up with how followers worked, I thought to myself some reader will definitely think up a crazy exploit like this, so thank you to those who realized it could be used this way but didn't say anything. This is, at its heart, a story told from multiple perspectives. What's written is the truth from each person's eyes as they see it. The only exception was in Blink's fixed XP session, but there was no need for me to force it into there, so I might move it later on. Thus, when NPCs say the 6 catastrophes, that doesn't necessarily correspond to the number of special disaster level creatures that exist in the world. It's simply what they believe to be true based on their own legends passed down through history. Perhaps there are more, Or perhaps there are fewer, maybe not a special disaster-level creature, per se, but something really strong that opposes humanity. That mystery skill just tells people in real time when something has awoken, so they think this thing sounds like bad news, so it's probably the same as the other existing pieces of bad news. Even though I've never heard of it before, I might have missed something, though, so I'll just call it the same thing just in case. Someone must have done this a long time ago, and that's how we got the legends that exist today. Point being, NPCs might not intend to purposely mislead players, but that's how misinformation can get propagated. Between this misinformation and a difference in how the world is perceived, this sets the stage for a game that seeks to be as much like an entirely different world as it can. With regards to this story, or rather with regards to the game, the only absolutely true information comes from system messages. More information might get mixed in at certain points, like with Blink again, but when I have time I'll go back and fix things. If I had my way, it would have been better to leave hints within the story itself, so I apologize for lacking the writing ability to do so. Chapter 89, The Golden Experience. Fu. She finally calmed down. She still retained her frustration and her burning hot anger. Even now, just thinking about the fight caused her eyes to tear up. However, it was no longer accompanied by an anxiety attack so intense that she couldn't even scream. She was the type of person to cry whenever her emotions ran high, even if she wasn't in pain or feeling sad. She had always hated that part about herself, and in the real world she did her best to lead her life in a way where she would never get emotional. She had exploded over games many times before, but never to this degree. She couldn't believe even this aspect of herself had been replicated here. But wow, when was the last time she had broken down this bad? She would absolutely never forgive those players, but it was hard to cry this much in real life given other people's gaze. For that much at least, she was grateful to them. And she had of course already decided how to repay them. That was Wayne, wasn't it? I thought I had erased him along with Erfahren, but since he's a player, no matter how many times I grind him to dust, he'll just res somewhere. He must have turned up outside the capital. Rare didn't believe that it was Wayne's fault that she died. That was mostly due to Rare's arrogance tempting fate. However, that wasn't the sole reason. There was an incredible gap in raw power between Rare and those players. But they filled that gap with numbers, items, and strategy. Rare had indeed been careless, and she made a lot of poor decisions. But by the end she had been fighting at full strength. Yet she still lost. While she had some choice words about that debuff field thing that she knew nothing about, she wouldn't make any excuses. Rare was the fool for falling into their trap. Thinking over it again, those players' every coordinated action led to that final, momentary opening. Truly a well-constructed plan. There was no other way to put it than magnificent. Since there was no way they knew what Rare's stats or skills were, by random happenstance they developed the perfect scheme, and by random happenstance they had the perfect items that worked on her. But above all else, they were able to pull it off because they believed wholeheartedly in their gamble. Each player spared no effort to achieve their one shared goal. Strength had nothing to do with it. After breaking the one player's neck, Rare had used that player's overall strength as reference when launching a palm strike in order to blow someone away. Despite that, her hand pierced into him instead. Considering that, among all the players who had faced her, Wayne was particularly weak. Regardless, he had still been the one standing there in front of her. Even in death, he had continued to hinder her. She had utterly forgotten about the player named Wayne until today. He was someone she had killed a really long time ago, and the only player to have ever driven her into a corner. But his actual strength wasn't all that impressive. Therefore, she forgot about him. Rare didn't believe her death was Wayne's fault. However, he undeniably had a role in the scheme that killed her. GNNMGH. It was fine. She was calm now. No more crying. For starters, healing magic. Whatever my next plans are, that's the first step. Whatever came next, she really needed to fix up her face first. Now that she knew about healing magic, she wanted to get it as soon as possible. Getting there, barehanded, skill, which improved stats in combat when not using a weapon, along with pharmacy and disassemble, unlocked the treatment skill. Disassemble was actually a skill the Catkin girls all had. According to the forums, it required a certain amount of dex to unlock. This was why it hadn't been in Rare's original list of learnable skills. Back then, she had dumped all her XP only into MND. After getting treatment, there were no issues with any other prerequisites. With treatment and sufficient INT, she could learn healing magic. Based on that, she surmised that the effectiveness of healing magic must scale with INT. If information on this skill had spread in the early game, it was possible that MND could have become a trash stat. INT was useful for both direct attacks and healing, after all. Either way, max MP was determined based on the higher of one's INT and MND. If a player didn't need MP, they could still have viable build while ignoring them both. That said, since Rare knew that INT and MND provided various wide-ranging benefits, she did not plan to neglect either of them. Between healing magic and treatment, I wonder which would work better on swollen eyes. She didn't have a mirror, but since she was using water magic to wash her hands, she would clean up her face as well. The towels in the sink area where she washed her hands were sewn by engineer ants. Only 5 people used this sink, but there were 2 towels here. Apparently, one was for Rare, and the other was for Carrie and the other Catkin girls. There had been vehement opposition to the idea of sharing, with them saying that the swarm boss couldn't possibly use the same towel as anyone else. She understood that they were just thinking of her position, but it still felt a bit lonely to be excluded. Carrie and those girls, I wonder if they'll be alright after suddenly dying like that. I've made them experience something terrible. Since her role in this event was someone leading monsters on raids, the Catkin girls were going to just be benched. However, since standing by in the caverns the entire time would be boring, the 4 of them plus Hakuma and Ginka went south to search for the volcanic region. If they happened to run into an invasion event somewhere and couldn't avoid being roped into it, she instructed them to assist the most human-looking side. Meanwhile, Deez was left to babysit the wolf pups. Although young, they were still wolves, so they obeyed the pack's hierarchy, meaning they wouldn't listen to the weak ants. They would listen Sugaroo and Deez, though, so since Sugaroo would be occupied, their care fell to Deez. Naturally, Carrie's group did all receive greater Philosopher's Stones. Among the top brass, only Sugaroo had not gotten one yet. She required far too much XP, so it was being saved for later. Apparently there wasn't a superior or more advanced race above Beastkin, so the Philosopher's Stone only allowed them to reincarnate into other Beastkin sub-races close to their own. So after reincarnating, Carrie was now a lion, Riley a panther, Remy a tiger, and Marion a snow leopard. There were quite a lot of options. Interestingly enough, Rare thought their hair color would change, but she was wrong. Only the shapes of their ears and tails changed a little, otherwise there were no other major changes to their appearances. It was very different compared to when she went from elf to high elf. The types of beastkin available at the start were things like cat, dog, elephant, horse, simple and broad animal classifications. There weren't any more specific sub-classifications. If there wasn't a superior race, that meant that no beastkin could use subordinate. By default, there was a country with a large population of beastkin, if she remembered correctly, so it might be worthwhile to pay a visit. Hakuma and Ginka reincarnated into a Skull and a Hearty, respectively. With a little more work, she thought they could even make it to Fenrir, but when they tried the other day, it seemed there was an outstanding prerequisite still, so it didn't work. This applied to others as well, unless they had been incredibly weak from the start. If they didn't meet enough conditions, they were unable to reincarnate further. That said, there were also many like Rare and World Tree who, upon consideration, seemed very unlikely to have any higher forms to reincarnate into. Things were even stricter for items. Once a Philosopher's Stone was used to raise a given item's rank, another stone could not be used on that item. Furthermore, if that same item were used in alchemy to produce another item, that resultant product was also ineligible for a rank up using another Philosopher's Stone. However, this wasn't unexpected, so confirming it wasn't much of a disappointment. If the system wasn't restricted in this way, it would have been trivial to mass-produce the best possible items. There was one thing that Rare hadn't tried yet. If she used a Philosopher's Stone on a piece of adamantite to transform it into a higher-ranked metal, then combined that with a Knight's Grudge to create a living object-type monster, Could this monster use a philosopher's stone? She was eager to test it out, but, unfortunately, she had no more Knight's grudges left. She was wondering if she'd be able to get some from the invasion event. I wonder how invasions in other regions went. Let's check out the stickies for the event on the forum. Well, that's no surprise. All the threads are buzzing about the server first catastrophe kill. And well, whatever, I'll look again later. After washing her hands, Rare returned to the Queen's chamber and flopped down onto the throne to think about how she learned healing magic just before, and about what she should do from now on. As long as the conditions were known, it wasn't difficult to aim to learn certain skills. But right when the game first started, that was of course not true. When managing a limited pool of XP, it was better to aim for the most efficient combat or production skills. This was the one of the charms of beginning a new game. At the very start, Rare had boosted her initial XP by purposely taking the detrimental characteristics, albinism, and poor eyesight. And make no mistake, her defeat today was at least partially as a result of that choice. In return for those two characteristics, she had gotten 50 XP. Just 50. Rare was now a demon lord, a supernatural disaster in the eyes of humanity, and the bounty she had received in exchange for purposely binding herself by those shackles of weakness was a measly 50 XP. That said, without that 50 XP, she also would not have gotten this far. Back at the start, it had been necessary for her to get subordinate. Without an extra 50 XP, she would have been short. Rare's sense of scale had become kind of skewed considering the amount of XP she earned these days. But that piddly sum was without a doubt an essential part of her origin. In this game world, everyone desired XP. With more XP, almost any of your wishes could be granted. After finding herself drowning in XP, Rare's eyes had become shrouded by greed. Humanity's avarice was terrifying, particularly the fixation on money, which could incite behavior that completely defied rationality. Rare had seen it play out so many times in the real world that it made her sick. Too much gold drove men mad. In this world, the same could be said for XP. Rare's entire story could be traced back to a mere 50 XP, just a single speck of gold dust. She should never lose sight of that. No matter how much she obtained, power was only power, nothing more and nothing less. It wasn't for showing off or abusing. It had to be used correctly. She couldn't let herself be seduced by the allure of the golden experience. Perhaps it was fortunate that she was forced to stop here and think. Haha, this really was lucky for me. She stood up from her throne and stretched. Well, after all is said and done, I get to use the XP from taking out 3 cities to learn more skills. If I'll be fighting on the front lines myself, then I need to be able to do everything I possibly can. Even though I became a demon lord, I still haven't gotten demonic eyes yet. Probably because I thought I would never have to come out from inside Yoro Izaka. I got every skill when I reincarnated into a high elf, but there are a bunch of skills I unlocked when I became a demon lord that I haven't gotten yet. So first, I'll get those. She checked how much XP she would need to learn them all and how much she currently had. That's right. There's one more thing I can't forget. I need to keep 1/10 of my XP back, just in case the worst happens. Knowing how to minimize potential losses is essential for investing, after all. Chapter 90, The Results. Wayne respawned in one of the castle's sleeping rooms. Before the critical battle, he had quickly logged out here. In the bed next to his, Ji-1 Gamesh was just getting up himself. I couldn't really see anything. But we won, right? Yeah, I think we did. We took down the event boss. If you've respawned, you should come back out to the outer wall. I got a message from Yoichi. We beat it. Yup, I just got one from Sasuke too. Awesome. The two of them jumped out of their beds and rushed out to the outer wall. As they ran through the streets, Wayne felt himself overcome with emotion as he looked over the townscape that he was able to protect this time. Gil, thank you. Stop that. We're friends. While they were able to protect the city, it wasn't flawless. There was still damage from battle here and there, and some NPCs had died as well. There were mysterious lumps of metal scattered around on the ground, but he didn't remember those being there before. Hey, try not to think about it too much. There's some things you just got to let go. You're right. The damage discouraging, but he couldn't save everyone. All he could do was convince himself of that. From the start, Wayne wouldn't have been able to do anything by himself. He could only limit the losses this much by borrowing the help of many players. Being unable to accept this result would be a discourtesy to them. The surviving players had gathered together outside the city wall. There weren't that many. Of the original 30 people, there were only 8 survivors, not including Wayne and Gil who just arrived. Checking his status screen, the XP from beating the boss should have been distributed to everyone by now, even if they had died. Thank you so much, everyone. Don't mention it. It was a good battle. I should be the one thanking you for inviting me. Yeah, what he said. Been a long time since we had a real fight. Ichi and Sasuke. Sasuke might be a bit rude, but he did his job properly, and he was more or less a friendly and nice guy. Wayne believed that becoming friends with these two might have been the best part of this whole ordeal. But man, it was close. We went into that assuming the frontliners were going to die, so that went as we expected, but I can't believe so many in the rearguard got killed too. It's crazy that hero magic could insta-kill people. I'm really thankful to you too, Nameless Elf. Speaking of the rearguard, it's too bad about Mentalist. He went and logged out at an inn before the battle, so he should be here soon, shouldn't he? See? Hey, Yugi's talking about me? Wayne turned around and Mentalist was standing right there. He had chosen to stay here at the capital, it seemed. There was a reason that only Wayne, Gil, and Mentalist had come back after the battle. Since no one knew for sure if there was actually going to be an event boss battle at all, setting your spawn point to the capital was risky. In the end the boss did attack and they beat it. But even after winning, there weren't many reasons to stay in the capital. The players who felt that way decided not to update their spawn points, even if that meant they couldn't meet up again after everything was over. Those players had said that even if the boss dropped items, they would just take money for it. Since the same currency was used across the continent, wherever they operated, cash would be more flexible than items. Alright, so were there any drops? About that. So, as soon as we beat the boss, the armor that was standing over there and all the swords it had crumbled away. They just turned into those lumps of metal. The boss herself just disappeared too. Meaning, those lumps of metal are the drops? That seems to be case. Plus, from what I can see, I think a bunch more of this metal dropped in the city too. When those undead died, I think it dropped from them. That's pretty unusual, getting drop items instead of a corpse to loot. Golems and stuff do that. Maybe because they're event enemies. To make it easier on players who don't have a skill like disassemble. But if the same metal is all over the city, then we might not be able to sell it for very much here. How could this happen? These players went out of their way to help him, but Wayne couldn't even thank them properly. Looks like you're thinking of something weird, so let me stop you. But you don't need to worry about rewarding us or anything. For guys like us, being able to fight the event boss was already the best present you could give. I'm the one who wants to thank you. We got a ton of XP for beating it, too. Yeah, you ain't kidding. Even though I died, I still got a good haul. If we got this much after splitting it 30 ways, I wanna know how much that thing was worth total. Well, not to mention if we didn't have the kingdom's artifact we couldn't have won. Plus there's still event rewards too. If they're going to announce the MVPs like they did in the first event, I think our names will definitely be at the top of the list. Of course, that includes yours, Wayne. Maybe. Thanks, Mentalist. So, the undead in the city all disappeared. Yep. Soon as we beat the boss. We already said, all that's left are these chunks of metal. Sasuke said this while tapping one of them. Normally, he would have been in the front lines as well since he was an evasion tank, but that wouldn't go so well against a boss no one had any information on. Therefore, he used his outstanding throwing skills to play a support role. The undead that attacked other cities just gave bones and stuff like normal. Does that mean strong enemies that are directly under a boss are different somehow? So what exactly was that event boss anyway? She looked like an angel, but she wasn't actually an angel, right? If you ask me, she was some kind of undead angel or something like that. My reasons are, first, the field debuff worked on her when it's supposed to be ineffective against angels. Then, when I used mental magic, it used up soul stones. The only time I need soul stones are when I'm fighting a monster that's normally immune to mental magic. The only monsters races that are immune are undead, golems, and homunculi. Well, as far as I know, at least everything Mentalist said sounded reasonable. From the options he listed, Golem was out. No matter how you spun it, the boss wasn't golem-like at all. So I think she's got to be either an undead or a homunculus, but there's no way to tell which. It's got undead minions, so doesn't that make it obviously an undead? Sasuke, you're sure being a huge pain in the ass, you know. Oh, come on, who cares already? We already beat it. He had a point. For a short period of time, there were 7 catastrophes, but now the number had dropped back to 6. Since we did take her down, I just kinda wanna know exactly what we killed is all. The event isn't over yet. If she's an undead, maybe she'll revive and we'll have to fight her again during this event or somewhere else. If she's a homunculus, then maybe a second or third different catastrophe will show up. Oh boy, I do not want to fight another thing like that. Right. There's no more artifact, so if we have to fight it again then we'll need the entire player population to get stronger. When the time came again, Wayne decided that he wanted to truly stand beside these players in the front lines, unlike what happened this time. Alright, should we break up the party for now? For the drops, let's just sell them somewhere. We'll split the cash some other time. The other guys probably want to focus on the event anyway. We did get a stupid amount of XP, so the money is probably whatever. Yeah, let's call it here. If anything happens, feel free to give me a ring. Whether I'm free to come is another story, though. Something tells me Wayne's gonna get into more trouble. You're right about that. I will totally vouch for this guy's bad luck. Alright, we're gonna die and revive back in Oral then. Later, Ichi, Sasuke, and Nameless Elf all left. Nameless Elf was based in Portree. It wouldn't be easy to meet up with them. Ichi and Sasuke both played in Oral. Apparently, Wayne heard that the difficulty in Oral was a fair higher than highs, so it was impressive that the two of them could operate that they go. What are you up to next, Mr. Leader? What's that for? I'm not the leader anymore. Nah, you can keep being the leader, Wayne. You've got the right qualities for it, I think. You're coming too, Mentalist. You don't want me around? That's why I wanted to set my spawn point here, after all. No, you're more than welcome. I look forward to working with you. Wayne had suddenly gone from being soloed to having a 3-person party. Not to mention both of his party members were top-tier players. You used yours for today, right, Mentalist? How about you, Wayne? My what? Oh, the event teleport. I haven't used mine yet. I didn't use it yesterday either, but I don't get to save it, right? Use it or lose it. Today's event Megathread said so, meaning he could take the two of them somewhere with him. Well, we did just get a ton of XP. I can put some into STR and VIT, then use some for maybe INT and AGA too. You building a jack of all trades or what? Well, there's only 3 of us, and if I'm the tank and Mentalist's the support, maybe that'll work out perfectly. Great, so let's head to the Silzord Guild for a second. Wait, what's that? Looking up, the eastern skies were quickly getting darker. Chapter 91, Demon Lord Awakening. So this is how Demonic Eyes works. Whoa. I'm gonna get motion sickness since I'm not used to them. Rhea had unlocked the Demonic Eyes tree when she became a Demon Lord. After learning the first skill, which shares the name of the tree, Demonic Eyes, she immediately tried it out. The skill's effect was constantly active. She gained the Demonic Eyes status after activating it, which lasted until cancelled. When cast, it consumed a percentage of her maximum MP as a fixed cost, and until cancelled she couldn't recover that fixed amount of MP. Demonic Eyes made magic power visible. Magic power refers to MP, but in this game, just like LP, MP recovers naturally. The reason for this is that the air in this world is filled with mana. The explanation behind the MP stat is that every character somehow intakes mana from the air, then converts it into MP within their bodies, which is why spent MP recovers a little bit at a time. With Demonic Eyes, she was able to see a character's MP, as well as the mana in the air. It looked kind of like there was a pink mist enveloping everything in her field of view. Since the ability to see magic power wasn't reliant on visible light reflecting off objects, when Rhea turned it on in this dimly lit cave, it kind of looked like that pink mist was itself glowing. The cave walls didn't have any mana in them, so those were the only places where the mist was thin. Therefore, in places like this cave that were dark or even pitch black, she could still indirectly see her surroundings. If she had to describe it to someone else, it would look kind of like a black and white film. However, since she had no idea what color anything was, or how much light there was, she did feel a sense of disorientation. And she was only able to see the magic power within the skill's range. There wasn't actually any mist, so her range of vision was limited. Currently, she could see far enough to cast basic long-range attack spells. Since Rare had so much MP herself, Demonic Eyes painted her hands and wings in solid pink. If she really focused, she could make out the individual feathers on her wings, but surely she wouldn't normally need to see in such detail. This was sufficient for use in combat without such effort. For Rare, the most important thing about this skill was, as stated earlier, that their Demonic Eyes effect didn't require light. It was entirely controlled by whether or not the skill was activated, so it could basically be always on. In other words, even if her eyes were closed, she could still see the magic power around her, which meant it was possible for her to fight while her eyes were closed. This essentially solved her vision problem. And since the condition for casting magic was being able to see your target, this should also be applicable. Rare hadn't tested it yet, but perhaps via Demonic Eyes, she could possibly even target magic itself with her spells. Normally, when you wanted to cancel out spells, you predicted the trajectory of the opponent's spell, then cast your own spell along that trajectory. However, perhaps it would be possible to use Demonic Eyes to directly cancel out spells that detonate at specific coordinates such as spells. I can't wait. This will let me define the meta. The next skills in their Demonic Eyes skill tree were Enhanced Demonic Eyes and Link Magic. Enhanced Demonic Eyes was very straightforward, augmenting the base skill by increasing the range of the effect and allowing her to designate specific objects to ignore. It was convenient for preventing her hands and wings from obstructing her view, and above all it allowed her to get rid of that thin pink filter generated by her eyelids that colored her entire field of view while her eyes were closed. Another benefit was that it allowed her to change the default color of pink, but she would be ignoring that setting for now. She wasn't really concerned with what color everything ended up being. Magic Link was ridiculously overpowered, with a cost to match. This skill connected the activation of magic to Demonic Eyes. In other words, magic could be cast silently. Simply stare at a target with Demonic Eyes, and think hard on the spell in order to cast it. However, since it did require her to look directly at her target, it couldn't be used while her eyes were closed. She wasn't exactly shooting laser beams from her eyes, so it shouldn't have mattered if her eyes were closed, but when she tried it out with healing magic, it didn't work. Compared to having to use her voice, it was indeed much less burdensome to simply open her eyes. Rare needed to make sure her half-open eyes were adjusted to the light beforehand in order to use it, though, so she would have to be extra careful about that. Basically, if she wanted to use it, she first had to open her eyes a little bit, make sure she could stand the light, then open them fully and stare at her target, at which point her spell would be cast at the target. Something along those lines. That sounds pretty awesome, actually. In any case, she had gotten her hands on another method of covering for her handicapped eyesight. Next is sunlight. Considering that I'm more or less totally fine under the shade of a tree, I should just constantly keep Dark Curtain active. After becoming a demon lord, Rare was able to learn dark magic, and the first skill was Dark Curtain, which could block light in an entire area. However, it wasn't a perfect screen, it simply made the area kind of dark. Thinking back to her recent battle, it would have been easily sufficient to shield her from sunlight. Unlike Demonic Eyes' fixed cost, this skill cost a small amount of MP over time to keep active, so she would have to be careful about keeping it activated for extremely long periods of time. So now, I have a way to effectively deal with all of my weaknesses. While I'm at it, I should grab any other Demon Lord-esque skills too. First was her horn. The horn originally provided passive bonuses to mental magic and ruler-type skills, and increased her own resistance to those types of skills. However, since it was a new body part, it was possible for there to be new skills related to it, like horn attack, or something. Not a thing. Well, thinking about it logically, any physical horn attacks would basically mean I would have to do a kind of headbutt. That sounds kind of lame for a demon lord, so yeah, I'm fine with that. So next would be her wings. They had already unlocked the flight skill for her, but it looked like she unlocked other new skills from fulfilling some conditions. I've got this new wing attack, skill. This has got to be that thing where I shoot tons of feathers from my wings. That's so cool. She excitedly purchased wing attack. But her excitement faded as she read the description. Oh, that's it. I definitely unlocked it after picking up barehanded. But wings are supposed to be sensitive body parts, so hitting people with them seems kinda, well, whatever. I guess swans in real life could supposedly break the bones of larger animals when striking with their wings so it wasn't a completely outrageous idea. In the game, her wings' power and toughness could be fortified with STR and VIT, so the recoil from using them to hit something shouldn't be that bad. Plus, Rare's wingspan, if she spread them out as far as possible, easily surpassed 3 meters. Since she normally folded them up and hugged them close to her body or wrapped them around her waist, they weren't too eye-catching. This made them appear much smaller than they really were, but they were more useful to her this way, so she tried not to be so disappointed about it. Considering that her reach with them was as much as 1.5 meters if she were to use them in melee combat, she was surprised to find herself warming up to the idea. This isn't a one-and-done skill tree. Next is, this is it, Feather Bullet. It was rather hard to imagine that Feather Bullet was part of the logical progression from barehanded to wing attack to this, so there must have been something else that led to it being unlocked. The culprit was probably throw, a skill she had picked up for playing with the wolf pups. She had never seriously used it before. However, throw really was an extremely versatile skill since it could be used at any time as long as you had a rock in your inventory. You obviously didn't need a skill to throw stuff, but it increased the power and accuracy of the thrown items, and it could also impart special effects to them. What? As soon as she learned Feather Bullet, she felt a strange sensation on her lower back. It was something she had felt before. So that's it. I've grown more wings. The number of wings curving out before her had increased from 2 to 4. Since they had come about from learning Feather Bullet, that must mean that one pair was for flying while the other pair was for shooting. So does that mean when I learn the next skill, Feather Gatling, I'm going to get even more wings? Rare thought of waiting to learn it until after she had tested out Feather Bullet first, but her curiosity got the better of her. Nothing happened. What the hell? The next skill in the tree, Discerning Feather Barrier. Rare immediately checked, partially because she had already gotten this far in the tree. Its effect was cover your immediate surroundings with flying feathers. Discerns information on everything within the barrier. Your skills gain increased effectiveness and success rate when activated within the barrier. She would have to check on what the exact range was, but this seemed to be yet another extremely useful skill. Useful, but HRM. The name is a little concerning. Discerning. I'll take it, of course, but the implications of being called the Discerning Demon Lord, and GH2, along with the now familiar itchy feeling, she grew yet another pair of wings from her back. So then, now I have melee range wings, long range wings, and magic support wings. Crazy. Every wing looked the same to anyone else. The only way to tell the difference between them was that their sizes differed slightly based on their positioning on her back. But that was it. Rare tried a few practice swings with her wings, but they all felt about the same when it came to attacking with them. When she tried firing a Feather Bullet at the wall, an arrow of light flew out from the wing she concentrated on and embedded itself into the wall, which turned out to be a feather. It seemed that any wing could be used for any of the wing-related skills. In any case, my combat capability, specifically physical combat, has improved. All right. Let's go get revenge then. If she didn't leave now, pretty soon 1 hour would have passed. Red just wanted to avenge her loss even a single second faster. This definitely had nothing to do with wanting to avoid awkwardly meeting her soon-to-be revived followers. From here, if I use high-speed flight to zip on over, I should get there in about an hour. There should be at least a few people still hanging around there, I bet. Or like, I have no idea where they all came from. But I'm sure there isn't a convenient way to get back there. Chapter 92, Revenge. When Rare got wings, she also got the skill, Flight, which allowed her to travel through the sky. However, it was simply the skill making her fly. She didn't actually use her wings to do it. Therefore, she didn't have to flap her wings like a bird normally would in order to displace air to generate lift and thrust, meaning she wasn't restricted to subsonic speeds either. So, since her wings would just be a source of drag while using high-speed flight, she could just fold them and wrap them around her body. And now, with demonic eyes, she could keep an eye on her surroundings with her eyes closed, so she didn't even need goggles. It seemed that trying to fly at this speed while maintaining dark curtain was a bit much, so she would just have to go without it this time. However, since she had more wings now that could cover up her entire body, none of her skin was exposed to the sun. She could avoid taking damage from sunlight when she had to go outside for short periods of time this way. The sun was much lower in the sky too, so it wasn't as strong compared to before. This was her first time flying by herself, but she was a lot faster than she thought she would be. It must have been at least 3 times faster than she expected. She didn't know whether it was because she wasn't wearing Yoroizaka now, or because she had obtained more wings, but either way, at this rate, she should reach the capital very soon. Your Majesty, boss. The capital would be coming into view any second now. But she suddenly received a bunch of friend chats. It was her followers. I'm sorry you all died so suddenly. Is everyone all right? That is what we want to know. Rather than that, where are you right now? Almost at the capital. You only just died. What are you thinking? That's exactly why, you see. Well, the people who killed me may have already left for all I know, but I still haven't accomplished my goal to raise the city. I understand. If your Majesty has made your decision, then I shall object no further. In that case, will you require adamantite soldiers once you arrive? I'll call for them when I'm ready. Sieg as well. I'll have you manage the city once I've taken it over. When you're ready, you say. It's nothing major. Anyway, about Kerry and the girls. Yeah, boss. Kerry clearly seemed to be unhappy. Don't be so down. This was all my fault. Where are you now? South of Libby. We're in a town called Konata. Based on the map, it should be next to monster territory, which meant it was possible for an invasion to occur. Stick around in that town for the moment and see if there's going to be an invasion. I'm interested to know how strong the attacking monsters and defending humans are. If you're going to lend a hand, help the humans. Sure. After I've destroyed the kingdom, I'll come find you. Finally, for Sugaru and World Tree, she rapidly gave them orders to get the Great Libby Forest, Trare Forest, and lured up and running again, then ended her friend chats. The capital was in sight. In the end, it took about 30 minutes to fly from the Great Libby Forest to the kingdom's capital. Since Rare was nearing the city, she slowed down and activated Dark Curtain. To decelerate, she completely opened all of her wings, using air resistance to brake. Rare couldn't see it for herself, but she was sure it looked cool as all hell. She was also cognizant of the fact that if she hadn't raised her STR and VIT as much as she had, the sheer force exerted on them could have been enough to rip her wings off completely. Oh? Only 3 are still here. There were few people wandering around Outer Wall area where the battle had taken place earlier. Only 3 of them looked like Sellzords, and one of them was Wayne. The tank named Gil was the 2. The last one didn't look familiar. They all stared up at Rare, looking stupefied. They were standing next to a mass of unknown metal. For an instant, she wondered if they were performing some kind of strange ritual, but then she realized it must have been Yoroizaka's remains. It didn't seem like they had done anything, so it was probably something that just happened on its own. Maybe that was what happened to living object-type monsters when they died. Rare leisurely descended in front of them, releasing Dark Curtain. As she landed on the ground, the sun still shone down from the sky, but its rays were much weaker down on the surface. The catastrophe. Wait. You mean we didn't beat her? Actually, she's got more wings now. She clearly got stronger, didn't she? The fact that Rare had come down to fight on the ground before was also a contributing factor to her pitiful performance. If she had just stayed in the air and carpet bombed them, it would have been an easy win. However, Rare's objective was to use her XP better, not fight better. She could be careless or conceited as long as she made sure she always held the winning hand. Maybe this is where she awakens. What was that? Wayne, what did you just say? Maybe this isn't an event where we repel the catastrophe. Maybe this event is where the catastrophe awakens. You mean no matter what we do, Highs will end up destroyed? Is that what you mean? Meaning this isn't the boss for the event, but rather the event is introducing a new boss. She had an inkling from the fight before too. But somehow they were mistaking Rare for an NPC event boss. She didn't particularly mind either way. She would do her best to act as an NPC for them. Not to mention, pretending to be an NPC in front of Wayne again. This has gone far beyond crazy coincidence. At this point, it's like we're destined to be connected like this. Wayne's conclusions tended to be weirdly off base, but also always right on the money where it mattered. An awakening event. He wasn't exactly wrong about that. So, is it only you three? What happened to all the others? They had already heard her voice before, so it wasn't a problem for Rare to speak to them. KH, what do? We might be scripted to lose, but let's gather as much info as we can. Is that all we can do? I wish I could have replenished my soul stones. Rare idly wondered if there was some way for him to get more here in the capital. There was no real point to speculating. She was just purely curious. If NPCs sold them, then he would just have more stored in his inventory. He could also attack the shops to get more. More importantly, the fact that he was grumbling about them meant that this was their mental magic player. She couldn't quite recall his name, though. Discerning feather barrier. Her third to sixth wings flapped open wide, releasing feathers. She hadn't checked the exact range on this skill, but it seemed to cover up to mid-range. If she was really able to sense everything that went on inside its range, then this skill was truly indispensable. Countless white feathers danced around them. Normally, they would have been black, making the skill look a lot more sinister, which could maybe make opponents more anxious. But when Rare used it, it simply looked like something out of a dream. Will there be no arrows this time? Even if there were, they wouldn't be of any use. As soon as they breached her discerning feather barrier, she would know which direction they came from. Once she knew, with her high eye, Rare could react fast enough to pluck them out of the air by their arrowheads. Are there no other knights or soldiers in the city? I don't mind if you call them here. She was already here looking for a face-off, so she wanted to trample over at least as many people as there had been before. If there weren't enough players, then the remaining could be filled by NPCs. Hey, what about Lawson's knights? They should probably have respawned by now. If we can stall for time, they might already be on their way. Looks like we won't need to. They're already here. Hearing that from the one guy whose name she didn't know, Rare directed her attention to the gate, where she sensed multiple mana signatures coming toward them. There were quite a lot of them, enough to believe it was an entire order of knights. They each seemed to have comparatively high amounts of mana. If this guild guy was a higher rank player and Wayne was mid-rank, then the knights would be somewhere in between. Then again, since she was only judging by their MP, it was unclear how accurate of a barometer that would be with regards to their capability as knights. Based only on MP, Mr. Mental Magic, here was far and away the number one. About 40, then? More than how many there were before. Well, that's fine. Now, time to begin my revenge. Rare promptly decided to try out her new skill, Feather Gatling. Based on the help text, its damage scaled with dex. She hadn't raised hers as much compared to her other stats, but it should still be higher than any of the players or NPCs here. If this skill seemed useful, then she could just invest more XP into dex later. Along with her declaration of the keyword, countless white bullets shot out from her outspread wings, peppering the knights. The bullets didn't have enough firepower to pierce through their armor, but they were strong enough to knock the knights back after a few direct hits. Some were unlucky enough that bullets happened to find the openings in their armor. Those ones died instantly. She didn't use this attack last time. It's got to be an ability from her new wings. Since Wayne would have died far too easily from this attack, Rare had only aimed it at the incoming knights. Gil might have been able to withstand it, but Mr. Mental Magic would also have gotten ripped apart. The frustration she had felt was unforgettable. In return, she intended to impart on them a most brutal death. As a souvenir, while the knights faltered from the force of her Feather Gatling, Rare cracked open her eyes just a bit. It had gotten pretty dark in the area. There was no need for her to wait for her vision to adjust. With her eyes fully open, she looked right at all the knights. Her normal vision and the mana visible from demonic eyes overlapped. Since the knights had been forced back a little bit from her assault, they were a little hard to see, but she could use what she saw with demonic eyes to determine the coordinates. No problem. She concentrated on her demonic eyes to cast a spell. Rare silently unleashed a dark implosion, swallowing the knights up in darkness. Inside, they were clumped together and violently tossed around, then crushed as the darkness grew smaller and smaller before finally disappearing. She never had an opportunity to test this skill out before, so she was now using it for the first time, Thinking back to the previous battle, she felt incredibly relieved that she hadn't tried it when she had been casting spells at herself. While its area of effect was smaller than most other spells, the amount of carnage and destruction it caused rendered her speechless. But still, this was fine. What the hell? Silent casting. No, her eyes. That response meant something had happened with her eyes. She was able to check her wings by herself, but she couldn't do the same for her eyes. Perhaps there was some kind of visual effect when she used demonic eyes to cast. She really did need a mirror. She hit the surviving knights with several more spells using her demonic eyes. It was a bit overkill, but it was prudent to be completely sure they were dead. After finishing up with the knights, Rare closed her eyes once more and turned to face Wayne's group. Won't you attack, or grab onto me, like before? Ah, you can even try your mental magic, if you'd like. Even after being provoked, Wayne and his companions didn't move. They just stared in shock at where the knights had disappeared. If they wanted to get as much information about Rare as possible, they should have at least tried to observe how she responded to being attacked. If you won't attack, then yes, let us chat for a bit. In our battle earlier, there was that strange, I believe someone called it a field debuff. What was that? Do you still have it? Will you not use it this time? She was still curious about it. If it could be mass-produced, or if it was something that every country had stockpiled, then she would have to be much more careful with future invasions. Wayne, snapping out of his fugue, show back. Do you think we'd really tell you? No, she didn't. Threats wouldn't work on players who always revived no matter how many times they died. This was basically just idle conversation. Rare didn't expect them to earnestly answer her. When she had time, she would just go check out the forums. Even if they wanted to hide the information from her, with how many players knew about it, there would definitely be someone who would post about it. She wasn't exactly trying to roleplay, but she thought it might be something that a bitter catastrophe might ask. If you don't want to chat, then so be it. I will quickly dispose of you and move on to the city. KHOO. He really didn't like the fact that she was attacking the capital. Not hard to understand why, considering most NPCs couldn't come back to life. Why are you after the capital? So we are going to chat, then? You seek answers from me after refusing my questions? Isn't that terribly selfish of you? Well, I don't mind. With her eyes still closed, Rare looked up at the wall. Even though her demonic eyes turned it pink, the towering structure still looked as dazzling as it had been at noon. Because it is beautiful. After seeing it from sky, it was so beautiful that I wanted it. Once I have this city, I will fill it with my undead. This was a declaration of war. For these kinds of scenarios, it's much more dramatic to tell someone her plan, then succeed at it. It was like making good on a promise. Now then, I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Time to wrap up this RP session. Farewell for now. One day, I shall also find and kill the others who were here before. You seem to be able to come back to life after you've died, so let them know I'm coming. She opened her eyes, looked at Wayne's group, and cast Dark Implosion again, which just happened to finish cooling down. Just like with the nights before, the three of them were swallowed up in darkness and smooshed together before finally disappearing in a crumpled heap. Rare felt herself holding down just a bit of acid reflux. Her little talk with them had been to mask waiting for her spell to cool down. It was foolhardy not to suspect that an enemy spellcaster might be trying to stall for time. Chapter 93, Capital Slaughter. Rare got a bit of XP from the knights she crushed earlier. However, the three players just now had given her absolutely nothing. That's weird. Those three were clearly, well, two of them at least, stronger than the knights, I thought. Was there some reason I didn't get any XP from them? She thought it over while going around storing Wayne's left-behind items in her inventory, the drops from Euro Isaaca. However, she didn't have enough data to narrow down the possible reasons right now. Oh well, I can just think about it again the next time it happens. Having taken care of the few remaining players who made up Wayne's group as well as the capable-looking knights, Rare once again summoned a large number of adamantite soldiers as well as Sieg within the city. They ran around dealing with any knights or soldiers while doing their best to avoid destroying any buildings. But first, there was something else that had to be done, and that was to find and neutralize the inns and any other possible respawn points. The 3 players Red just killed should have all died in the first battle as well. The fact that they had gathered back in the same place before she got back meant that they must have respawned in the capital. Since she summoned living object and undead monsters, mental magic skills wouldn't be very effective, but she had to be wary of soul stones now. Even if the guy couldn't get any more, he did say that he had 4 left, which meant that, in the worst case, up to 4 of her followers could be controlled. Those 4 would require 4 of her other troops to handle, meaning up to 8 units could be considered incapacitated for a short period of time. She had to be careful. And that Gil player, he was currently quite powerful based on what Rhea had seen. He might be at the same level as an Adaman leader, or perhaps even stronger than one. Thinking back to the first event, she could infer that he must have put in quite a lot of work and earned a lot of XP. She evaluated the other players she had encountered in both events as the same. She couldn't let her guard down around them. I need to bring down the capital, destroy this kingdom, and earn much more XP. After all, I could be attacked by any number of players working together on my side, though. If I were to be defeated, my entire army would immediately crumble. Coup play. Rhea had never experienced it, at least not in this game. I don't have any. Wait, no, I don't have many friends. She wasn't really jealous. However, simply from a rational perspective, in order to minimize risk, she was thinking it could be a good idea to find a single other player to have as a collaborator. I wonder where I could even find a monster player. I don't think they tend to use the forums very much. It would be nice if there were any players who enjoyed extravagantly crushing human cities like she was doing now. If she could add on another thing, they should also understand the advantages of pretending to be an event boss. It would be great if this person also got carried away acting out their mischief. Yeah. There's no one out there like that. Maybe if I went to another country. Well, first I've got to finish tearing down this country. After this, no one would be coming to the Great Libby Forest anymore. That's because the city near it no longer existed. The same was probably true for Treforest. In which case, if Rhea wanted to earn more XP, then she would have to turn this place into a city of death. As planned, then she could wait for more prey to come to her. If the capital of a kingdom was completely swallowed up in monster territory, there was no way the surrounding countries would just sit back and watch. That's why she was counting on news of this event to spread all across the continent. You can ignore any knights or soldiers on horseback. Let those ones escape. But if they're just running away on foot, you may dispose of them. There probably wouldn't be any messengers trying to escape on foot. Anyone they saw like that would likely be a simple deserter. For any proper knights, even if they were to escape, they would still die if their noble master were to be killed, so it was better for them to resist. All right. Now where are the inns? The skeletal knights were scattered all around the city. Considering the size of the capital, a squad of adamantite soldiers by itself might not be enough, but Sieg's summoned skeletal knights were very plentiful. Since he clearly surpassed the standard maximum limit for summon, he had to have been using some kind of other skill to break that limit. One piece of good news was that her followers, namely the ants and skeletal knights, automatically respawned 1 hour after Rhea's death. That meant the 1 hour respawn timer wasn't a cooldown timer, it was some other kind of variable. It was probably the time during which a revive could be accepted. If it was possible for someone to receive a rest during this time, then it would make sense to prevent automatic respawning from triggering. It was in times of chaos that a person's true nature would become apparent. A plump merchant pulling on his neighbor's hand seemed to be trying to escape while what looked like a soldier pushed himself through the waves of people against the flow. The single constant Rhea could see was that everyone wanted to get as far away from the skeletons as they could. The ones running are probably the residents. The ones who aren't running are either knights who wouldn't die, or players. Wayne. From up in the sky, it was easy to spot people acting differently from the masses. He was pushing through the crowd with Gil and linking up with the knights to stand against the adamantite soldiers and the skeletons, which meant she could use the direction they came from to trace back to their inn. But this is the nobles' quarter. It's in the center of the city. Do they really have enough money for a room here? It was too bad that Rhea didn't know where their respawn points were. She didn't want to just go around smashing every building either. She wanted to preserve this beautiful townscape as much as possible. Her only option was to keep those respawn points in check without destroying anything. And in order to do that, I just need to have all the safe zones in the capital under my control, and then spawn camp them. So she needed more numbers. However, Rare and Sieg had both wrung out everything they could from their summon skills. In other words, until it cooled down, she would have to work with what she already had. Technically, if I just need them under my control, I don't need combat strength for that. Both Rare and Sieg had a way to increase their forces using temporary, expendable pawns, the conscripts generated from Necromantic Barrier, and Necromantic General. Leave combat to the soldiers, and use weak undead to clear out the buildings. Even though she would now stop searching for inns, Rare still had other work to do. Cast Necromantic Barrier, turn the fresh dead into zombies, sick a squad of adamantite soldiers after Wayne's party. If the zombies were hit by an unlucky ray of sunlight, they would immediately be purified, but thanks to the massive city wall, most of the city was currently within its shade. She didn't really care about Wayne himself, but that guild player might have enough power to take her out. The only thing she could do was suppress them with pure numbers. And if they died, they would just respawn again somewhere else. She had to keep them alive until her forces finished taking control of the entire capital. Their encounters had to be skillfully directed so that they would keep fighting instead of considering suicide. Her forces hadn't found him yet, but she also had to be careful of that mental magic guy. He could control up to 4 enemies at once, which meant he required multiple times that many units to neutralize. Thus she would have to dedicate multiple adamantite soldiers just for him. Well, all I can do is leave it to them. As for me, Rare looked in the direction Wayne's group had come from, the center of the capital. I've got to take care of the nobles in order to put an end to the knights. No telling how many of them there are. There were fewer knights in the castle than Rare expected. As far as she could see, most of them were out in the city proper. They must have been ordered to prioritize the citizens, the lifeblood of the kingdom, over the nobles. I think that's very noble of them, but if the nobles themselves die, then the knights protecting those citizens will also die. Either way, the fewer knights there were, the easier it was for her. Your Majesty. Standing before the entrance to the castle were Dees and Sieg. Sieg made sense. Rare had summoned him. But how did Dees get here? The only one who could summon him was Rare, his master. She landed before them and inquired about just that. How did you get here, Dees? Don't me you ran here, did you? Of course he couldn't have. Well, she couldn't rule it out completely. No, even if it was technically possible, there was no way. It had only been an hour since Dees had respawned. One of the skeletal leaders I summoned was carrying him, Sieg reported apologetically. Rare had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. In essence, I was temporarily considered equipment for the skeletal leader, thus I was able to be summoned along with it. Was this intended behavior? No, of course not. They're definitely going to patch this during the next maintenance. They'll probably fix it so that physically carrying a character doesn't count as equipment. These follower NPCs had more or less obeyed Rare's orders. That was a high-performance AI for you. It was able to find a loophole in the fuzzy commands she had issued. They weren't inferior at all to real humans. In fact, it was possible for individuals with strong personalities to exploit fuzzy commands by contorting them to be interpreted in a way that individually benefited them. That must have been how this came about. As I am your Majesty's royal guard, I must use everything at my disposal to hasten to your Majesty's side. I figured you would say something like that. Well, since you're here, I am about to assault the castle. We shall proceed as 3. Chapter 94, Exchanging Venom. No manners observed. Rare wasn't sure if the nobles would be inside the castle. However, even nobles wouldn't stay in the capital for no reason. If they lived here, then they should have some sort of work they needed to do here. Normally speaking, that would be running the kingdom, especially now during a crisis. It would be natural to assume they were probably all crammed together in some kind of centralized location. It was possible for some of them to hole up in their mansions, but those ones would be easy to spot by checking how tight their defenses were, so she could go around finding them later. The castle gate was shut tight, but in a flash, Dees diced it up into tiny pieces and it crumbled apart. It didn't matter if those doors were made out of wood or any other material. While it looked rather solid, it was nowhere as sturdy as a tree, and I must say, Your Majesty. What is it? You have taken yet another step toward divinity. Ah, that's right. Her followers hadn't yet seen her after learning all those skills. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? I have to admit I quite like the look. Is there something the matter with your eyes? You have had them closed since earlier. He. It's because I can still sense what's going on around me even with my eyes closed now. I only need to open them in times of need. They chatted casually while forcing their way into the royal castle. Just as Rare had seen from above earlier, there were barely any knights within. Some were coming toward them, while others rushed further into the castle, probably to report on the situation. Well, if they're coming for us, then let them. I'm sure they're currently short-handed on all fronts. Try to kill them as cleanly as possible. That'll help when we turn them into undead. However, they were probably already subordinated by a noble. If so, then even if the corpses were zombified with necromancy, their souls wouldn't be bound. Without an accompanying soul, they could only create weak undead. Do we make up for it with numbers? If we're just going to raise all of them as undead, maybe we'll get lucky and a few of them won't be under the effects of subordinate. After that, Rare and her generals continued raiding the castle, cutting down any knights and maids they encountered. Since they were unable to bind the knights' souls with necromancy, they could only be turned into weak undead monsters, which they called lesser zombies for the sake of convenience. That wasn't the case for the maids, though. Between the effects of Rare's necromantic barrier, and Dee's and Sieg's miasma, they had been reborn as rather strong undead. Maids and civil servants are much more useful. Regardless of what the body originally was, the type of resulting undead didn't really vary all that much. Both knights and maids alike turned into zombies. However, whether it was because they had higher INT in life, or because maids and civil servants just had higher INT in general, the way they walked was just as refined as when they were alive. If they were killed cleanly, ignoring the change in skin color, other people may not even be able to tell they had been zombified. But what the hell? What is up with these hallways? They had already gotten lost and had to retrace their steps countless times. There weren't many windows so they couldn't see what was going on outside. But since there was no light coming in from them at all, the sun must have long set. That said, Rare's forces were stronger at night, so this was a welcome development. With a sudden epiphany, Rare taught the maids beside her fire magic. Since the knights who had become lesser zombies couldn't learn it, there must have been some kind of condition for zombies to learn magic. Maids light the candles on the walls with fire. As one, the maid zombies all cast a spell to light every candle within range. Splendid. I wonder if we could make something like this for our cave. I am sure it is possible, but there are no windows underground, so starting fires could make it much more difficult to breathe. He was absolutely right. And not only that, there weren't even that many people in their group who needed light to see. The most affected person had been Rare herself, but now she could navigate literally with her eyes closed. Let's not then. What if we keep building the nest up and up like an anthill? Think we could make it look like a castle? Why not discuss the matter with Queen Sugaru? We are not the ones who will be performing the labor. Since Urfaron was destroyed, the number of visitors to the Great Forest would surely decrease. The ants would have the free time to work on it. Rare also wanted them to work on the farms again, but if it seemed like the engineers could handle another project on top of that, then she wanted to propose it. In any case, Your Majesty. Yeah, I can tell. There are a lot of people up ahead. After turning the next corner, the hallway would open into a wider space. Up ahead, Rare could see an excessively ornate door. Beyond it was probably an audience chamber of some sort. I wonder if normal people also have to go through this meandering hallway to seek an audience, or maybe there's a shortcut somewhere. The maids had split up to search for people hiding in other rooms, but reported that they found none. Rare ordered them to form teams of at least 5 and released them into the castle. If they encountered an enemy they didn't think they could defeat, they were to flee. Discerning feather barrier. All right, open the door. Now, fire. The instant the door opened, countless attack spells came flying out. There seemed to be some holy magic spells mixed in. Most likely it was because they believed Rare's group to consist of undead. 2 of them in fact were, but Rare herself was not. Using demonic eyes to single them out, she specifically cancelled out only those spells. Since she erred on the safe side and used stronger magic to accomplish this, a number of other spells also got cancelled out in the process. For any spells that weren't holy magic, they were weakened by both Ds and Sieg's miasma, auras, so barely any damage would get through, and that damage was promptly healed up via treatment. Treatment could only be used on a single target within arm's reach, and it didn't heal for much. However, it had 2 points in its favor: it cost very little MP, and it had an extremely short cooldown. Healing magic was the exact opposite. It healed for a lot and had a long range, but its MP cost was high and its cooldown was rather long as well. And since it was one of the types of magic, it was also included in the global spell cooldown, which made it a huge hassle. This was why it was so hard to build an all-purpose caster. Maybe she had only discovered healing magic very recently, so this was just her guess. In this game, healing skills didn't damage undead. Rather than restoring life force, they just mended wounds. The silver bullet to use against undead was holy magic. When unaffected by exceptional skills like miasma, holy magic spells dealt 150% damage to undead targets, as far as Rare could tell when using demonic eyes. To see how powerful this spell barrage was, Ds and Sieg wouldn't take any fatal damage. But there was no reason to purposely take any hits either. The reason she had sent the maid zombies off somewhere else was to avoid losing any of them to this attack. After all, Rare could tell that they were casting spells long before the door was opened. For the most part, they just waited until the enemy's magic assault was over. Rare's job was pretty simple. Aside from monitoring for more holy magic spells, she simply ignored all other spells and occasionally used healing skills. There were knights huddled against the wall to avoid being hit by magic who tried to slowly approach the doorway. But since they were within discerning feather barrier's area of effect, they were unable to conceal themselves from Rare. Whenever they popped into view, she used feather gatling to beat them back. I know I was playing things safe, but when I cast spells that are too strong, I guess that must be because of discerning feather barrier. Rare's magic did get a bonus when being cast within her barrier. After all, a short time later, there was a lull in the enemy's magic barrage, and now knights holding up shields charged out. First I'll blast them with magic, then I guess I'll stop them after they lose their formation. Not a bad plan. However, her necromantic knights wouldn't let things get even that far. They cut down or blew back swaths of charging knights at once, not allowing a single one to get close to Rare. I was going to try out wing attack. Well, whatever. Since more magic came flying out whenever someone's cooldown finished, the two sides repeated this exchange for quite some time. But knights were being killed each time, so their numbers slowly dwindled. Soon, everything was over. Now then, are you all quite finished? So you must be. The catastrophe who attacked the capital. The one who replied to Rare was a well-built older man. The fierce look in his eyes indicated that he was different from these other corpulent nobles. When inquiring about someone's identity, you're supposed to introduce yourself first. Aren't you being quite impolite? I return your statement right back at you. If you want to visit someone's home, make an appointment first. Have you no manners? Well damn. He was exactly right. This was no ordinary person. It is as you say. I am what you people call a catastrophe. Probably. Since I don't call myself that, I wouldn't know. Chapter 95, Immortal Ruler. Yes, catastrophe is simply a term we use. You are the monster who was born 10 days ago in the Great Libby Forest, correct? Your Excellency, this isn't the time for. If this thing isn't the catastrophe, then we may have to face an even worse threat. Just stay silent. Going by the way he was addressed, this intrepid old man was apparently the Prime Minister. However, given all the other useless nobles present, Rare had a full grasp on his position and why he had to deliberately ask such a question. In deference to our kind nobleman here, I shall answer you. 10 days ago or so, was it? I suppose you could say my birth took place then. To be precise, that was when Rare reincarnated into a demon lord, but she wasn't going to tell them how she was a high elf who had been corrupted by monsters. Earlier, you should have been vanquished by those brave sellswords. While Rare didn't break the cryptic smile that she had adopted since the start, she had to shift her pose to cover up the knee-jerk twitch her body produced, especially her wings. Since they were appendages she didn't have in real life, it was much harder to keep them under control. Indeed. How did you revive? Why would I tell you? The Prime Minister seemed to have more to say, but the other nobles start raising a ruckus. Your Excellency, surely this creature isn't the servant of an even greater power. It can't be a hand of the Archangel. But it doesn't match the angels from our literature. Even though she wasn't even doing anything, information just kept on pouring out. Perhaps it would be smarter for Rare to just stay quiet whenever she was at the negotiating table. This was what happened to her before when she spoke to Wayne as well. The more she talked, the more she leaked. When she imagined Wayne seeing her this way back then, she could feel herself filling up with an emotion very different from the frustration she had been feeling. Putting that aside, first she had to mull over these new angel and archangel words. Rare hadn't read too carefully since she was trying to avoid inflicting mental anguish on herself. But when she went to check the forums earlier, she found a thread titled World First Catastrophe Down. In other words, to the players who had fought her before, the fact that Rare was a catastrophe had already been disseminated as common knowledge. Even though it had only been 10 days since Rare, or really the Demon Lord, has been born, considering that there was already widespread use of the term catastrophe among both the NPCs and the players, it seemed clear that Rare was not the first. At least one other existed. This Archangel was probably it. However, if it were only the Archangel, then people could just call it the Archangel and that would be that. Even if they wanted a different word to use that was further removed from angel, there was no need to deliberately go so far to catastrophe. Which meant that, not counting Rare, multiple catastrophes existed. You've done your research. However, she didn't need to try to forcefully obtain more information about them right here. She could just check the forums more thoroughly later. There were sure to be other players who had information about catastrophes, and there were probably lore mega threads where research-obsessed players would gather to share that information. In any case, as thanks for the information, Rare would play along with them for a bit before bringing things to a close. Indeed, I'm the Archangel. Bow before me. That is a lie. Do you take us for fools? Immediately called out. Yep, she really should just keep her mouth shut. And what makes you think that? The Prime Minister didn't respond, instead pulling out what appeared to be a short rainbow patterned stick from his pocket and pointing it at Rare. This is my answer. I invoke their vein of the Spirit Lord. Nothing seemed to occur at first. If it had been the Rare from before, she may not have realized what was going on. But now that she had demonic eyes, as well as discerning feather barrier, to monitor the Prime Minister's status, it was quite obvious what was happening. This is the field debuff from earlier. No wait, it isn't a field now. It only affects me. A single target debuff item. That seems extremely inefficient. However, the effect was indeed the real deal. There was a line through the air between Rare and the stick that even demonic eyes and discerning feather barrier were unable to provide any information about. It wasn't just a simple debuff, either. It seemed to render all of Rare's powers unusable. Actually, if they had something like this all along, couldn't they have combined it with a magical barrage? Or what? Did they have yet another trick up their sleeves? There weren't any players left from before, but that didn't mean it was alright to just leave this be. Rare started pondering how someone could use charm to steal this item when things took a dramatic turn. The Spirit Lord. You knaves dare speak of the Spirit Lord. Dees and Siag were standing on either side of Rare. However, she was the only one who could hear what they were saying. As she curiously wondered what was wrong with them, the Prime Minister in front of her was doing his utmost to keep pointing the little stick at her. The fact that this vein of the Spirit Lord weakens you is evidence that you are not an angel. This item is an ancient treasure left behind for the good of humanity. It has the ability to rob evil beings like you of their strength. What led to your earlier death was also a treasured item bestowed with the protection of the Spirit Lord. Was it because of the atmosphere? Even the Prime Minister had begun expositing info. Rare remembered similarly being carried away by the mood herself, though, so she wasn't about to call him out on it. It was the moment someone thinks I've won. That idea leads people ever closer to making a mistake. Well, calling it a mistake may be too dramatic, but they tend to do things they don't need to do. All the things the Prime Minister had said just now were a perfect example of this. Don't fuck with me, Dees and Siag roared, spewing out the thickest miasma Rare had ever seen. Only she could understand what they were saying, but the screams themselves caused the entire room to shake. Hey, what's going on? Visit Light Novel Reader. For extra chapters. Even Rare was a bit worried by this unexpected outburst. They emitted so much force that all the nobles aside from the Prime Minister fell to the floor, unable to do anything but shiver uncontrollably as they watched from there. That was when, your follower has fulfilled a condition for reincarnation. You may spend 1000 XP for it to reincarnate. Permit reincarnation. Your follower has fulfilled a condition for reincarnation. You may spend 1000 XP for it to reincarnate. Permit reincarnation. That's expensive. Expensive, but not so much that she couldn't afford it. Not to mention, since Rare was learning from her mistakes, she had a stock of unused XP set aside for emergencies. But no, that wasn't the real problem, which was the question of what conditions they had fulfilled exactly. However, even if she didn't know the answer to that, she did know that ever since the two of them first used a Greater Philosopher's Stone, they were unable to reincarnate any further. If they could surmount that invisible wall here, then she should be pulling them up. She did feel a twinge of fear at using her emergency XP stores, but there was still a week of in-game time left in the event. They could just get more. Sugaru's reincarnation would be delayed even further, but she could just apologize afterward. I permit both of them to reincarnate. Initializing reincarnation. Initializing reincarnation. The two of them were slowly covered in particles of light. Once they had been completely enfolded in light, even their silhouettes could no longer be seen. Or at least, that's what Rare assumed was happening. But since she had her eyes closed and was using demonic eyes to see, all she knew was that her entire field of view had turned pink. However, there were some things that probably only Rare could tell. The two undead were sucking up mana. Since she was standing right between them, it felt as though all the mana from their surroundings had gathered around them, which was what rendered her unable to see. I see, so the energy needed for reincarnation comes from the mana in the area. Luckily, it appeared that the Prime Minister and any surviving mages were busy staring dumbfoundedly at the undead generals, so even though Rare couldn't see anything, it didn't seem like there were going to be any additional complications. She could pretend this was all planned and just keep her eyes closed. What the hell is happening to them? Here, their transformation finished. Rare opened her eyes for the first time in a while to look at them. Death Lord, Dees of Resentment, has reincarnated into Immortal Ruler, Dees of Rage. Death Lord, Sieg, has reincarnated into Immortal Ruler, Sieg of Grief. The two men's appearances had become exalted in a way that truly suited the Moniker ruler. Unlike before when they looked like skeletons with a layer of skin hanging off their bones, they had regained what she assumed was their physical appearance from their former lives. Not the skin color, though. Dees had white swept-back hair and a mustache, giving him the look of a dapper old man. However, the blazing fire of rage in his pupils ruined any semblance of a calm demeanor he might try to express. Sieg had a very masculine face with long black hair tied in a ponytail. He could almost be described as having the elegance of a young lion, but the profound sadness in his eyes imparted a tragic history. You two have turned into, well, rather handsome men. A special being of calamity, an immortal ruler, has been born. Because their immortal ruler is already under the control of an existing power, the global message will be suppressed. A special being of calamity, an immortal ruler, has been born. Because their immortal ruler is already under the control of an existing power, the global message will be suppressed. So, this is the same thing that happened when it was me. Except, since they were already under the control of an existing power, that blast message didn't get sent out again. In other words, the message only goes out when something brand new representing a new threat to humanity is born. So basically, this is a disaster. This discovery had enormous implications. Rare had to determine how many catastrophes the human races have identified later, but basically, if a new monster with catastrophe-level power was born under the control of an existing catastrophe, humanity wouldn't be explicitly informed of it. Apparently, this world was much more dangerous than she had imagined. To make matters worse, races that were powerful enough to be deemed catastrophes were not limited to a single individual. Both Dees and Sieg had become immortal rulers. That meant that it was possible for a demon lord other than Rare to be born in the future. Or perhaps there already was one. I can't let my guard down at all, can I? Well, from a game balance perspective, there aren't that many catastrophes on this continent. But I shouldn't be too optimistic beyond that. Chapter 96. The Death of the Kingdom's Prime Minister, Douglas O'Connell. Your Majesty, we are loath to ask, But could you allow us to take over from here? The two undead seemed to have calmed down. They asked to take over. But what exactly did they want to take over? Was there something else to do besides kill them? That's fine, but what are you going to do? There is something we need to hear from these rats, huh? Even though you can't talk? Rare wasn't exactly opposed to translating. If the two of them wanted information, then she was also interested in hearing it. NNH. Now they can hear me as well, Siak suddenly said out loud. For an instant, Rare thought it was friend chat, but she clearly heard it. His latest reincarnation had given him the ability to speak again. NNIC. We are now able to talk. This will make things go more quickly. It really did seem that reincarnating did the trick. After confirming it for himself, Dees quickly stepped forward and grabbed the only person standing, the Prime Minister, by the collar with one hand and lifted him up into the air. With the other hand, he twisted off the man's arm. There, Vein of the Spirit Lord, fell to the floor, shattering on impact. Gug. She remembered this sensation. There was no way she could forget. Apparently, this powerful debuff was a special effect of the item being destroyed. However, unlike when it happened last time, it wasn't so strong that she couldn't stand. She was also not on the receiving end of any damage this time, and the magnitude of the effect seemed slightly weaker than before. If you ever see that item he was holding again, it's imperative that it does not break. Your Majesty. You bastards. Dees looked like he wanted to kill the Prime Minister right away, but Rare had a feeling this wasn't the man's fault. But she didn't feel that it was quite appropriate to admonish Dees either. If this were a field debuff, all she would have to do is exit the area of effect, but she didn't know what to do when it was a single target effect. There should still be an effective area. If she got as far away as she possibly could, it should probably wear off. Oh. It's gone now. Phew. It must only last for a short time. Interesting. I'm glad we were able to discover that here. The fact that you could so frivolously activate it means that, as I suspected, you have a way to mass-produce them. Dees, I wonder if His Excellency has any more of those items. If they were one-use items, then he should have more in reserve. Rare's LP wouldn't automatically come back after having her max LP reduced. Since she had lost more than treatment could effectively cure, she would use healing magic here instead. An excellent question, Dees shouted while starting to search the Prime Minister's body. She was treated to a scene of a silver-haired dandy groping the chest of a plump elderly gentleman. This is borderline. I wonder if there's any demand for this. I can't say for sure. So you have no more. Apparently, the Prime Minister didn't have any other items on his person. Since Dees had ripped off his arm, the man's face was turning quite pale, and a cold sweat was beading on his forehead. So it's not a craftable item. Well, if he doesn't have any more, then that's that. Anyway, Dees, His Excellency no longer seems capable of conversation. You should let him go already. Didn't you have questions? Why don't you go ask those gentlemen on the ground back there? I would think their tongues will be looser than the Prime Minister's. In that case, allow me, Siag suggested, walking over to the collapsed nobles. Dees did not release the Prime Minister. I suppose I have no choice. Treatment. Rare approached the two and used treatment on the Prime Minister. One cast did not stop the bleeding. After a number of casts, the wound closed up, completely stopping the flow of blood. In comparison, that healer players, healing magic, could even restore a lost arm. Even though it cost MP, treatment was still more of a technique and not actually magic. It was similar to something like tanning. Because of that, no matter how much LP it restored, unlike with magical healing, there was no way for it to regrow limbs. It could only achieve what could be accomplished through natural means. It could not ignore the laws of nature and cure instantly. GHHWH. Why did you heal me? Because you seem most likely to have the answers we want. Now then, Dees and Siag have something to say. As she spoke, Rare concentrated on her discerning feather barrier. Surely, enough time had passed for one of the mages to have recovered enough MP to cast another spell. The reason they hadn't run away yet must have been because they had not given up on resisting. It would have been fine to kill them, but they had been accompanying the nobles all this time, meaning they were probably someone's followers. In other words, once she was done with the nobles, she could kill them all. All right, Dees. Ask what you will. My sincere gratitude. It shames me to waste your valuable time with this, Your Majesty. Now then, Worm. Just now, You mentioned a spirit lord. Ugh, hearing a filthy creature like you utter that sacred name is revolting. Shut your mouth. This old man has the shittiest conversational skills, whatever. Charm. There. Rhea had already run out of patience and promptly used charm. She had never charmed a humanoid capable of speech before, so she wouldn't know if he could actually provide coherent information in this state until they tried asking. At the very least, the fact that he wouldn't hurl abuse every time he opened his mouth would be an improvement. Now ask. Your Excellency, answered Iz's questions. I can do naught but offer apologies over and over again. Worm, why did you speak of the Spirit Lord, and what was that item? This was something Rhea also wanted to hear. She was glad they could save some effort here. That artifact. It is a treasure that the Spirit Lord who used to reign over these lands left behind. Its effects are, blast the effects. What do you mean, the Spirit Lord left behind a treasure? No, the effects were pretty important too, but Rhea was interested in the keyword artifact, which implied that it was some kind of important item, as well as the fact that it was a treasure that was left behind. In the event that the Spirit Lord were to perish, a rare treasure, called an artifact, was passed down to his descendants. It could be used to oppose the catastrophes. In other words, it was a countermeasure for when a threat appeared that the military was unable to repel. It was unclear if the Spirit Lord was just a piece of lore used to explain an item that the game developers created to prevent the kingdom from collapsing too easily, or if the Spirit Lord or whatever actually prepared this item. A Spirit Lord. Perhaps there could have been a Spirit Lord standing here right now. It could have been Rhea. She had ended up choosing to become a Demon Lord, but the other option had been a Spirit Lord. But even if she had chosen differently, it was hard to say if she would have been able to learn how to craft that item. Maybe it was a skill that wouldn't unlock unless she were a Spirit Lord. It had been silent, but then Deeze's pupils shone red. They were the same red right after he had reincarnated. Some part of this conversation probably fueled his rage. I shall correct 1 point. His Majesty the Spirit Lord had no descendants. As far as I know, they were all killed during the rebellion. Deeze was once the captain of the Royal Guard of the continent's only United Kingdom. She was told that back in the past, a member of royal family had been murdered. They had most likely been a relative of the Spirit Lord, or perhaps it had been the Lord himself. Someone with royal blood could have possibly survived, but I know not how long has passed since then. Their bloodline has surely long since perished. After that, the rebels rose to power and built their own kingdoms. This High's kingdom is one of them. Visit Light Novel Reader.com for extra chapters. The Prime Minister showed no reaction. Obviously it was because of charm, but Rhea wondered how he would have reacted if he had been able to learn this when he was of sound mind. The Spirit Lord, leaving behind his protection for you vermin? Don't make me laugh. Rhea covered her ears. Would be nice if he didn't suddenly start yelling out of nowhere. Moreover, you dared to use the Spirit Lord's legacy to harm the Demon Lord, my master Rhea. How much will you violate before you are satisfied? Finally, things were starting to connect. The king that Deeze and Siag and the Night Orders had once pledged their loyalty to was the Spirit Lord. The kingdom that the Spirit Lord had once governed was the once united continent. And whatever conspiracy had divided up that country, Rhea didn't know who had been involved, but she imagined this Spirit Lord must have been far stronger than she currently was, and these conspirators were able to defeat him. They were also behind the deaths of the Night Orders, which Deeze and Siag belonged to, as well as anyone who had royal blood. Finally, the Spirit Lord's belongings had been passed down as mythical artifacts. In Deeze and Siag's eyes, the descendants of their hated enemies had used the possessions of their former lord to kill Rhea, to whom they currently pledged their service. This was the reason behind Deeze's anger. Based on all that, could this be how they fulfilled the conditions for reincarnation? In other words, Deeze's rage, and then Siag's grief. Those emotions must have some kind of hidden parameter, and once they hit a certain value, that allowed them to become eligible for reincarnation. Then again, if there were a player who was the same race they were, how would that work? It was a bit hard to imagine that they had programmed in a completely different reincarnation condition for players, but it was also just as hard to think that a player would have to harbor such strong emotions as Deeze and Siag had felt to trigger it. Well, no matter how hard Rhea thought about it, it would be impossible to research it thoroughly. She had no choice but to give up on it. It feels great to figure out so much stuff. All that's left is to find out how many of those items are left, and what the exact effects are. For now, finding out that the debuff item probably wasn't mass-producable was a relief. However, it wasn't impossible for a new Spirit Lord to be born either. There was a potential for Spirit Lords to be able to create this item. Then again, while the item certainly needed to be monitored, the Spirit Lord itself was much more deserving of attention. The Spirit Lord's treasure that I had in my possession is the last one to be found in this castle. The others are in His Majesty's care. Arrangements have already been made for him to flee to another country. He flew the coop. This was an unexpected development. That meant that all the nobles here were decoys. The knights as well. Red just realized that this room seemed to be an audience chamber, but the king, who should preside over said audience, was missing. She should have noticed this from the start, but since the enemy launched right into a barrage of spells and they immediately went into battle, the distraction must have caused her to miss it. Well damn, I just completely didn't see this coming. Today has just been chock full of blunders for me. This is because I just didn't properly think things through. I really need to get my ass into gear. However, depending on when exactly the king fled, it could still be possible to salvage the situation. So what time was the king supposed to leave the castle? When I proposed this plan, when the catastrophe first appeared over the city, and we received permission to use the heart of the Spirit Lord, our national treasure. That was when I told the king to prepare anything important and leave immediately, making an educated guess from the fact that the vein of the Spirit Lord was a single target debuff item. The heart of the Spirit Lord must have been the thing the players had used. It was shocking to discover that they had lent out a national treasure to players to use, but if the plan was to use the capital itself as a distraction for the king to escape, then the worst that could happen was the treasure might get stolen and that was it. However, if he was already gone back then if Rare's forces wanted to go after him now then they needed to know the direction he went. Which country did he flee to? In order to prevent the nobles left behind from leaking the information if they were tortured, the king himself made that decision. If I had been successfully put down, were you not going to report that information? I do not know where the king sought asylum. Once the situation was resolved, we planned to send diplomats to all allied countries. This prime minister was truly outstanding. Rare wondered if other countries also had people as brilliant as he was. If they did, she would have to do much more extensive planning before her next invasion. Unlike the player who dodged Izuku's attacks during the day, this was a type of strength that had nothing to do with skills or game status. To be frank, it made her nervous. Finally, tell us everything you know about these, vein and heart items. The Prime Minister gave a long, faltering explanation. As she suspected, they had frightening powers. And this was just a coincidence, but they even had bonus effects against Demon Lords, who were the polar opposite of Spirit Lords. From the way the Prime Minister spoke about it, Rare got the impression that he didn't realize the significance of those bonuses, so she wondered if that world announcement system message didn't mention her race. Maybe in Rare, D's, and Sayag's cases, the race was clearly stated since she was always related party. If so, then there was a possibility that for anyone else, the contents of the message could be slightly different. Well, either way, this wasn't information she verify right now. You rotten fools. The weakening curse was supposed to be for all of you. You should have been the ones to fall by it. You despicable. D's rage meter seemed to be going up again. Rare felt like his boiling point was a lot lower now compared to before. In this situation she didn't really care about it, but if this was how he was going to be from now on, it would be kind of a pain in the ass. I have finished. My sincere apologies, I seem to have ruined all the ones over here, Sayag called out. Behind him, the nobles he had been interrogating were all dead. Rare wasn't surprised given that she noticed the mages around them dying off in the middle of her own chat. It was a trivial matter. D's. Very well. At her unspoken command, D's choked out the Prime Minister last breath. What a truly terrifying enemy. I suppose we've achieved our objective. I can't deny I feel some discontent, but we can't address it now. We just need to take what we've learned and do better next time. Chapter 97. After clearing out the castle, Sayag and the zombies were left in charge. Some of them had already been living here, so they should know how to manage it. Not that Rare had any idea how much of their past lives they remembered. Unlike other zombies, while their brains were of course rotting, they at least hadn't been damaged, so she didn't think it would be a disaster, at least. Wait, it might have nothing to do with their brains. These had been nearly all bones, but he still had memories left. With the way he looked, there was no way that his brain had been intact. These had been tasked with making more undead out in the city. The fewer citizens there were resisting, the more materials he had to work with. With the castle completely neutralized, next was to finish off the rest of the town. Going by the reports from the Adamantite soldiers in the streets, most of the noble mansions had been taken out, and the larger buildings used for lodging such as inns were under their control. Since Rhea was pretty sure she wouldn't be able to navigate the castle's hallways without getting lost, she had found a waiting room in a corner of the audience chamber which had an overhanging balcony from which she could fly up into the open sky. Over her shoulder, she saw Dees jump down from the balcony himself, so he was probably planning to get out on foot. She would have preferred him not making holes in the garden, but, well, it wasn't a big deal. Looking down on the capital city from the sky, things had become quiet. There was almost no fighting. It seemed the Adamantite soldiers' reports were true. They had suppressed nearly everything. Since Rhea and Sayek had finished off all those nobles, there shouldn't have been many strong knights left. In other words, the one remaining fight should be where Wayne was. She didn't know if it was lucky or not, but Wayne, Gil, and Mental Magic Guy were together. There were also 2 knights with them. How strange, I thought. Almost all of the nobles were dead, so why are there still 2 knights left? Hey, Wayne, look. Shit, it's the catastrophe. They had spotted Rhea. The sun had completely set and everything was wrapped in darkness, so they sure had impressive perception. So you're so strong you don't need to use your invisibility skill or something? You stick out like a sore thumb in the night sky being so white. Oh, I see. Even with just a tiny bit of light, I'm completely visible. I'm glad to see you're enjoying yourselves. Your revival was certainly quick. Incidentally, I believe almost all of the people in this city have been turned into undead, so I wonder if those 2 men there are your companions. Fuck. That must be why Lawson and the others suddenly died. I'm not sure who that is, but most of the city's nobles are dead. Seeing that those 2 knights there are still living, we must have missed some. Maybe it's time to do another sweep for them. The knights simply stayed silent and glared at Rhea up in the sky. But given that you didn't react whatsoever, your owner doesn't seem to be in this city at all. Were you dispatched here from somewhere else, then? Does that happen often? Again, no answer. However, she did notice their bodies shift this time. Rhea remembered something similar happening before. It was at the fall of La Colline, if she remembered correctly. During that battle, there were knights who were still alive even after the city had been thoroughly destroyed. Their master must have been somewhere else. It was a bit hard to imagine nobles buried alive under the rubble, holding their breath to avoid detection. She thought of it as an event that took place a while ago, but it actually happened only that morning. It hadn't even been a full day since then. La Colline. Rhea had subconsciously mumbled that aloud, but the knights reacted oddly. They were clearly distraught, and they exchanged looks. Oh, it was just a coincidence, but it seemed their master was somehow related to La Colline. Perhaps she should be glad that they weren't part of the royal guard. If they were, then killing them now would serve no purpose. Considering the situation, the king must have brought along all his followers and relatives when he fled. It surely looked quite conspicuous, but there was probably no way that they would have gone east, the direction that a catastrophe had invaded from. So if Rhea wanted to try finding them, she had no choice but to go in a direction she knew nothing about. In light of all the blunders she had made today, she couldn't possibly do that without first coming up with a solid plan. Anyway, right now she had to deal with these knights before her. There were no masters in La Colline, only knights. Same for the capital here, no masters, just knights. It was unlikely for the 2 situations to be completely unrelated. So the question was where she could find their master. Is your master in La Colline? In the remains of that city? This time their reaction was much more subdued than before, meaning they already knew about the attack. If anything, Rhea thought the knight's master would have been in the capital city. However, there were barely any nobles left here. But supposing their master had actually been in the last city, where could they possibly have been? Underneath the rubble. They were playing dead? That's where the nobles were? That's impossible, she thought. But then she remembered the Prime Minister. It was dangerous for her to underestimate NPCs. She opened her eyes and looked at the knights. Rhea wasn't particularly good at reading people's expressions, But if this was all an act, then these men shouldn't have become knights. They had a much more suitable profession to pursue. Rhea was pretty sure her conclusion was solid. Given the time frame, there was no way they could have known what had happened to Lacoline. However, it wouldn't be strange if they could tell the status of their own master. And so, the disturbance on their faces told her everything she needed to know. That's certainly a tasty morsel of information. I didn't miss anything here in the capital. It was back in Lacoline. I have certainly not been my best today, have I? With her eyes open, she aimed an spell between the knights and Wayne's party. I have a little errand to run now. As for you people, see you soon, wherever that may be. You'll return from the dead no matter how many times I kill you, right? Then I'll just have to kill you again every time you come back. Until we meet again. After finishing off Wayne's little group, Rhea returned to the castle. She descended down onto the balcony, then walked over to Sieg, who was issuing orders to the undead in the audience chamber. Welcome back, Your Majesty. What is the situation outside the castle? Everything is just about cleaned up. In all likelihood, the only force left in the capital is ours. Visit light novel reader. Com for extra chapters. That was evident from the fact that she was able to set the royal castle as her home. However, she wanted to turn the capital into a dungeon with an undead boss waiting in the deepest room, so she declined. Rhea was curious where those two knights would end up respawning, but assuming they used the same system as Blair's did, the latest update should make them spawn somewhere without a lot of enemies. Just in case, some odd knights could possibly respawn within the capital. Keep that in mind. Allow me to take care of it, Your Majesty. Oh, and also, Rhea thought for a moment, then pulled out a Philosopher's Stone from her inventory. If you think it necessary, use this to strengthen one of your subordinates. If XP is needed, you'll be asked for permission. When that happens, contact me. Ooh, this honor is wasted on me. I am ever so grateful. If Siagandes were to be defeated, then everything that had happened here in the capital would have been all for nothing. She would have believed the possibility unthinkable once, but sometimes the unthinkable can still happen. Rhea herself now knew this better than anyone. Don't be a miser. Use it to efficiently strengthen your forces. About the city, well, I don't really care what you do with it as long as you don't damage the buildings, but at the very least, you should establish the castle's defenses as soon as you can. They must be hardy enough that no one can get in. Sieg got down on one knee and bowed his head. As you command. Having a hot guy kneeling in front of me kinda makes me feel like I'm playing a different kind of game. The development of those types of games certainly had a great influence on the advancement of VR technology. That's right, I have a little errand to run, so I'll be heading out. I'm leaving you in charge here. Where will you be going? Lacoline. The place the artillery ants blew up this morning. There may still be some loose ends there, so I'm going to check. Please do not say you plan to go alone. Of course Sieg would be concerned. Red just finished telling him not to let his guard down, and now she was about to fly off by herself. But no one else here can fly. I implore you, at least wear Dame Euroizaka. He was right. She could summon Euroizaka and the Kenzakis here, equip them, and still fly without issue. Then I shall do so. All right then, I'm off. Ah, right. You can use that seat if you want. If I decide I want to use it later, I won't mind at all. Okay, later. Turning her back on Sieg, who had lowered his head once again, Rhea summoned Euroizaka and the Kenzakis to her. I'm very sorry for before. Eventually, we'll find and kill the guy who threw that Squid Ink's ball at you, Euroizaka. And I already took care of the one who cast fear on you boys. But I'm sure we'll meet him again. Right, let's go. Chapter 98. Let's marathon ruins today. All right. It's about time we headed to the next town. With the sun hidden behind clouds and the townspeople all turned into zombies, Blunk's group immediately set off for their next target. Of course. But there are two roads leading out of this town, one northwest, and one southwest. Which one should we take? Did anyone run away from this town? If someone did, then the direction they went should lead to another town. Please wait one moment. Carmen went to question the Spato. Since Blunk and the Mormo girls didn't go too far into the town, they didn't see everything that happened. After a bit, Carmen returned with a report. A number of people fled to the northwest on horseback, apparently. Northwest, huh? The ones who escaped were from this town, so it would follow that there would be something in the direction they went. If their town were being attacked by monsters, Then people would run to seek aid, and they would thus want to go toward another town that they believed to be reliable. Continuing that train of thought, the helpers would need to be stronger than the current town was, and the ones who ran away would know at least a little information about the tricks Blink's group had up their sleeves. In the best case, as long as they're not stronger than this town's defenders were, then we should be completely fine. But if they went to even a moderately large city, then even without considering quality, they could possibly have pure quantity to oppose us. And our forces number a mere 30. Azalea was totally right. She had to think hard about this. This is completely hypothetical, but have you considered that the northwest route leads to the closest town? If their goal was to call for help as soon as humanly possible, then distance was a huge factor. What Magenta said had a point too. I don't think I'm really good at thinking about stuff like this. Even after all that, I'm still not sure which one would be better. The one thing we can say for sure is that if we go northwest, whatever town we find in that direction will already have been informed about us. Furthermore, if we wait here for the sun to go down and no reinforcements come, that means they've decided to abandon this town. And it would then be better to assume that they're preparing to intercept us at the next town. Whether they knew about Blink's forces or not was paramount. If they didn't know anything at all, then, as long as there wasn't a single powerful fighter there, even if it didn't look like her side could win, it shouldn't be impossible to retreat while the enemy was still making preparations. However, if they did have information on Blink's forces, and they were ready and waiting for her, then that increased the amount of risk substantially. All right, let's head southwest. We might have to travel further, so let's go faster this time. Or could we march double time? We don't get tired or anything, right? Common sense dictates that no army would ever do something like that, but if you're talking common sense, I bet there aren't a lot of armies made up of skeletons either. I suppose it might be fine. So that's what they did. Less than an hour later, Blink was listlessly perched atop the three named Spato, Scarlet, Vermilion, and Crimson, in a Japanese cavalry battle-style arrangement. 1. I thought undead didn't get tired. The only races that don't get fatigued are ones like skeletons that don't use muscles. There are all types of undead, after all. For example, within the overarching category of magical life forms, golem types don't get fatigued, but beings like homunculi do. Magical life forms, creatures produced via magic or some kind of technique. You know everything, Magenta Tilda. The other two Mormos stayed out of the conversation. That's because they had turned into bats and were hanging off the Spatos' heads. Magenta also only transformed into a humanoid when she needed to talk. It's nice that we can take it easy up here, but are you guys all right? Can you keep on running like this? Crimson, who was directly beneath Blink, nodded. No problem. Apparently, when she turned to look behind her, the 30 Spato were following after them in a few rows. Like the beginning of a marathon. Not that I've ever been in one. But Master, with all the dust we're kicking up, they'll notice us right away as we get closer. Even at night. We'll switch to walking when we're closer. No, let's sneak instead. Actually, can't you guys, turn into bats or wolves and scout ahead? You can be spies. If you can do that, then it'll be a lot safer for us once we're almost there. Oh, I see. I mean, it took you long enough to realize that. Well then, I shall go on ahead. Visit uxiorverl.eu for extra chapters. You obviously forgot about it too. You bimbo. Without answering, Magenta transformed into a wolf and ran off. I can't tell if she's actually smart, or actually dumb. They had continued running for another 2 hours before Wolf Magenta finally returned. Master, I scouted ahead. Right. Are we about to hit a city? No. There's nothing. What did she mean? If there wasn't anything, then she didn't need to come back and report it. But as Blink thought on it, the two of them had been separated for the last 2 hours, so maybe she was feeling lonely. That's not the case. Then what is it? If I have to put it in words, it was a city. The wreckage of one, or the rubble and earth of a city that had been completely demolished, or, so just ruins then. Is that why the people from before didn't head this way? So Blink had picked the wrong path. If there wasn't anything for them to prey on, then there was no point in continuing on this way. If they decided to go back to the last city to go on the northwest road, then the last half day would have been completely wasted. It didn't feel like they were just ruins. The debris in the ground still looked sharp, and there weren't any weeds growing at all. Rather than old ruins, It was more like something went on a rampage the very recently. In that case, it was more natural to think that some kind of monster had attacked the city. Blink felt a bit disappointed that she had been beaten to the punch, but it didn't seem possible for an NPC-controlled monster attack to decimate a city on only the second night of the event. Plus, as far as she could see, the monsters in this area were all weaker wild animals like wolves, rats, and rabbits. Even presuming they did actually destroy the city, she couldn't see any reason for wolves and rabbits to deliberately demolish all the buildings as well, which meant that a monster player probably did it. Maybe I can friend them. What do you think? Azalea and Carmen transformed into humanoids to join in the conversation. When you say player, you mean other people from the same place as Master, is that understanding correct? Azalea asked. Which reminds me, a Spato beheaded one the other day. I have a hard time believing you could have become friends with that person, Carmen recalled. There are all sorts of players out there. If the person who wrecked that city was a player, I was thinking maybe they'd probably be someone kinda like me. If they are, don't you think we could be friends? If that really is the case, this person is capable of tearing down an entire city in 2 days. They hold an unbelievable amount of strength. You should probably be more cautious. Oh, it's fine, probably. But another player on the monster side, Hutilda. I can't wait to meet them. 1. That sports festival game you see Japanese high schoolers play in anime, such as in My Hero Academia. Chapter 99. That time I got trained on after running a marathon. After running for a while longer, Blink's group could finally see the mountain of rubble that Magenta had described. It seemed that the city originally sat on raised land, but now the entire hill seemed to be made out of dirt and wreckage. Whoa. This is super crazy. Blink had kind of been looking forward to seeing it, but her excitement had been completely wiped away upon taking in the scene. She couldn't even imagine how powerful someone needed to be in order to do something like this. It had to have been a player, but if hypothetically it wasn't, then Blink and her followers couldn't possibly beat it. If it were a monster that was specifically good at destroying rocks or buildings or something, then we could maybe do something about it, but even if that were true, that doesn't change the fact that it killed off all the defenders and citizens of a city of this size before it even got to that part. No joke. This was a city the size of this gigantic hill. It was probably the heart of this entire region. Blink couldn't even begin to imagine how large its standing army had been. Those people from the last city. I wonder why they didn't come here looking for help. It's possible that they already knew what had happened here, but I think it was simply a matter of distance. There was probably some place that wasn't as far away to the northwest of the city. That was the obvious explanation. It made more sense to look for help from a smaller but closer town rather than a larger city that was further away. Considering how bad things look, there probably aren't any people here, but we should still be careful. Master. Azalea suddenly pulled on her arm, toppling her on top of Crimson and the other Spato. Ow! What are you? There was a light thump in front of Blink as she crawled on the ground. Right before her eyes, there was an arrow sticking out of the dirt. It seemed someone had shot an arrow at her, and she had narrowly avoided being hit. What? Thanks, Azalea. Please don't get up yet. There's a band of people targeting us. Looking up through a Spato's legs, she could make out a group of lightly armored people in the distance. They were probably bandits or something. No, they're too experienced. You may have forgotten, but it's night right now. They were able to accurately shoot an arrow from all the way over there when they can only see by moonlight. Their archer is extremely skilled. Despite that, they clearly looked really down on their luck. Everyone was dirty, almost like they had just dug up the armor they were wearing from out of the rubble. After that, arrows kept coming at them periodically, but they were all swatted aside after Crimson and the other Spato had dumped on the ground Blink like a piece of luggage. Eventually, maybe because they realized arrows were having no effect, the men formed ranks and slowly began to push their way closer. By that point, Blink had finally gotten permission to stand back up from Azalea and the others. Who the hell are you? Are you the Catastrophes minions? A well-dressed man yelled this, probably the bandit leader. Despite his fancier clothing, he still looked just as dirty and exhausted as the rest of them. What does he mean by catastrophe? Given the situation, wouldn't that probably be whatever demolished this city? Those men are probably the survivors of the city's defenses. Or something like that, maybe? In other words, they're trying to pin it on us. Yup. That said, Blink's group did in fact come this way intending to attack any city they came across. Even though they were beaten to the punch and now had all these enemies trained onto them, they didn't exactly have any standing to complain about it. Well, putting the city aside, if we think of it like there still being some prey around. Not that we can say which side is the prey here, huh? Are they really that strong? Blink thought her side had more numbers. From her experience taking down cities with her small force, she didn't think she would lose. From the strength of the archer, if the rest of them have comparable melee combat strength, it'll be tough with 30 Spato. So they were shabby-looking but high-leveled enemies. That said, if we try to run then we'll have to defend against arrow fire, so withdrawing would be difficult as well. If we've got to fight either way, then we want the initiative, right? While Blink and her Mormos were having whispered conversations, those men also appeared to be discussing something. A number of them had hands tightly gripping the swords at their waists, ready to pull them out to attack at a moment's notice. They're totally ready to rumble. If they couldn't avoid battle, then it was better to make the first move. Let's do it then. Mist. Within the darkness, Blink's range of influence expanded soundlessly. Soon after, the enemy camp started making noise. It seemed they couldn't detect the mist itself, but they were able to sense a change right before the mist enveloped them. They were indeed on a different level compared to the guards for those small towns. Damn you! What is this strange sorcery? Everyone pay close attention. You have permission to attack. At the leader guy's orders, they started firing arrows at Blink again. However, they couldn't get past the Spato's defense. At the same time, a number of men unsheathed their swords and charged forward. Then the ones shooting arrows also threw aside their bows and readied their swords. The reason they had stopped shooting earlier may have just been because they were running low on arrows, not because they had decided it was futile. Spato, intercept them, but don't leave the mist. While shouting that, Blink prepared her magic. They were just barely out of range. But since they were coming toward her, that wouldn't be true for long. Hellflame. Hellflame. Just as Blink's spell activated, Azalea, Carmine, and Magenta also fired their own spells. There wasn't any particular advantage to casting multiples of the same spell at the same time, but it at least wouldn't cause any interference compared to if, for example, they had cast ice and water spells at simultaneously. This was the same as cancelling out. When cancelling the same element, there was a burst of energy at the point of contact, then whatever of each spell was left would continue on its original course. With targeted detonation type O spells, though, they would explode at either their destination, or on contact. That burst of energy was essentially the same as the resulting explosion. The cancellation of the 4 hell flames exploded violently, dealing heavy damage to the enemy group. However, it didn't incapacitate very many of them. While the men did falter momentarily, most of them were able to regroup and continue charging. Are you serious? These guys are bad news. That's what I was saying. Blink could follow up with a different spell, but they were about to reach the Spato, so it wouldn't be a good idea to keep using O spells. Air Cutter. Single target spells wouldn't deal as much damage, but in this darkness they should be nearly impossible to avoid. It was a good way to harass the enemy. The Mormos also switched to shooting single target spells at various targets, but just like Blink, they were unable to deal any significant damage. Soon after, the enemies reached the Spato and engaged them in close combat. Since they had taken quite a beating from magic already, any proper attack would have easily caused them to crumple, which should have made it easy to defeat them. However, the Spato just couldn't land a hit. It's because the Spato don't have reach. We should have taken weapons from the guards in those 2 cities before. She couldn't have known in advance that there would be such a skilled force here, though. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. Man, if this place still has enemies like this here even after getting blown up, I guess it's too high-leveled for us. The Spato were being defeated faster than the bandits were. The battle was steadily getting worse. Maybe if we just risked friendly fire and kept firing O spells, we could have maybe. But then we'd still have to deal with their rear, where the leader is. If we left them all alone, could we even beat them? The leader guy had 2 knight-looking warriors with him. Those 2 even wore proper knight armor. They were clearly much stronger than the other men. The number of Spato had declined drastically. Aside from Crimson and the other named ones, only a few remained. The enemy's forces had also been diminished, but they would soon outnumber Blink's side. Since her side had been relying on numbers to maintain a balance, Losing that sole advantage meant that the scales of battle would starting tilting against them. Or actually, since both sides only had so many fighters left, the victor could be decided very soon. Oh, that's right, fear. Unfortunately, this didn't appear to have any effect on the enemy. They probably resisted it. With the tides turning in their favor, Blink thought the other side's leader might get overconfident and try to rush at her, but it didn't seem like they were planning to do that. If they had gotten closer, then they might have been within range of Blink's spells, so maybe it was obvious that they wouldn't want to try it. They were surely hell-bent on killing her, though. Putting us aside, given how many pawns they've lost, our enemy could be considered effectively wiped out, yet they unhesitatingly continue their assault. Their morale is oddly high. I would conclude that they are unafraid of death. Why are you putting us aside? Blink asked. Since the Spato are Master's followers, even if they're destroyed here, they will revive back in the town where they last rested. Oh, right. Then, maybe that's the same for these guys? That's an astute observation. So their leader could be something like a ruler of humanity. While they were talking, the only remaining Spato were down to the 3 red ones. Oh, we are in deep shit. She suddenly remembered the ants. Just like back then, she could feel her impending death. A single man slipped past Crimson after missing an attack and starting running toward them. Whoa, thunderbolt. A direct hit. While he staggered back from it for a second, he immediately resumed his charge forward. However, Blink could see that all the damage had taken a toll on him. She just needed one last push. Ice bullet. The man dodged the spell that Azalea fired. Flare arrow. Carmen's magic also missed. However, he tripped on a piece of rubble, falling flat on his face. That was when Magenta, who had transformed into a wolf at some point, bounded over to him and tore out his windpipe. Master! At Azalea's scream, Blink turned to look forward just in time to see the enemy leader knock an arrow. That old man can use a bow, and he still had arrows left. She watched the arrows release in slow motion. Ah, this one is gonna hurt. Based on its trajectory, it was going to hit her. Blink reflexively squeezed her eyes shut, to prepare for that nostalgic system message to appear. However, what she heard was not a poignantly mundane message notification, but a thunderous crash. When she unconsciously opened her eyes, her field of view was completely obscured by a pitch-black wall. The city of La Colline, stained with gunpowder, has attracted a number of dangerous groups. Next time, a chance meeting. Wait, aren't you the one who lit that gunpowder? TL note, train in the MMO sense, where a player purposely attacks a large group of enemies in order to pass them on to another player as a form of harassment/griefing/indirect PvP. I changed one translated line in the chapter to more clearly reference the title, but nevertheless I thought this explanation would be necessary. Chapter 100, A Chance Meeting. Author's note: we're finally at chapter 100. Thank you for reading this far. When Rare arrived in the skies above La Colline, she looked down using Uro Isaaca's field of vision and saw a huge flame below that seemed to be a campfire. She immediately closed her eyes and activated demonic eyes. In that pale pink world, she was able to see people-shaped magical power gathered around that fire. It looks like a battle, pretty hardcore to be going at it in these ruins. If the City Lord really did get away before, though, then they're probably involved. As she descended, she could see who the two sides fighting were. It looked like one side consisted of 4 human-looking people controlling skeletons, while the other had knights and sellswords under the command of a well-dressed male human. Considering Rare's own circumstances, it was clear which side was her enemy. However, that didn't mean she had any reason to help the other side. After the battle was over, she could take care of the survivors then go find the City Lord. Rare initially thought the two sides were pretty evenly matched, but when she looked closer that wasn't entirely true. The skeleton side was steadily losing ground. It irked her to see the human side winning, but she was curious why neither side seemed afraid of injury. If any of these combatants were followers and they were fighting with the assumption that they could revive, then it could be dangerous for Rare to reveal herself. At last, the numerical advantage shifted from the skeletons to the sellswords, which meant they had secured victory. Wanting to make certain of his win, the commander-looking man on the human side held up a bow and fixed an arrow to its string. The moment she saw that, an unpleasant memory surfaced in Rare's mind. Even though they're all strangers to me, just sitting back and watching someone get killed by arrow seems bad for my psyche. Rhea grumbled to herself as she tossed aside the arrow that had been pinched between Yoro Isaka's fingers. There appeared to be 3 humans on the hill. In front of them, the Sellswords who had been battling the red skeletons froze and looked up at her. The skeletons could have taken that opportunity to continue attacking, but they didn't. It seemed they were also concerned about Rhea. The arrow had come from the man atop the hill, near the center. From his attire, he seemed to be a noble. It appeared that even though she had only just arrived, she may have already found her target. When she looked closer, the 2 knights on either side of him were the same knights she had encountered in the capital, which meant this was absolutely her man. Rhea was about to call out to them when she realized that it was possible they didn't recognize Yoro Isaka and wouldn't understand that it was her. She decided to exit from the armor. "Hello, I just saw you earlier, my knightly friends. I'm glad to see you were able to return home safely." As for the gentleman, whoa. What the heck is that? A robot? It's a robot. It's huge. That's so awesome. Well, that was rather startling. Rhea guessed that it was the leader of the skeleton group that had been fighting the humans just now. Based on the clothing, she had thought it was a man, but based on the voice she now believed it was actually a woman. While Rhea hesitated over what to say next, one of the other women spoke up first. Master, shouldn't you thank her first? She just saved us, you know? That's where you're wrong, Azalea. She was going to say something really important just now, so we should let her keep talking. Anyway, why don't we retreat just a little? She was having an even harder time collecting her thoughts now. More like, these girls were all just about to get massacred. What was with this carefree bickering? Oh, alright. Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting, we're just gonna head over there. Ahaha. With awkward smiles, the 4 girls fell back a ways. The 3 red skeletons that had been in melee combat also followed after them. The Sellswords who had been fighting those skeletons didn't chase after them, they just continued to observe Rhea with caution. What was I saying again? Right, that man. Is that man your owner, then? While the humans kept their guard up, none of them answered. At this distance, she had to yell quite loudly, which made conversation difficult. Rhea jumped off from Yoro Isaka and floated down toward the hill. As she approached, the knights seemed to get more nervous. The Sellswords also all ran from the knights in a panic. It wasn't like them being there would make a difference either way, so Rhea didn't concern herself with them. If I come this close, we should be able to talk normally. Since you didn't seem to have been able to hear before, I'll repeat myself. I just saw the 2 of you earlier. I'm glad to see. We already heard you. Damn catastrophe. I see. So then, may I take that dust-covered person there to be your owner? However, they just continued to glare at Rhea without offering a response. Well, if you don't want to talk, there's nothing else to be done. At that, the man in the middle who she thought was the Lord spoke. Are you the catastrophe who attacked this city? Oh my. So you're one of those kinds of people. You won't answer my questions. You only want to talk if you get to hear what you want to know. This kingdom sure is going to the dogs. Although Wayne, who was that same type of person, didn't belong to this kingdom. I don't enjoy this posturing, so I'll answer you out of pity. I am indeed the catastrophe. However, and I've had to clarify this a number of times, since I don't exactly call myself one, I won't take responsibility if it turns out I'm not. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. So you did this to the city? Well, yes. Although I'd like correct one point, not city, but country. I've already taken over the royal capital. But since those knights are here beside you, I'm sure you already knew that. Seeing that the knights got to La Colline before I did, she assumed that, just like players, if another force took control of their respawn points, they couldn't respawn there anymore. She guessed that their previous respawn point prior to the capital was here, in this city. It was hard to believe there were still respawn points somewhere considering how badly she had messed up the place, but it was possible that there were some underground. That could explain how the Lord was still alive as well. Not that she had confirmed whether he was actually the Lord yet or not. Either way, it was true that Rhea had been naive in her belief that the La Colline raid had been thorough. She just had to now turn that belief into reality. Alright, that's enough chatting. I need to find the Lord of this city. If that happens to be you, then I suppose I could indulge you a bit more. I am the Lord. Because of you, all the innocent people in this city have. What offense did they ever commit toward you? Rhea had never met these innocent people before, so she wouldn't know. But if they had lived here, then it was true that they probably hadn't ever done anything to her. However, along the lines of that logic, well, if I remember correctly. Wasn't there an army here? I heard this from His Excellency the Prime Minister in the royal capital, but those soldiers were on their way to the Great Libby Forest in order to put me down. Isn't that right? It seems they had departed from the capital 10 days ago. That was when my death was decided. So please, enlighten me. At that time, what exactly had I done to deserve such action? It was a lie that Rare had heard this from the Prime Minister. It was actually in a letter she had intercepted from the Prime Minister to the army's commander. However, those details were unimportant now. Going by his logic, they had dispatched an army to kill an innocent catastrophe that had done nothing wrong. Granted, whether said army existed or not would not have changed Rare's decision, and furthermore, she only learned of the army's existence after she had already demolished the place, so it wasn't exactly a compelling excuse. That's because, why you're a threat to humanity. That's why Rare was a catastrophe, therefore she had to die. That's what he was saying. It was like finding a hornet's nest and choosing to exterminate the entire colony before anyone got stung. Unfortunately, Rare wasn't a simple hornet, so she couldn't easily be whacked. If she didn't screw up, at least, and since she was also a player, it was also impossible to get rid of her permanently. What you're saying is inconsistent, then. If you believe that I'm a threat to humanity, then there was nothing particularly wrong with what I did. In fact, as an enemy to humans, you should be praising me for a job well done. She wondered how the Prime Minister would have countered that. Well, he was already dead now, so she wouldn't ever hear his voice again. We're done here. Farewell. Having lost interest in the man, Rare activated her feather gatling, turning him into a honeycomb. Immediately after, the knights and sellswords crumpled to the ground as though their strings had been cut. That man had definitely been their master. He must have been the city lord as well. They all probably thought that she wouldn't attack them during a discussion. No one had positioned themselves defensively between Rare and the lord. She did say she would chat, but she never said anything about staying her hand. And with that, Rare could finally say that La Colline had been completely destroyed. In truth, there were still some loose ends with regards to the royal capital, namely the king in exile. Rare wanted to hunt him down, but she didn't know where he had gone. Plus, if the Prime Minister's words were to be believed, the king had numerous artifacts with anti-demon lord effects, and there were even more of them held by the other 5 countries. That made it too dangerous to invade other countries looking for the king. But right now, there was an even more important matter, which was that loud group of people behind her. That girl had yelled about a robot. She had to be a player, and given that her female attendants called her master, and from what she could see those red skeletons seemed to obey her, there was a very high chance that she knew, subordinate, or a similar type of skill. There was another player aside from Rare who had learned it. This was a serious discovery that could threaten her dominance in the game. If possible, Rare wanted to sit down and have a long conversation. From what she could tell, she believed that this girl was antagonistic to the races of humanity. If so, then it was possible that she could meet the conditions to be Rare's collaborator, a monster player mischievous enough to pretend to be a game boss. But also, it would just be her first time chatting with a friendly player. Author's note: I don't really believe in it, but there's this thing known as subliminal messages. Thank, bookmark, you, rate this, very, 5S, much, bookmark, 4, rate this, reading, 5S. Chapter 101, Yoroi the Gay here. Alright, sorry for waiting. Oh, it was no prob. The girl from before said this while touching Yoro Isaka all over. From what Rare could with demonic eyes, she had a good amount of MP. Not quite as much as Mental Magic Guy, but it was a lot. If the other 3 women were the cross-dressing players' followers, then she would be at least as strong as 4 mid-class players. Adding in those red skeletons would bump up her rating even higher. She had quite the formidable force. I see you're interested in Yoro Isaka here. So the robot's named Yoroi the Gay here. No, everything you just said is wrong. I think there's a big misunderstanding here. Rare explained what Yoro Isaka was, how living object-type monsters worked, but glossed over reincarnation. It didn't seem like that part would be particularly interesting to this girl. If that satisfies you, let me introduce myself. My name is Rare. As you can see, I'm a player with a non-human avatar. I'm participating in this event on the side attacking humans. How about you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Blink. I started playing as a skeleton. I picked that name because my bones were really white. I'm not very good, but I did take out 2 cities too. Skeleton. Rare couldn't see anything that would make her think Blink was a skeleton. Was she lying? Well, she seemed like the kind of person who couldn't lie to save her life. I don't see how you're a skeleton, so did you maybe, reincarnate into a different race by chance? Ah, yeah, I did. So like, first what happened was, the girl, Blink, recounted her adventures for nearly an hour. She had gone through some pretty wild stuff. It was honestly a really interesting story. At the same time, Rare felt relieved. Considering the way she had come to learn, subordinate, it was hard to imagine any other players having gone through a similar experience. I see, so you're a vampire. And vampires can reincarnate their followers by feeding them their own blood. It was pretty costly, but since LP and MP was easy to recover, she could also see it being very efficient. The downsides, or the limitations, were that it could only be used for one's own followers, and it probably only worked on undead-type races or races connected to the master. After seeing that these Mormo vampires could transform into wolves, she speculated that perhaps one could tame wolves and feed them blood to turn them into Mormos as well. So, Ms. Rare, what race are you? Not the one you started as, I mean. Rare had to think hard about how she wanted to answer. She didn't know whether Blink could be a tight-lipped person, but she at least knew that Blink rattled on and on to Rare about information that would have been more valuable to hide. The Mormos assisting her seemed rather shrewd, but they didn't make any moves to stop her either. Rather, they spoke up to help Blink explain some things. Rare couldn't expect them to help keep a lid on Blink. With all that in mind, it would frankly be a huge risk to tell her the truth. On the other hand, if they were to cooperate from here on out, and, completely hypothetically, in the 1 in a millionth chance that they were to maybe become friends, then it would be unwise to hide things from her at this juncture. Blink would surely find out one day anyway, and she had also been completely upfront about herself, probably. If Rare didn't respond in kind, then later, if there were such things as friendship points, she would be setting herself up to start in the hole. That wouldn't be ideal. The 4 of them were looking straight back at Rare, eyes sparkling with anticipation. She wondered if, no matter how much INT they had, followers tended to take on their master's personality. I'm a demon lord. My current race, that is. I started out as an elf, but in the end, Rare also spent nearly an hour telling her own tale. Asterisk. So holy cow. When you made those ants your minions, you totally got revenge for me. While it was possible that there was another cave of ants somewhere in this kingdom, in all likelihood the ants who attacked Blink were probably from Sugaroo's nest. Given the timing with which it had become a private area, it had to have been the same place. That wasn't exactly why I did it, but I suppose that's how it turned out. Now that they're my followers, I'm hoping you'll let it go. Of course, but Ms. Rare, have you been all alone all this time then? Wham! A sudden gut punch. Her wings, appendages she had not been blessed with before, were quite hard to hold completely still. However, aside from them, she stopped any other part of her body from moving. She was improving. Yes, I suppose. Well, I'm not really playing the way most people would, but actually I have talked to other players before, you know. Although she had killed them all as well. I guess so. I also figured the way I was playing was probably not the norm. We're the same, then, or are we? This was going pretty well. Since the sun was beginning to peek over the horizon, that meant that Rare had died the day before. Yesterday was certainly lacking in positive developments. With the date ticking up now, hopefully today would instead be a good day. Indeed. I feel like we could get along well, Miss Blink. You don't got to be so formal. Should we friend each other? Sure. Rare jumped straight to handing over her friend card. The number of people Rare had friended was obscene, and she wouldn't allow anyone else to even come close to overtaking her. Not that any of them had been players. She had become so used to the process that she could go through all the steps without even thinking about it, or, thanks so much. So, what is this for? Oh, you don't know how to register friends. Just put it in your inventory to add someone as a friend. Exchanging friend cards is how you become mutuals. Not that there's any particular meaning to that. There was no functional difference between only one person registering another as a friend and 2 people both registering each other. So that's how you do it. So then here's mine. Wait, how do I find it? After giving a lecture on how to pull things out of the inventory, Rare and Blink properly registered each other as friends. You're my first friend. Same here. You're the first player I've friended. Also, you don't have to be polite around me or anything either. Cool. Let's get along then. Ray. Wham! Asterisk. So after taking out 2 towns, you wanted to keep going to your third, which ended up being Lacoline, and that's when you encountered those knights, Rare summarized. Having finished friending, since they each now understood the other's situation, the two were consulting on what to do next. Yeah, that's right. Since we suddenly ran into some strong enemies, I was thinking maybe this zone was too hard for us. This city was originally the second most prosperous in the kingdom after the royal capital, at least until yesterday. From my perspective, the knights were quite powerful, and just before it was destroyed, the kingdom had already mobilized every soldier at its disposal, so there was an entire army gathered here as well. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. Yikes. Why would they do that? I guess they were supposed to try to take me out. If you go straight east from here, you'll find a forest where my home base is. This army had marched from the capital and was on its way there, it seems. Even if Rare had decided not to participate in the event, she probably would have run across the army once they reached the Great Forest. She didn't think she could have lost with her home field advantage, but the prospect of being invaded was horrifying. In light of that, the timing of the beginning of the event was truly fortuitous. Wow. When you're a famous player, they even form armies to take you out. If that ever happens again, just give me a call. I'll do anything I can to help. Thank you. But I'm not exactly a famous player. Right. About that. There was one important suggestion Rare had to make. Right now, my race is Demon Lord, but the reason the human side is trying to kill me is because they believe I'm something called a catastrophe, which is. Rare explained everything she knew about catastrophes to Blink. Since she hadn't done a deep dive on the forums yet, she had to speculate about the finer details, but the overall gist of it should have been accurate. After she had gotten the correct information later, Rare promised she would send it over. With her current mental state, she should be able to browse the forums without issue. Given everything, it's a lot more convenient to let them think I'm a game boss, which will let me efficiently monitor the human side's movements on the forums. So if it gets out that you're a player, the human players might stop talking about their strategies out in the open. That makes sense. Anyway, I didn't know all that catastrophe stuff was about you, Ray. So, I was wondering what you thought about doing the same and also role-playing as an NPC boss. If you could do that, then whenever you have to fight against human players, I think we would be able to help each other out more smoothly. That sounds cool. Like a female officer. The Demon Lord's hot vampire right hand. Holy shit, that's super lit. Lit. Anyway, I'm happy you're on board with the idea. If you ever meet another player, you can go with that. Roger. I gotta think up a cool catchphrase I can use. If it does seem like you have to talk to players, it's better not to say too much, to lower the risk of giving away important information. Although, it seems I'm the type of person who tends to get overconfident and show my hand about all sorts of stuff. Based on the current situation, it could be safe to say that Rare had found the ultimate collaborator. Next time it seemed like a battle might break out with a group of players, she could entice them to attack her, then team up with Blink to beat them down. So then, what are you going to do, Blink? Head back to the last city and go northwest from there to attack whatever city you find on the way? Let me think. Past this city is the royal capital. If you're already taking care of things that way, Ray, then I should go in a different direction. If we split up the work, then we'll tear through this kingdom even faster, right? It would be just a teeny bit lonelier, but that approach was indeed much more efficient. She was a little worried about their combined strength, but that wasn't something Rare could do anything about at the moment. In that case, let me give you this. She pulled out the map she had gotten as a reward from her inventory and handed it to Blink. Huh? A map? There are maps in this game? Even the Count's library didn't have one. To be precise, there was a map. It was just too old to be useful. One of them almost chimed in. Rare couldn't tell them apart, so she didn't know her name. I pulled a couple strings to get this. I already have another like it, so I can gift this one to you. It'll help with planning your attacks, right? Is that all right? Not only did you save us, but you're even giving away something so valuable. It's not a big deal, we're already friends. Oh, And also, she pulled Kenzaki Akiru off Yoro Isaka's waist, sheath and all, and gave him to Blink. You should take this sword with you. He's also a monster, actually. Even if you can't equip and wield him, he can attack on his own. Now I really feel like I'm getting too much help. I'm not giving you Kenzaki, this sword, solely out of the goodness of my heart. You'll find out soon. If you destroy another town, you should let me know via chat. You can count on me. So yeah. Rare and Blink both stood up straight. They could sit here and talk forever, but now wasn't the best time. Yeah. Good luck. I'm hoping for your success. Same to you, Ray. See you later. The Mormos transformed into bats, and Blink got up on the red skeletons, the three Spato, who carried her away. Rare watched the surreal scene until they fully disappeared from sight. Chapter 102, Official Forums 1. World First. Catastrophe down. Event boss defeated. 1. Healthy Unpeelable. Yeah, we beat the event boss. Cheers to everyone who was there, waiting for the tears from everyone else. 2. Amatane. THX4 thread. 3. Nameless Elf. THX. But wow. News travels fast. I was gonna make a thread if there wasn't one yet, but someone who died beat me to it. 4. Healthy Unpeelable. I was looking at the menu, got more XP out to nowhere so it was up. 5. Amatane. We sure got a shitload of XP. Gotta thank the leader. 6. Monkey Dive Sasuke. 5. N-Guild 2. If you didn't notice the thread. Probably no raid. 7. Healthy Unpeelable. You lived. Nameless Elf. Lucky backliners. Any drop info? 8. Nameless Elf. 7. Yep, I survived. There were drops, but the same item dropped in the city too. It was bigger, but the undead probably gave the same drops as the boss. Looked like a pretty high rank item, but with how much there was it's probably not worth all that much, I bet. 9. Amatane. Only if you look at items queues of the event, we get more XP queues, no death penalty. So pretty high XP boss. 10. Orinki. Seems like it. I bet it'll turn into a good chunk of cash, but it'd be fine if the leader just takes it all. 11. Monkey Dive Sasuke. 10. Nah, don't worry about Wayne. He should just split it up. 12. Country Pop. I only met Sasuke today, but he's pretty. Eyes, you know. 13. Amatane. Yeah, we know. Eyes. 14. Monkey Dive Sasuke. Dime. 15. Healthy Unpeelable. Yep, we know. Eyes. 16. Arafubuki. Sorry, is this a spoiler thread or SMTHG? What's an event boss? 17. Amatane. 16. A little bit ago there was another thread like event boss confirmed, come to Highs ASAP or something. We beat that boss. 18. Nameless Elf. 16. We pulled off a hard win, so we're just patting each other on the backs. We talked to Wayne and others when they got back. 19. Arafubuki. Huh? Wow. Event boss? Seriously? You killed it already? 20. Impolite speech. Top rankers hogging all the fun again. 21. Healthy Unpeelable. Well, the timing and the stage were super specific. Complain to the admins. 35. Nameless Elf. We talked to Wayne and CO. Wayne, Gil, and Mentalist were gonna party up I think. 36. Amatane. Nice. It'll be good competition. 37. Ichi. Seems like it. 38. Monkey Dive Sasuke. That why I said don't worry about Wayne. See, he should split up the cash. 39. Those warm hands. Sasuke is really considerate, even if he doesn't come off that way. 40. Country Pop. 41. Healthy Unpeelable. 42. Monkey Dive Sasuke. WTF. 51. GI1 Game Mesh. That's some bullshit. 52. Wayne. Sorry everyone. 53. Mentalist. Gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding. 54. Nameless Elf. What happened? Did you wipe right after making a party? Lol. 55. Mentalist. 54. Winner chicken dinner, but the problem is what we died to. 56. Country Pop. Wow, really? Putting aside leader, with GI1 Game Mesh you shouldn't go down that easily. 57. Mentalist. Boss powered up and came back. 58. Nameless Elf. 57. What? Dime? 59. Mentalist. Exactly that. The catastrophe powered up and came back. Wayne said like, it was an event battle, but it wasn't an event to beat the boss, it was an awakening event. For the boss to unveil the brand spankin' new story enemy. 60. GI1 Gamesh. I think he's right. Here's what we know. New mystery long-range physical attack, new buff ability with unknown range, no chance spells, super magic accuracy, triple the wings, A's light up. 61. Wayne. 60. The second half sounds like an action figure ad, but yeah, basically all that. She didn't have just 2 phases, but at least 3. No chance spells are really bad. I don't even know what she did to us at the end. No idea what we can do about it. 62. Mentalist. Probably the thing she shot at the knights, the mini black hole lurking spell, where you get eaten up in darkness and disappear. 63. Healthy unpeelable. You serious? WTF. 64. Amatane. I mean, there's still a week left in the event. I knew there was no way we could beat the boss on day 2 and that's it, but so it's an event to unveil the new boss, huh? Sounds interesting. 65. Monkey Dive Sasuke. Goddamn, I used so many items too, WTF. 66. Mentalist. I'm low on soul stones, but with how much XP we got I think I'm still up. 67. Monkey Dive Sasuke. What do I do about the squid balls? 68. Healthy unpeelable. Aren't those cheap? 69. Witchy. You like him? Should we buy more? Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. 70. Wayne. There's more. We died before we could pick up the boss's metal drops. The capital city is fucked too. After dying twice we couldn't respawn in the castle anymore. 71. Mentalist. We gotta give up on the capital. But I picked up a bunch of the metal balls in the city while we ran through it. 72. GI1 Gamesh. Oh shit, good job. Actually where you at Mentai? 73. Mentalist. Well, town named Chiro. My old base. 74. GI1 Gamesh. I'm in World 2. Place called Obi. You ween? 75. Wayne. Where is this? I don't know. Not again. 76. Country Pop. Leader finally got a totally random respawn. Resed 3 times in half a day. 77. Nameless elf. Whoa. Don't you think you're kinda cursed? 78. Orinky. Wayne. Maybe possessed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Game Law Megathread Part 5. 53. Professor Moriarty. In summary, 6 catastrophes exist across the world. True Vampire Archdemon Archangel Insect King Merman Lord Golden Dragon. 54. Faust. We got to add the Undead Angel to the list. From this event, it was defeated. But we should make sure there's a record. 55. Liyue House. The Undead Angel apparently got stronger and came back to life. Then it killed the last 3 players in the capital of Highs and took over the place. 56. Faust. You mean Highs got destroyed? 57. Liyue House. Sounds like. 58. Professor Moriarty. Alright, we don't know what the NPCs call it, but let's decide on a provisional name for it in this thread. 59. Holy Regan. Nothing phases you lol. 60. Justice. Since it's undead and an angel, what about Death Angel? 61. Professor Moriarty. That could get confusing with Archangel. 62. Liyue House. Not much we can do since both are already angels. 63. Holy Regan. I heard it flies, so what about Skylord? 64. Professor Moriarty. Then it would get confused with the Sky Castle, and you left out it being undead. 65. Faust. Death from the Sky. What do you think? 66. Justice. What a poet. 67. Professor Moriarty. Not a bad name, but it'd feel kind of grinny to actually call it that. 68. Holy Regan. You're breaking character lol. 69. Lotus Billow. Sorry, right now do we only know about 6 of these catastrophes? 70. Faust. 7. But yeah, there were only 6 until now. Any country you go to says the same thing. 71. Lotus Billow. The town I'm in. More like a village, but there's a legend about a dragon that lives at the top of a mountain near here. No one's seen it in a long time, but a long time ago there were a lot of victims. 72. Professor Moriarty. Are you talking about the dragon at the North Pole, or is it a different one? 73. Liyue House. Where this village? 74. Lotus Billow. Root Village, in Peel. 75. Holy Regan. Where's that? 76. Faust. Anyway, what do we call the 7th catastrophe? Should we go with my suggestion? 77. Professor Moriarty. Let's just use that. The provisional name is 7th catastrophe. Chapter 103. The seventh catastrophe. Rare ordered Shuguru to make preparations for airlifting infantry and engineer ants to La Colline. She had them scour the underground tunnels as well to make sure nothing got left behind. This would finally close the curtain on the entire La Colline situation. Using Summon Caster to return to the capital, it was finally time to check out the forums. So there are 6 other known catastrophes aside from me. Since most of the information came from legends passed down within various NPC countries, she didn't know how reliable it was. She wasn't sure how trustworthy these lore players' fact-gathering skills were, but it didn't really matter either way. All Rare wanted right now was to confirm what information was being shared between the player and NPC sides, not determine the absolute truth. And as she suspected, the number of catastrophes that the NPCs have identified was inaccurate. This wasn't based on anything in the game, but it would be natural to presume that an archdemon was diametrically opposed to an archangel. Similarly, the relationship between a demon lord and a spirit lord could also be antagonistic. Regardless of the truth, the leaders of the Kingdom of Highs believed that the Spirit King favored them, which meant that it was possible that the Spirit Lord was assessed as a force that posed no threat to humanity, in which case, Rare didn't think a Spirit King would trigger that special being of calamity or whatever system announcement. The developers probably made that decision, or rather, that setting. They surely didn't consider how the NPCs felt about it. When considering Rare as the leader of a faction, the developers probably assumed that the Demon Lord was antagonistic to the human faction. This was obvious from the fact that her birth as a Demon Lord was announced via system message, so it was hard to believe that her own nemesis, the Spirit Lord, would have also merited an announcement as an enemy of humanity. Along the same lines, based on the Prime Minister's description of the artifact's effects, she could infer that the Spirit Lord and the Archangel weren't opposed to one another in the natural order, which meant that when the Archangel was born, it was possible that the human faction didn't get an announcement about it. This conclusion was ultimately an assumption or hypothesis based on a thought experiment. But if she happened to be right, that special skill that lets you receive world announcements, I think they called it an oracle or something. The designation of catastrophe seems to be independent of it, though. Information sent via oracle is by and large about catastrophes, and probably only catastrophes that are considered to be forces working against the human faction. If that's the way it was programmed, then she could understand the thinking behind it. I'd really like to somehow get my hands on a skill that lets me hear those oracles. If there's a monster version of it, I want that too. If I could keep tabs on both sides, then it would be possible to monitor any future threats that could be a danger to me. If it were possible to get her hands on the skill in the capital, then she should have tried to find it. Now, she regretted how things had turned out. She had learned about oracles from the forums, but by then most of the residents in the capital had already been killed. But speaking of oracles, they were typically related to religion. Since Rare wasn't concerned about them at the time, she hadn't paid any special attention to any temples or churches. Their members had probably been turned into undead already, and while their stats were probably about the same as when they had been alive, the same couldn't be said for their skills. Well crap, from now on, if we find anyone who seems religious, I should try to brainwash them instead of killing them. Once I've identified one of the 2 skills I want, that should help in the investigation of the other one. She didn't know if there were any other cities in this country where there might still be someone left capable of receiving oracles. Since all the players in the capital had left for the border cities as soon as the event started, there weren't that many who had heard about the catastrophe from High's NPCs. Other countries had people delivering news and sermons on street corners, but Highs could have been restricting the flow of information since this disaster had risen within their own country. It's impossible to exchange information with other countries in real time, after all. However, that won't be the case in the future. There probably weren't any here, but if a player were to become a knight and get more involved with a country's administration, that country's information gathering capabilities would skyrocket. It wouldn't be unthinkable for some other countries to have already been informed that I've taken over the royal capital of Highs. If someone was playing that way, then they probably wouldn't make posts on the forums themselves. Just like Rare, they would simply leech information. I need to consider these possibilities moving forward. If cutthroat players like that have items like those artifacts at their disposal, I could end up being killed again. because those players could try to manipulate the information being propagated online. I should share this information with my FR friends. No wait, if she's in combat then I might be bothering her. I should wait until she's out of the country first. But maybe it'd be better to send it as soon as possible. In the end, no friend chats were initiated that day. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. The royal capital of Highs is down, and so are most of the major cities in the country. For now, we should steadily expand our influence and use our forces to strengthen our foothold. Since they were still in the middle of an event and all, there was also the option of pushing further given the opportunity. However, while they had little need to worry about supplies at the moment, that didn't mean they had the leeway to support a war front multiple times wider either. Maybe they could do it if they just torched all the cities instead of conquering them, but if the humans just rebuilt them after Air's forces left, then there wasn't much point. Ideally, we'd grow one of World Tree's terminals in the center of all those cities, include some ants and tree ants, and turn those places into ruins overgrown with greenery. We could also raise animals and monsters for fodder. Rare needed to experiment first in order to determine if this plan was viable or not. Her original goal only went as far as turning the capital into a ruined city-type zone, and despite some hiccups, that goal had been achieved. Now she needed a new goal in order to determine how her forces would operate moving forward. First we need a long-term goal. How about take over the entire continent? This would naturally include the destruction of the other 5 countries in the process. That would pit me against the entire human-side player base, but well, if there are other players like Blinkout the willing to cooperate, it should be possible to not be outmatched. However, there was a lot of information that Rare didn't want to be public, such as the fact that she was a raid boss known as a catastrophe. Putting aside whether their interests might be aligned, it would be risky even just to thoughtlessly make an offer. Also, there could be other players like Rare who started out with a human race avatar but started killing other humans. She needed to check whether there were any. Whether they could cooperate would depend on negotiations, but she could at least try not to antagonize them. As for a midterm goal while taking over the continent, first would be taking over the entire kingdom of Highs. I should define exactly what taking over entails here, but if I say we need to capture every city, there might be too many of them. In a normal war, capturing the capital would lead to their leaders capitulating, and we would force them to accept terms of surrender advantageous to us. But that won't happen here since they've got nothing to offer us. Or more like, the ruler already ran off. It seemed that the Spirit Lord's legacy or whatever was more important than the kingdom itself. It was an indispensable item needed to defend against not just Rare, but any of the catastrophes, so it was vital for it to never fall into the hands of an enemy. But didn't he say that it wasn't very effective against angels? On this continent, the only enemy they had to worry about was the angels, so why would they protect it so zealously? Is there maybe some other threat that only royalty were privy to? But if there were, then it didn't make sense to keep that information a secret. If something like that truly existed, that only the royal family knew about, then in all likelihood only those in the royal family were told that they were the ones who deposed the Spirit Lord as well. If so, then those people were the biggest hypocrites. Of course, this was all speculation. Nothing that Rare conjectured would lead anywhere productive. What was important now was how she would handle the remaining cities left in this country. For starters, I need to test if this ant and tree ant city idea will work. If it will, then if we go to each city one by one and replace all the people with ants and all the houses with tree ants, then that would serve as proof of conquest. And in order to proceed with that plan, there was one problem that needed to be solved first. Shiguru's reincarnation. Chapter 104, Queen of Insects. Of course, I had a reason to need Shiguru to reincarnate. While she was indeed the only member of the top brass who hadn't gone through reincarnation yet, there was an actual problem beyond that. As a Vespoid queen, Shiguru had reached the maximum limit on followers. To be accurate, they hadn't determined an exact number of ants that she could control. There were no problems with the ones operating in the Great Libby Forest or in the ground beneath the neighboring prairie, but if Rare wanted her invasion to expand outside of those areas, that number would not suffice. The tree ants as well could only multiply so much, since they had a limited population density, so Rare believed something similar was at work. In other words, what she needed was a new queen ant. For a common ant queen, when she first copulated, she would receive enough sperm from the male ant to fertilize a lifetime's worth of eggs, which she would store inside her body. If she were to be unable to lay more eggs, the typical reason would be that she had used up her supply of sperm. However, when Suguru had been asked if that might be the case, apparently her race didn't even understand the concept of sexes in and of itself, which meant that all of her eggs had been unfertilized. When considering normal ants, queens could choose to lay fertilized or unfertilized eggs, with the latter always birthing male ants. However, with regards to Suguru's race, if they didn't technically have sexes and could only lay unfertilized eggs, then either the offspring would be genderless, or they would be hermaphrodites. If these had been normal ants, then the creation of the next queen could be induced via pheromones and diet, but the eggs Suguru laid had predetermined results. Thus, it would be reasonable to assume that it should be possible to lay an egg meant to become the next queen. In her current skill trees, she didn't have any reproduction skills to create a new generation of queen, so Suguru needed some kind of breakthrough. Perhaps learning a specific skill could unlock the one they sought, but looking at World Tree, its root division skill was unable to create more world trees. Along the same lines, since Suguru was a Vespoid queen, Rare was certain that she would be unable to reproduce another queen-type monster. Assuming she was right, she hoped having Suguru reincarnate into a higher class of monster would be that breakthrough. With the event's increased XP, I've already regained what I used earlier from killing the people in the capital. I'm no longer in the red from the death penalty, so the players I fought and killed yesterday around noon put me in the black. Nice. Nice. Ah ha ha ha. Rare calmed herself down. This should be enough for Suguru's reincarnation now. As for our emergency funds, we'll start saving again tomorrow. However, as they used more XP, the amount of XP they needed in reserve increased as well. Everything would go to waste if I were to die, but if I just don't die then no problem, which meant investing now to reduce the risk of her dying later. That said, I'll go back to the forest for a time. I hope I can leave you in charge, Rare said to Siag, who had been silently listening to her talk to herself this entire time. She wouldn't have minded if he had voiced his thoughts, but Siag was pretty reserved. It was incredible how he had become a knight captain with his personality. He must have been exceptionally brilliant. Understood. Leave the capital to me, but please take Surtees back with you. He is your majesty's personal guard, after all. Indeed. I shall call for him after I've arrived there. If I don't, I'm sure he'd be peeved. Siag certainly didn't suggest that because he thought that Dees would be a pain in the ass if he stayed in the capital. Probably. With Suguru as her target, Rare used summon on herself, returning to the queen's chamber. The wolf pups were also there, tussling with each other. Which reminded her, Dees was originally supposed to be looking after the pups, so she had wondered what he had done with them. When he came to the castle, it seemed he had Suguru watch them. Before she forgot, Rare also cast summon on Dees. He immediately moved over to the wall, paying absolutely no mind to the little wolves. I apologize for yesterday, for making you suddenly experience death. I also want to thank you for restoring the forest. Your words are wasted on me. Surtees' appearance has certainly become much more virile. Ha ha ha. This is how I looked when I was much younger. His personality really had become somewhat obnoxious. As he became less undead and more human, his weak human traits surfaced more, or they were being resurrected. It wasn't a huge problem, though, for now. You'll become a lot more impressive soon yourself, Suguru, I hope. Rare then pulled out a greater Philosopher's Stone from her inventory. She had left all the regular Philosopher's Stones in the capital, but she still held on to all the greater ones. Now, it's time to reincarnate. Come. She handed over the greater stone. In Suguru's hand, the vessel turned into light and disappeared, the liquid inside melting into her body. Rare's eyes could see that the instant the stone was used, the container had turned into pure mana. Since it appeared to be an item without a single drop of magic before it was used, it must use some kind of system similar to casting spells, where the activation process generates magic. Your follower has fulfilled a condition for reincarnation. Permit reincarnation into Insect Queen. Permit spending 3000 XP to reincarnate into Reina Catinosa. Seeing 3000 was nostalgic, Even she had originally seen it not that long ago. It was the amount needed to reincarnate into a demon lord or spirit lord, which meant that Shuguru should be reincarnating into something that would be on par with rare. Immortal rulers required less XP, only 1000, but while they were also catastrophe-class monsters, they might also have less potential compared with Shuguru's new race. Spend 3000, allow reincarnation into Reina Katinoza. But that reminds me, World Tree needed 5000. Going by the amount of XP needed to reincarnate alone, World Tree has the highest rank of everyone here. Initializing reincarnation. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. After sucking up a ton of mana, Shuguru disappeared from sight. Even if Rare were to open her eyes, she wouldn't be able to see anything more, just everything would be a different color. But anyway, what's a Reina Katinoza? Is that Spanish? Maybe? Reina is probably queen. Katinoza. Quitinoza, or Kitinoza? Oh, does it maybe mean Chitinous, as in Chitinous queen? The light show died down, and a smaller Shuguru came into view. Rare opened her eyes to take in Shuguru's new appearance. Wow, you look pretty cool. Shuguru looked more human-like now. In fact, with all of her wings out, Rare looked more like a bird, so she herself was slowly becoming less and less human. But no, she's got all those arms, so I'm still more human-like, at least as far as our shapes go. Shuguru's face was covered in hard-looking skin, almost as though she wore a mask. It didn't seem like she would be able to make any expressions. Her mouth was split into upper and lower halves, with each half sporting separate parts of the mask. She now had hair, but it looked extremely fluffy, resembling the head of a silk moth one. It was tactile as well. She had round, compound eyes set deep into her mask, located about where human eyes would be. Her entire body was segmented and covered in a hard exoskeleton. The closest comparison Rare could think of was a ball-jointed doll. However, that was it for similarities to humans. She had 3 pairs of arms, with her legs included. She had 8 limbs total. Very inhuman. And in the area that would be the buttocks for a human, she had an abdomen similar to what one would see on ants or bees. Where a human's stomach would be, she had what Rare believed was called a petiole. 2. Her legs grew down from there. Shuguru's 3 sets of arms, as well as 2 pairs of wings, grew out of her thorax, which was very insect-like. Her bottom half seemed to be based around some other kind of arthropod. A being of calamity, a queen of insects, has been born. Because their queen of insects is already under the control of an existing power, the global message will be suppressed. It's like you went on an insect part shopping spree. Well, you look awesome, so whatever. Thank you very much. I feel as thought I have an excessive amount of power. I see now. I can understand why boss had decided to personally take part in that battle. Huh? What do you mean? With this much strength, the temptation to test it out is nearly unbearable. That wasn't exactly the reason Rare had decided to head to the front lines, but now that Shuguru had brought it up, she couldn't entirely deny that she might have felt that way either. In the end, she never got to try out wing attack, so that still bothered her even now. Surdees, even though you now look so powerful, you are still quite composed. Because I have a much higher purpose to fulfill. He must have been referring to Rare's protection. As someone with so many other priorities, his statement stabbed her in the heart. The system didn't designate you as a special being of calamity, though, just a regular being of calamity, Shuguru. Maybe it's because unlike undead or demon lords, you aren't naturally aligned against any particular force. You would just cause trouble for everyone, a neutral calamity, as it were. The system message was cancelled either way, so we won't be able to find out. However, if Rare's speculation were correct and the announcement had gone out, all the nations and factions with characters with that special oracle skill might spread the information publicly. This would simply result in hordes of enemies coming after her. If Shuguru had developed as originally planned in the Great Libi Forest, then this forest may have become highly contested battleground. That's not something we need to worry about now, though. More importantly, let's see what new skills you can learn. Chapter 105, A Parting Gift. The skill tree that contained Shuguru's haplodiploidy didn't really have any new skills to learn. However, a completely new tree did get unlocked: insect production. The very first skill in this tree was Ant Queen, which from the name probably created an ant queen. Instant buy. However, unlike regular ant eggs, This skill cost XP instead. It had a similar system to the tree ants, root division. If Haplodiploides' ability to create more eggs corresponded to the tree ants, scatter seeds, skill, then insect production S ability to birth queen class units seemed to correspond to the tree ant, root division, skill. But even with the additional cost, the advantage of being able to create more queens was huge. Rare spent the required XP to try it out. They are significantly larger than normal eggs. The amount of time they require for incubation has increased as well. Standard ant soldiers were born from eggs about a quarter the size of these ones. They didn't require much time before they hatched, either. In comparison, while the queen eggs didn't seem like they would require hours to incubate, neither did it feel like they would hatch at any second. Well, we'll just have to wait patiently. Let's examine these other skills. Running parallel down the tree with Ant Queen were the skills Spider Queen and Coleopteran Queen. If I remember correctly, some species of spiders are social, but Coleopteran means beetles, I think. Do beetles even have queens? Beetles though they may be, they were also monsters, so if she were told this species of them had a queen, Rare's only response would be to nod and say sure, seems legit. After looking it up later, she would find out that while they didn't have queen colonies like ants or bees did, there was apparently a species of stag beetle where adults would raise larvae in a social manner. I'm curious, but it's not something I need to know right now. I'll think about after I've restocked my emergency XP. Finally, the egg film began to tear, and a familiar-looking queen ant emerged from within. It was a Vespoid queen. Now, we should be able to expand our battlefronts. The capital region will be managed by Sieg and his Order of Undead. Drendeliurd will be Underworld Tree and the Tree Ants, and it should be fine to leave Urfaron under the control of Sugaru's colony. Now, for this queen. Boss, if I may. Normally, Sugaru would immediately make all newly hatched ants her followers, then assign them a place in her colony. However, she didn't use subordinate on this Vespoid queen. Without subordinate, this queen was equivalent to a wild monster to Rare. However, the newly born monster appeared aware that she was in the presence of her creator and grand creator and simply listened to them meekly. There was no need for Rare to take any immediate action. I believe Boss should be the one to subordinate her. If she were to be my follower, then in times of need, Boss would not be able to summon her directly. That's a good point. Produce more queens and put them on standby somewhere. Then the next time I take control of a town or city, I will summon one directly to rule our new location. Just like I did with Sieg this time. Since Sugaru had been overseeing the farm and the theme park up until now, Rare couldn't transfer her away from the Great Forest before. However, the park was effectively closed now, and if it were just the farm, then management duties could be given to another ant now. Alright, I will directly subordinate her. Now that the nearby city is gone, this forest base will be pretty stable. In that case, let's use it as a site to train new leaders and let them get used to leading projects. If Rare did need to call someone over to administrate a new city, she had no idea if a newly born unit would be able to pick up the reins right on the spot. In order to get a bit of experience beforehand, this safe forest was perfect. As you will, I shall lay more eggs so that they can all hatch together. Since the queens all needed to learn stuff like enhance follower, they needed their stats raised in order to strengthen their brood, which mean more XP was necessary. Considering how many more queens Rare would need, then she would need to farm even more XP. The grind never ends. Rare could still power up herself as well, and the same went for all the other reincarnated leaders like these. Everyone must have unlocked many new skills. Before all that, we need to get La Colline settled. It's a huge transportation hub for the kingdom with multiple major roads running through it. We should be able to turn the region into a primary access point. Let's plan to make it a new provisional newbie dungeon. Who knew what kind of newbies would want to travel to a country that had been overrun by monsters, though? Please leave La Colline to me. I have the knowledge to oversee it. Perhaps we could also get a seed from World Tree and raise it as an elder to become a terminal. At any rate, it's just a mountain of wreckage right now, hardly attractive at all. We'll want to turn the area into a place lush with nature in order to get people to visit. If they truly wanted to turn it into a new theme park, then there were other points of concern as well. There needed to be accommodations. Unless there were safe zones that players could set as their spawn points, it would be hard to get them to stay for long periods of time. However, if it's an attractive enough destination for players to come despite all the demerits, then they'll think of solutions on their own. Thinking ahead, there won't always be a town conveniently located near a farming zone. Maybe she could indirectly ask the developers, what should I do if I want to grind in a zone where there aren't any safe zones I can use to log out? The questions and answers would be posted publicly, but the name of the person submitting the question should be kept anonymous, so it wouldn't be a problem for Rare to send in the question herself. If the answer that came back was practical, then other players should be able to see it and decide on their own if that method was worth it to them. Actually, as far as social media goes, Rare should simply be known as the winner of the first event, so there shouldn't be any problems even if the name does get out. The real problem would be if the idea that the 7th catastrophe's name is Rare spreads. If that were to happen, then the idea that players can become catastrophes would also get out. There was no way a player catastrophe would want to friend other regular players anyway, and if there was ever a need to name oneself, it would be fine to use a fake name. However, choosing a poor alias would occasionally result in sharing the name with another player, which would be a pain in the ass, and Rare still hadn't found out if players and NPCs could share names either. Someone had to have looked into that already. I'll try to find that information later. It really should be fine to just come up with a proper sounding name. I called myself a catastrophe this time, so I can just keep doing that. It looks like social media is calling me some kind of undead angel, so I could try to go in that direction, but most of the time, cheap misdirection like that always backfires. Better to not do anything overly complicated. Now then, let's go to Lacoline. Sugaru. The ants and wasps I sent on ahead should have just about arrived. That does not seem to be the case. Would you like them to be summoned once we are there? I want to test out your flying capabilities, so let's fly there together. Ds. Watch the pups. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. Your Majesty, your will is my command, but I won't go picking fights on my own. Sugaru will be with me too. When they were about to depart for Lacoline, Siag sent a friend chat. Your Majesty, do you have a moment? What's wrong? I have a report regarding your request to modify the throne to fit Sir Yoro Izuku's stature. Rare had left Yoro Izuku and the other living weapons behind. The NPCs and other players had the mistaken impression that Yoro Izuku wasn't a separate monster but the catastrophe's first form. Therefore, it made sense to leave them back in the capital acting in the role of the catastrophe. We attempted to move the throne temporarily, but, to my utter disgrace, that appeared to have activated a trap installed in the room. Wait, who set it off? You did? You sound pretty unperturbed, all things considered. Indeed. The trap's effect was seal. Fortunately, because there were a few other undead in range when it happened, the effect was dispersed across all of us and I was able to destroy the seal from within. Rare's eyes widened. So that's what he was after. She had doubted that a shrewd man like the Prime Minister would have wasted his final artifact for no apparent reason. However, it was possible that he either overestimated the artifact's power or underestimated Rare's strength, so she didn't put much thought into it. She never could have imagined that he had been hiding another item like that. No, not an item but an entire trap installation. I wonder how he saw visiting dignitaries from afar if he had something like that set up in the audience chamber. However, it didn't seem as though the trap was all that strong. If just trapping Siag and a few undead led to its effects dropping by that much, then it couldn't have possibly contained Rare. Even if she had been affected by that weakening artifact at the time, the effect duration was too short to have been problematic. What would be the point of a combo attack like that? Even if they were able to seal something while it was weakened, as soon as the weakening wore off the target would be able to break the seal. End of story. We analyzed the trap spell and discovered that the target wouldn't be able to interfere with the outside world, nor would anything outside be able to interact with the sealed target. However, at the same time, any time-limited effects would remain frozen but active until the target left the seal. So while the catastrophe was sealed, they could prepare all their forces and launch a full-powered attack at the same time it broke free to defeat it. If the timer for the debuff wouldn't restart until after the seal broke, that meant they could possibly pull it off if they aimed for that exact point in time. It was impossible to know how the seal would actually affect players without experiencing it for herself, but it was better not to be hit by if she could help it. It was a pity that they couldn't experiment with the trap activation due to a lack of personnel, but the mechanism was originally planned to go off if the throne were moved. However, the Prime Minister had miscalculated since there were more people in the room at the time. The nobles who had been struck with fear due to Dee's and Siag's sudden transformation, as well as the surviving sorcerers who had run out of mana. I really have to thank Dee's and Siag. Oops, I forgot I was still chatting. So what did you do with that seal trap thing? Destroy it? No, it no longer activates, but the mechanism is still in place. While it seems to have no relation to His Majesty the Spirit Lord, after examining it we have discovered how to operate it. According to Siag, when filled with mana, it could be activated from outside and any characters within range would easily become sealed. Since it had just been triggered, it needed both time and mana before it could be used again, but as an emergency measure, it was an excellent trick to have on hand. The only downside is that it cannot be moved from this room where it was installed. Well, not much we can do about that. In any case, if we ever have a pressing need for it, it'll be in that room, so ensure it's ready to be used at any time. Now the only remaining concern truly was the exiled royal family. However, there wasn't anything Rare could do about them at the moment. First, she had to bring Sugaru to Lac Holine and set up an attraction in the forest there. Chapter 106, Manners? Those are only for the boss. Kerry's group had woken up in an inn in Conata, about 3 days south of the Great Libby Forest, going at Hukuma's speed. What did boss say? Asked Riley. Right. She's fine. She wants us to stay in this town and check out their defense for the invasion, Kerry responded after seeing that the friend chat had ended. They had arrived at this town the night before, but they only stayed for one night and checked out in the morning, earlier that same day. Since they had traveled for an entire day and didn't find another town or village, they had planned to camp out along the road, taking turns to keep watch. During that time, everyone suddenly died. Then they all awoke once again in this inn. Good thing no one else was staying in this room. If someone had been, maybe we wouldn't have been able to revive here. Would we have gone all the way back to Libby then? Anyway, I'll go tell the landlady we want to stay a few more nights. If she's still awake, at least, Riley said, heading downstairs. The woman would probably be shocked to see the group who had headed off in the wee hours of the morning suddenly come down from the second floor, but there was nothing they could do about it. Fortunately, they had brought along a lot of cash for their travels, so they could buy her silence. Money makes the world go round. More importantly, is the boss really all right? Yeah. From the way she talked, she didn't seem to be really depressed or anything. At least it didn't feel that way. But even if she were, I bet she wouldn't show anyone anyway. Especially not us. Kerry remembered how Boss had looked when she first met her, how she had oozed confidence from her very pores. Boss's appearance had changed quite a bit since then, but the way she sometimes got that look of mischief on her face hadn't changed at all. The things Boss did were all completely beyond the Catgirl's imaginations. Recently, they had finally been able to touch on what her goals were and how she wanted to accomplish them, but at the very start they had no idea what she had been trying to do. Meeting Boss had dramatically changed Kerry and the girls' lives. Back then, just as she had told them, if they had kept on doing things the same way they always had, in some not so far off future, someone would have ended up taking everything from them, including their lives. At that time, Kerry had said to Rare, "I want you to become our leader." Her plea had changed everything. And there were people out there who had hurt their leader. Those people had to pay. But who in the world could have? If we ask, Boss probably wouldn't tell us. Remy was right. She was the boss. After all, she might already be on her way to settle the score herself. I'm so mad I could explode. But there's nothing we can do about it right now. All we can do is what Boss asked and keep an eye on this town. Yeah. If we learn anything from how they defend themselves, it could come in handy one day for killing the guys who beat up Boss. They resented having to help out the forces of humanity, who had antagonized their leader, but they just had to hold it in while reminding themselves that this would help her. Riley entered the room. "I'm back." It was kind of a letdown how normal her reaction was. I guess it happens a lot nowadays, people appearing from their rooms even after they've checked out. So they've stopped booking rooms for a day after someone checks out. The girls would have also found it pretty weird if they hadn't been dropped into the exact same predicament. They must be also followers. No, probably players like Boss is. Meaning lots of players stay in this inn, you think? Probably, yeah. So now, It must have seemed as though Carrie's group, who had died and come back to this inn, were also players. Well, we gotta help protect this town anyway. Been a while since I pretended to be a player. You might be fine, Carrie, but we haven't done it before. It'll be alright if you just stay quiet, Marion. You never liked talking to strangers anyway. And so, Carrie's group was going to participate in Conator's invasion event. So yeah, we'll be defending this town. What'll you guys do? Visit uxioverworld.eu for extra chapters. Let me think. We probably shouldn't join the invasion, should we? Boss didn't say anything about what you guys should do, Hakama, but the original plan was to head for the volcano so Boss could summon us at any moment. We need to check the humans' defenses, so that's why we're staying here. But wouldn't it be fine if you just go on ahead to the volcano? Yeah, I suppose so. Alright, leave it to us. Good luck. When they had stopped in this town, Carrie and the other girls found the inn, but Hakama and Ginka, being giant wolves, couldn't very well accompany them. The two of them made camp a bit off the road and rested there. That temporary bed ended up becoming their spawn point, perhaps because there weren't any hostile enemies nearby. After the friend chat ended, Hakama loped off, accompanied by Ginka. The luggage they carried wasn't all that heavy, so they were able to run without trouble. At this pace, they would soon reach the volcano. The more territories their forces controlled, the more power their master would gain, and if all they needed to do to accomplish that was run, then they would run. As planned, Hakama and Ginka are headed to the volcano, and as ordered, we'll protect this town. Got it. We ended up leaving this morning without seeing, but what's attacking this town anyway? From the state of the town, the invasion didn't seem to be terribly disruptive. At the very least, nothing appeared to have breached the outer wall yet. From speaking with the landlady earlier, they gleaned that there were a lot of players here, so the unexceptional town guard was probably able to cooperate with them to withstand the attacks. Or perhaps there just wasn't a monster here strong enough to destroy the outer wall or the gate in the first place. I wonder. We could probably find out if we head to the Sellsword Guild. I don't think it's anything bad, though. But at the very least no one else can get through from outside the town. Merchants in particular shouldn't be able to trade goods right now. Remy was absolutely right. In the past, the Catkin girls would never have thought about stuff like that. They just had a vague awareness that somewhere in town they should be able to sell their stuff. But things were different now. Every town had something they specialized in, which they would use to trade with other towns, and from their items would be sold to people who wanted them. This led to prices rising beyond the base material value. Apparently, this was how an economy worked. Since Remy had managed to shop back in Airfahan, she was particularly keen on these matters. So basically, here's what's going on. Whatever the enemies are, with the players here, no one's worried about the defenses. But players aren't particularly interested in the fate of the town itself. That's why, even though the flow of goods has stopped, none of them are looking to proactively go out and take down the monster chief. Based on what we heard from the boss, we were originally supposed to leave the forest and maybe wait a day? For 10 days after that, there's something called an event, and everyone gets more XP during it. So that's why the players might want to leave the chief alive for that entire time. This strategy certainly went against the town's best interests. However, since Carrie and the girls had nothing to do with the town either, they didn't particularly care one way or the other. If we're going to pretend to be players, then we can do the same thing they do, right? Just kill the weaklings who come attacking while checking out how strong the players are. That should be good. But yeah, I want Riley to take on a special mission. You good with that? Sure. What is it? While the players are screwing around with the small fries, make your way out of the town and lay eyes on the chief. Until we get new orders, maybe after the event's over or whenever boss has some free time on her hands. I dunno. But it ain't a bad idea to gather as much info as we can on everything around here. Chapter 107, The Defense of Conator. The monsters are undead. The landlady must have been up in the middle of the night cause the town was just attacked. The next day, Carrie went to the Sellsword Guild to get information about the town's defense. She ground her teeth in vexation at hearing it, though. If they had known about the attack, then it would have been better to have gone out and seen what was going on themselves. You're all safeholder sellswords too? Well, we're grateful they protecting us, but we want to get them to stop attacking us period. You know, get at the root cause. We sent a bird to the government, but we ain't gotten no response yet. The worn-out middle-aged man standing at the guild's counter sighed after voicing his complaints. Just as Remy had said the night before, it didn't seem like the players were proactively trying to solve the problem. Another man in the lobby who looked to be a sellsword spoke up. About that, we also wanna do something about it. Not everyone is on the same page, though, and it's not enough for just 1 or 2 people to go looking for the undead base, he said in frustration. From the way he talked, he had to have been a safe holder, a player. It seemed that not every player was completely indifferent about the town's situation. Just as the man said, though, if there were different perspectives about what should be done, then it would be difficult for them to all come to an agreement. She couldn't imagine her beloved leader getting so much as a scratch from a sellsword of this caliber, no matter how many of them joined forces. However, if they happened to be at Carrie's level, or any of the other girls' level, then she wouldn't be so sure. If they had both numbers and coordination, then it might be possible for them to inflict real harm. But if a large number of players gathered who were antagonistic to Boss, they shouldn't all have exactly the same goals. Considering it from that angle, it might be possible to turn a large group of enemies into multiple smaller groups of enemies. You might have a point. And you are? I'm Gilgamesh, I guess. That was a pretty suspicious introduction. Probably a fake name. However, given that he should believe Carrie to be another player, she couldn't think of a reason for a player to hide his name from another player. No, I know what you're thinking. Really? Wrong guy. I finished making my character first, so I got the name, but now he's the one who's famous. It's a bit embarrassing. It appeared that he didn't know what Carrie was thinking at all, though neither did she know what he was talking about. But speaking of names, she felt like Boss mentioned something about no 2 names being the same once, so maybe these players were unable to have the same names as one another or something. It would be easy for Carrie to just give out her own name here, but if there happened to be a player named Carrie out there, then it could turn into an annoying thing. However, from the way this guy talked, it seemed names could be extremely similar as long as they were subtly different. You can call me Carrie. These are Riley, Remy, and Marion. All nicknames, though, since we're just used to going by them. That should be good enough. So do all 4 of you usually play together? Yeah, that's right. Riley's got something to do right after this, though, so she'll be back later. They'll pretend she would be going back to the inn to sleep, or log out, and she would be able to sneak out from there. Since Riley had a lot of skills suitable for monitoring areas and general covert activities, it would be easy for her to operate without being seen. That was why she was picked to find the enemy chief, too. Alright, so there's 3 of you. If you're up for it and we get attacked again tonight, do you wanna party up? It would be your first time defending this town, right? Wayne had been this way too, but why were these player people so nice? Before now, the only people who got close to the Catkin girls wanted to either rob or kill them. That's why they were reflexively suspicious of anyone who seemed to be acting out of goodwill at first glance. That said, it wasn't like Carrie's group lacked ulterior motives either. Yeah, that'd be nice. There's a lot of stuff I'd like ask about. They would part with Gilgamesh for now. Night was still a long ways away, and they wanted to check on the townspeople as well. Plus, if the monsters only operated at night, then it would be best if Riley went scouting around noon. Since it would be bad if she was seen at this time of day, she would be going out with her hooded cloak. It would stand out, unfortunately, but with this many players there would be no shortage of suspicious-looking figures around anyway, so at least she shouldn't be particularly memorable. We'll be going, then. After dropping Riley off at the inn, the other 3 went back out into the town. When they went to the shopping district, they didn't get the impression that there were any shortages of goods. This should have been the 3rd day of the event. Apparently the event's ripple effects hadn't fully propagated yet. Potions have gone up a bit. If deliveries stay stopped, we might be able to make a profit from selling raw ingredients. Depending on how things go tonight, if we've got enough for ourselves, then it might be better for you to just make and sell them yourself, Remy. No clue how long we'll be staying in this town, but our funds won't last forever. The main ingredient for potions came from an herb that grew pretty much anywhere. If they ever had time during the day, they could go out and gather more. Prices going up meant that either materials or crafters were in short supply. So either no one wanted to leave the town because of the monsters, or there just weren't a lot of crafters here in the first place. Whatever the reason behind it was, Remy would be able to turn a profit. Having decided on a general plan, they just had to wait for the sun to set, then meet up with Gilgamesh. Visit uxioworld.eu for extra chapters. Around when the curtain of night began to fall, the girls went outside the town walls and prepared for battle. A number of sellswords and town guards were also in the vicinity. They couldn't tell at a glance, but some of them must have been players too. All right, the sun's gone down. From here on out, monsters will start showing up any time now. How exactly are they going to show up? They gonna crawl up out of the ground? Nah. You see that rocky area over there? And those clumps of trees? They'll come from out of there. Looking in the direction Gilgamesh pointed, Kerry could see a bunch of larger rocks strewn about, which is what he referred to as rocky. Trees twisted away from those rocks, as though avoiding them. This appeared to have repeated a few times and became a sort of pseudo-forest. They served as the entrance for the monsters to flow out of during this excursion. Look, there they come. Just as Gilgamesh said, a number of undead started creeping out from the forest and heading toward the town. Kerry believed they were skeletal knights. However, the sellswords immediately started taking them down, littering the area with dismembered monster parts. Ain't nothing for us to do for now. The minutes maxers and the gung-ho players dive in right, and, well, since they can be one shot, that leaves us free. But once it starts getting even darker, they'll start coming out faster than we can kill them. Once that happens, there'll be plenty of work for us. Gilgamesh told her that the really proactive players would somehow spend the day in a different town. There was something called an event port that could be used once a day, where two people could use it to make a round trip to efficiently earn more XP during the event. There were some hardcore solo players who would use the event port one way then die to return back to their starting town. Kerry had no idea what half the things he was saying meant, but she could at least memorize it. Boss should be able to make sense of it if she just repeated back to her later. After observing for a while, more and more undead began to slip past the other players, so it was time for Kerry's group to make their debut. Rumi used her archery to corral them while Marion took them down with magic. When waiting for cooldowns and MP regen, Kerry and Gilgamesh stepped up to engage them directly. They continued grinding using this general pattern. Because the enemies were too weak, defending the city turned into monotonous work. That wasn't only the case for Kerry's party either. Other parties seemed to roughly feel the same way. Indeed, if the townspeople were watching, they would be more than justified in thinking that someone could be spared to go assault the enemy's home base. And that's pretty much it. There are a few waves that come during the day too, so with the bonus, this event is pretty nice for farming XP. There's only undead here, so it's not great for cash, though, Gilgamesh commented during a short break, around when the number of attacks started dying down. I getcha. Thanks for the rundown. All in all, between the town guards and the players, the monsters invading this area weren't much of a threat, as long as they weren't deliberately holding themselves back like Kerry's group currently was. An army of ants and adamant soldiers should easily be able to trample them underfoot. Now they just had to wait for Riley's report. Since Boss believed that other beings on Deez's level could possibly be scattered around the continent, they needed to confirm what the undead ringleader here was. Although it was frankly hard to imagine a captain-class monster laying low somewhere in this country. After they accomplished their mission, all they had to do was continue mingling with the players here to pass the time. Although we haven't seen the lord of the town or the knights that are probably followers make an appearance yet. Are they up to something, or do they just not care what happens to the town? Occasionally, stronger undead or ones with better equipment would be mixed into the horde and kill off some of the town guard. If there were any knights stationed here, they would have been able to prevent that. After Riley's investigation was complete, the girls might have to poke around for that information too. Chapter 108, Reforesting Campaign. La Colline was undergoing a smooth reforestation. One of World Tree's terminals produced via root division had been planted in the center of the hill. It was using scatter seeds there, so a tiny forest had already begun to appear. Scatter seeds only made more treants that were the same race as the original, but they wouldn't be terminals for World Tree. The same was true if a terminal used root division, which meant that the same limitations preventing World Tree from duplicating itself applied. The use of Magnum Beneficium via the terminal caused accelerated growth among the treants, and the terminal itself in the center had already become an elder camphor tree, and Rare was also helping with the reforesting while testing out her plant magic. This won't cause the soil to become barren, I hope. I wonder what happens to the nutrients in the ground. If they needed organic matter from dead creatures, those would need to be procured from somewhere. As things are currently, that can be determined later. The city did have many humans living here, correct? Sugaru was right. Indeed, there were many former residents that had been laid to rest here beneath the earth, as La Colline was being reforested. The ants who had arrived first were excavating a new nest underground while aerial soldiers patrolled overhead. With this many trees, we should implement more three-dimensional tactics. Unfortunately, our ants primarily operate on the ground, and the wasps are too big to make use of their mobility in forests. Perhaps we should produce more spiders before our next campaign occurs. It would be ideal to confirm all options at our disposal. This was a great idea. With a proactive review, they could map out all the skill cooldowns now instead of worrying about them in the thick of things. They were currently in a temporary period of peace, so to speak, so this was the perfect time to perform such a review now. Let's do that, then. This was a large city, so we can cover it with an even larger forest. It would be best to have as many different types of monsters here as we can. So let's see what the Coleopteran Queen has to offer later. While La Colline was being reforested, apparently some kind of rebel force had shown up at the royal capital. Since it seemed unlikely for NPCs to be able to communicate and organize overnight, the attackers must have been players who had read about the situation on social media. If they weren't Die Once and That's It Selzord NPCs, then it would be best to assume they'd keep coming indefinitely. Rare ordered low-level skeletons to be stationed around the capital's outer perimeter, and for adamantite soldiers to hunt down anyone who came within sight of the castle. During the day, the undead would be much weaker, so they would probably get taken down easily, but sunlight had no effect on the adamantite units. Back in Libby, we had some of the transporter ants act as analysts to calculate the XP gains for each visitor. Not that they were particularly suited for it, they just didn't have anything else to do. In any case, Siak doesn't currently have anyone to perform that role under him. Does he? While exploring the castle, they had found some kind of conference room. If there were any undead who still had brain functions left, it might make things smoother for them to take that room to do administrative work. I'll boost the INT for those maiden civil servant zombies that we had tamed while taking over the castle. Maybe INT and MND focused zombies will get stat-appropriate reincarnation paths if we use Philosopher's Stones on them. We've got a lot of leftover stones, after all. And as for the XP, well, the beneficiaries would be able to go out and earn more themselves. We're just investing in them up front. It didn't seem like a bad plan. Right now, her force's composition was starting to lean more towards insects, so it would be fine to strengthen some of the undead to keep things balanced. The players believed that she was an undead angel, after all. All right, I'm going to jump over to the castle quick. Take care of things here. I shall. Please be careful. Asterisk. Overall, Rare's day was spent optimizing her forces in this manner. She was a little bit worried about whether Blink's group would have any problems with their offensive, but since she had received no correspondence from the Kenzaki traveling with them, that probably meant there wasn't anything worth noting. She was interested in the town where Carrie's group was staying, but that invasion was mainly happening only at night. That meant attacks should begin occurring right around now. As dusk approached, she would check in with them later after things had settled down. Rare sat down on the royal castle's modified throne, now 2 sizes bigger, to think about tomorrow. The defenses for the capital were more or less settled. The players who would be attacking during the day weren't a threat. She wouldn't even need to use adamantite soldiers. With enough undead, it would be easy to force them to retreat. Although, since there was no penalty for dying during this event, they might just keep pushing even if they would use up their lives. Regarding the capital's defenses, not only were the civil servants left in charge of the new city-style dungeon, their INT was also increased with XP, and they were given Philosopher's Stones in order to reincarnate into wights. The 2 reincarnation choices this time were that and Revenant. Since all of the zombies had the same INT, Rare couldn't tell which one was supposed to be the normal route. On the other side, all the maid zombies reincarnated into Revenants. It would have been fine for them all to be wights, but Rare was simply curious if every reincarnation path led to a unique form and wanted to see it for herself. The Whites were then put in charge of the city, while the Revenants managed the castle. And right now, the maid Revenants were serving her tea. Just the other day, this tea was reserved for the lips of royalty and nobility. Now, I'm the only one who consumes it. As long as it stores well, that isn't an issue. Of course, we have a magic item that preserves objects stored within it for long periods of time, so it should be of little concern. One of the maids responded to what Rare had said to herself. It had startled her at first to hear an undead speaking, but Dees and Siak were already doing it, so feeling that way seemed silly. Good to hear. All right. What to do tomorrow? There are 2 directions we can go to find towns to crash. Rare sank into thought while scanning over the map of the kingdom that came with the castle. She was able to give her first map to Blink because they had found this one. From what they could see, the 2 maps were nearly the same. There was always the option of just going to help Blink out. However, these activities were always more fun when accomplishing them yourself. Helping was good and all, but if Rare ended up leading the effort then she would be overstepping. It was hard to figure out the right balance. I already lent her a Kenzaki too. Taking a sip of her tea, Rare's eyes dropped back down to the map. To be honest, this setup was pretty awkward. Normally, work like this should have taken place in the audience chamber instead. After finding a table to put the map on, the maid Revenants then used a wagon to haul all the tea implements over here. If they were going to go through all this trouble, it would have been better to just use her office in the first place. The chair here was too big, too. However, going back and forth between here and the office would take too much time, which was why she ordered the maids to bring everything here. Yes, from a purely rational standpoint, the office was just too far away, so Rare should just trust in her past decisions. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. While thinking of all this nonsense, a friend chat arrived. Evening. Is now a good time? It was Blink. Rare fixed her posture. Of course. You can contact me at any time. What is it? I saw on the forums. Congrats. You nailed it. What was she talking about? They had only split up last night, and nothing particularly noteworthy had occurred since then. Neither had Rare made any conspicuous moves that would merit a new forum post. Just started on the new dungeon in the royal capital. Thanks. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about, though. Oh, didn't you conquer Highs? It's all over the forums. The 6 major countries are down to 5 now. What the heck? Rare had indeed seized control of the royal capital in addition to the most prominent trade cities in the country. 2 of the border towns had also fallen in the process, and Blink herself had taken out 2 more towns. However, the royal family had skipped town, and there were other cities that hadn't been conquered yet. While it was true that the head of the kingdom had been cut off, from a systemic perspective that shouldn't have been enough to declare the entire region lost. What you just said. When did that happen? The 5 countries thing. I mean, I think today, maybe sometime in the evening in-game? Why don't you check the forums if you wanna know more? It'd be faster to read the threads for yourself, right? All I saw was the Highs is gone. Thread titles. Yes, you're right. In any case, thanks for the heads up. I'll look into it more myself. I'm really glad we became friends, Blink. It's great that we can keep each other informed like this. Really? That makes me happy too. Hilda. I'm just glad I could be useful. It's getting dark, so I'm about to hit, let me see, a town named Ernstthal. I'll call you again once I'm done. Good luck. If things get bad, don't wait until it's over. You can contact me right away. Since Kenzaki was with her, nothing should get too bad, at least. Thanks. Okay, talk to you later. Phew. All right. Rare's actions had led to the destruction of the kingdom of Highs. If this were true, that would be fine. However, she was concerned about how the royal family had gotten away virtually unharmed. Plus, the timing announcing this being this evening and not yesterday late at night was suspicious. Maybe they simply wanted to make sure more players saw the announcement, though. Alright, time to hit the forums. I need to do some digging. Follow all the threads about the destruction of Highs. By tracing the sources back, can I figure out when the first mention was posted? Chapter 109, The Destruction of the Kingdom of Highs. Was this the first thread then? If so, I can assume Highs was removed around then, right? *****. Intended bug? Report strange phenomena here. 563. Wayne. Do I report this here? I picked Highs as my starting area, but all my spawn points were destroyed, so I got hit with a random respawn. Until this morning, I was always sent somewhere near a town in Highs, but this time I was sent to an entirely different country. Has anyone else experienced this? 564. Oceanta. 563. Wasn't Highs destroyed by that calamity thing? If the country is gone, doesn't that mean your starting choice got reset? 565. Wayne. 564. Until this morning I was always sent somewhere near a Highs town. The calamity destroyed the capital city last night, so if it had reset back then what you said would make sense. Has anyone else had this happen? 566. Andy. 563. I was also in Highs, scraping by in a town called Verdsud, but I died on the first night of the event and I've been on a random respawn bender ever since. The second time I died I kinda wished I had stayed at an inn, but it's been surprisingly fun seeing where I end up next. Actually, if there aren't any spawn points now, I'm gonna die and see what happens. 567. Hitter. 563. 566. Looks like there's actually a few of them. First time hearing about it. 568. Overbuzz. 567. No there aren't lol, it's only these two. I ain't never heard anyone go through this either. 590. Andy. I'm back. Had to walk pretty far. Sorry it took so long. I'm not in Highs anymore. I also picked Highs to start, so I think there really aren't any more spawn points in Highs. 591. Oceanta. 590. WB. So that means Highs is gone. Meaning a destroyed country doesn't count as a country anymore in-game? 592. GI1 Game Mesh. Sorry for jumping in. I just checked the official site, and the section in the law about 6 major countries on the continent has been updated to only 5. Highs is gone from the descriptions too. 593. Mentalist. So it's totally gone then. Wayne, you know exactly when the last time you rezzed in Highs was? 594. Wayne. 593. Thanks for coming to this thread, you too. This morning maybe. No, just afternoon. I skipped lunch so I'm not sure. Anyway, there was still a spawn point in Highs around noon. That's where they told me I was when I got to town at least. 595. Hitter. 594. Wait, so why didn't you set your spawn at the inn there? 596. Wayne. 595. I wanted to meet up with friends. I was trying to get close to well so I was playing the respawn gacha. 597. Overbuzz. You got served lumfao. Visit uxiorverl.eu for extra chapters. *****. No point in reading any further, I guess. Rare closed the forums and took a sip from her cup of tea, which had at some point been refilled. But wow, so Wayne's involved again. Huh. He's sure down on his luck, isn't he? Wait, the random respawns are because of me. Sorry, I guess. It didn't really matter who exactly discovered it first. The real problem was the fact that Highs had still been recognized as a country as of around noon today. Then since this evening, the official site had erased all mention of its existence. I would have a hard time believing it's just a bug, in which case, I'd be more inclined to believe that some specific condition disqualified Highs' status as a country. And that triggered an automatic update. The website is probably being managed by an AI, after all. So what was that condition? Rare could at least rule out it being a specific number of cities being destroyed. Right now, including the capital, 6 cities had been conquered, but, from what she saw on the forums, only player-inhabited cities had been lost. No others. Another possibility, that Rare's forces had taken over the capital, was hard to believe. Last night, she had confirmed that her troops completed their occupation of the royal castle, so if that were going to be the reason, then the country would have been gone then. But the fact that Wayne could respawn normally inside Highs this morning contradicted that supposition, which meant that something else supporting the country's existence was lost, and there was in fact a likely culprit, the royal family's abandonment of the kingdom. All the royals successfully gained asylum and abdicated their right of sovereignty. It was possible if, in order to gain refuge, the king was forced to give up his rulership, and his family was taken hostage to prevent him from reneging on such an agreement. Such a scenario could indeed be interpreted as the literal end of the kingdom. But for that to happen in half a day. No, if they left around the time I first arrived here, it would be a full day. In that time period, could they have arrived at a foreign city? And not only that, could an NPC really have made such an important political decision from some remote town barely within the country's borders? Logically, only another royal would be capable of forcing them to accept conditions like that. And it couldn't be someone who was given a useless, decorative position for causing problems or someone under house arrest. They would have to still be influential in their country. Furthermore, they had to be in a country that profited from the dissolution of Highs. If they weren't, then there was no value in perpetrating the end of the country. However, according to the information available publicly on the official site, none of the countries of humanity on this continent should have been in conflict with any other. Another possibility that comes to mind is the High's royal family all died. This was a more believable conclusion. They were probably all traveling together, so if they were attacked, then that was that. Rhea herself would have wanted to do that if she could. But if that was what happened, then who did the deed? They should have been escorted by the royal guard, so I imagine you'd need quite the force to wipe them out. Even as I am now, putting aside whether I could actually go or not, I would never go alone for a mission like that. Rhea by herself should be strong enough for it, but considering the potential for traps or simply failing to kill everyone, it would be smarter not to try it solo. So did they die? Or did they gain asylum? I wonder which is more likely. Right now, there wasn't enough information, so it was hard to say. Rhea had no direct knowledge about any countries or cities outside of Highs, and she didn't know how valuable a foreign royal was in the other countries on this continent. Above all, she couldn't tell which situation would be worse for her. That might be the better question to ponder right now. So, let's assume they gained asylum. To be honest, I don't care about the royal family at all. They're just another type of noble. I was curious how skilled the royal guard was, but they're ultimately just another armed group. They would be outdone by a stronger foe. The issue is the artifacts they had with them. I'm forced to assume that whatever country they fled to now owns 2 countries worth of tactical weapons. She didn't know whether they had more of those heart artifacts from before or if they had different ones altogether, but just one of them would be capable of causing her death. Despite the fact that they had heavy usage restrictions, if she wanted to invade then she would have to be on the highest alert. The fact that more than one of these artifacts existed was a huge problem. However, this was based on the assumption that they successfully fled after hearing what the Prime Minister had to say. There was one other possibility that required analysis. The other possibility is that some other party completely wiped out their group. That would also pose some problems. This party would need to be quite strong to accomplish that. If the royal family left on carriages, or via some other method of transporting a large number of people, could someone out there organize a force powerful enough to find them after an entire day of travel in an unknown direction and also take out both them and the royal guard? If that someone does exist, then I need to be watch out for them. If that someone was close by, then the royal capital's current defenses were insufficient. Maybe her army wouldn't be routed, but she could at least imagine the castle being breached. On top of that, this third party would also have an artifact in their possession. Considering that one of the requirements to activate it is to be within a country's capital, then I need to have our defenses doubled at the very least. That said, Rhea wasn't actually that worried about being attacked by an artifact. There weren't many. They had a short range, and the effects were time limited. Even though those effects were extremely powerful, she could counter them by simply throwing pure numbers at her foe. This castle was now their base, so they could suss out in advance the likely places the artifacts could be activated. It was hard to imagine someone trying to plot an extreme difficulty one-shot only mission to protect and transport such a valuable artifact into an enemy castle. So in the end, is it better for the artifact to have fallen into a new owner's hands not belonging to a country, or for the royal family to have successfully defected? I wonder. If this third party isn't part of any nation, then who could they be? Bandits? No, bandits couldn't accomplish something of that magnitude. Other candidates would be a monster force attacking different regions for the event seems most likely. Well, speaking of a group that has enough raw power, then a party of players. A shiver ran down Rhea's spine. What if some players now had the artifact? Nah. There's no way that happened. They wouldn't have any reason to go after the fleeing royals. If they were players on the human side, Then seeing a bunch of extravagant-looking knights would inspire them to join the escort, not attack them. However, if they weren't human players, then it wasn't impossible. A party of monster players, perhaps. If they did exist, then they should have just as many enemies as I do, so I doubt they would suddenly come and invade this city. In that case, maybe we could cooperate on a joint front or something, or maybe that's too optimistic. I need to be careful no matter what. Those were all the conclusions she could reach. All in all, the most annoying outcome would be for one country to have two countries' worth of artifacts at their disposal. When a country had them, they could be used both offensively and defensively, while an unaffiliated force could only use them when they attacked her. No, both possibilities are equally obnoxious. In any case, it sucks not to know where the lost artifacts are. What that means specifically is that it's hard to know how to proceed from here. Well, aside from the fact that we need to increase the defenses for the capital. That and I need to keep an eye on the info being shared online. Blink should be about done taking out her city, or maybe not quite yet. It had been some time since they spoke. But Rare didn't want her to think she was being rushed. Oh, right. I could just watch through Kenzaki. If I may be so bold, would that not be considered stalking? The maid revenant who had been quietly listening to Rare talk to herself couldn't help pointing this out. Chapter 110, Double Biceps. For example, after leaving the tasks of reinforcing the royal capital and La Colline to her subordinates, Rare used camouflage to go invisible, then flew over to where Kerry's group was staying. With or without Rare present, her people could still proceed with defense improvements and general oversight. Even if players came to attack like last time, if the entire city turned out, even without Rare they should be able to repel many times that number of players. Things could be disher if any particularly powerful players came, but from a perspective of overall safety, then Sieg and maids had declared that it would actually be better for Rare to not be there. So the attackers are undead. What kind of monster is leading them? You went and found out, right? Riley had gone scouting per Kerry's orders. These girls had truly become reliable. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what race it is, but it was a skeleton that seemed completely different from Dee's or Sieg. If I had to guess, it was something good with magic. It had a twisted staff and a dirty robe. The popular fantasy monster types that came to mind were Liches and Whites. Rare already had Whites in her army, but she had never seen one in the wild. A magic-spexed one would probably have high INT. And if it had also lived on since the time of that ancient kingdom, then it might be willing to negotiate. Nah, it doesn't seem that smart. Every night, it just has all the skeleton minions charge straight at the town, so it's probably not thinking anything at all. Although, sometimes there are some skeletons mixed into the charge that seem weirdly good at fighting, so maybe it's more clever than we think. Weirdly good? Yeah, ones that specifically target the guards from this town and not the sellswords who are players. There are a bunch of them, but whenever our group or the players try to fight them, they run away first, so none of them have been killed yet. That wasn't something a commander who only ever ordered their troops to charge would come up with. Nor are some mindless NPCs going to deviate from their directives for no reason, in which case, they were probably monster players. She hadn't met any other than Blink yet, but if there were more than a few of them, then they were probably working together for the event. Rare could probably get them to cooperate with her. But the more she expanded her network the higher the risk of information leaks. Blink knew about her about being the Demon Lord, but she had promised not to tell anyone. Plus, she still didn't know the one piece of information Rare was most afraid of revealing, the fact that NPCs could learn to use their inventories. Compared to revelation, how to get the subordinate skill was worth nothing. Well, as our story goes, the only people here in this town are 4 Beastkin players with no connection to the catastrophe. So you don't need to make contact with them. I'm not uninterested in those players who are efficiently earning XP here, but that's what this event was meant for in the first place. Riley, would you be able to defeat the monster leader by yourself? Should be no problem with a surprise attack. During the day, its minions are mostly all underground, and the chief itself just rests in the shade of some trees. It doesn't go hide in a cave or anything. Rare was almost certain that this undead mage wasn't a player. If they were, then they should have been logging out in a safe zone. Even someone with too much time on their hands wouldn't spend an entire day just sitting under a tree in a game. In the meantime, I'm curious where those undead players go. If you just search blindly for them, though, they might catch on to you first. So yeah, near the end of the event, in about 5 days, go take out the undead leader in the daytime. You don't have to stay in this town anymore after that, so you can take Carrie and the others with you too. Once that's settled, Hakama and Ginku are already heading to the volcano, so you guys can go back to the Great Forest for a bit. Understood? Contact me after you've beaten it. Until then, just go about your business as usual, like you, selling potions during the day, was it? And defend the town at night. You'll be busy. Well, put in sufficient effort without exhausting yourselves. After hearing that it was a mob of undead, Rare thought there might be a possibility of them having connections to these, but after learning more about them, she didn't believe they were. It didn't seem as though all the undead being used for the event were remnants of the old United Kingdom. Rare saw the Catkin girls off as they went to defend the town, then returned to the Great Forest. Back in the Queen's chamber, Rare sat herself on the throne to take a breather. It'd be nice if there was someone here to serve tea too. If that is your desire, then I shall do my best to comply. But, Dees, you can make tea? I have never brewed tea myself, but I am confident that it is within my ability. Nah, it's fine. Nothing good could come out of these types of scenarios. Rare stealthily checked Dees's dex, and while it was high enough that nothing disastrous should happen, the numerical value alone wasn't enough to completely dispel her fears. Maybe I'll make it myself. I'm familiar with tea ceremony, but I haven't made black tea before. The only kind of tea Rare had ever prepared was matcha. It would have been nice to install a tea room here to display flower arrangements and perform tea ceremony, but in a cave like this, the flowers would quickly wither away. Plus, her aptitude at flower arrangement was not nearly as high as her skill in tea ceremony. She was somewhat self-conscious about that. Flowers, The reason Rare didn't put much stock in her own artistic sense stemmed from this. She probably internally exaggerated how poor her creativity was. Both her real family and her instructors only ever had praise for her, but that wasn't enough to counteract her own feelings of inadequacy. If she couldn't acknowledge the value of her own works herself, she would never be able to solve this problem. A lack of talent could not always be overcome with hard work. In Rare's opinion, this adage was even more true with regards to the world of art. Well, whatever, none of that matters. Anyway, Dees, if it isn't too hard for you, I wonder if you could tell me more about the Spirit Lord. Regardless of his past, Dees now served Rare, and the Spirit Lord's legacy was one of the few objects capable of inflicting real harm on her. She was loath to make him dredge up painful memories, but she really needed to hear everything at some point. Of course. However, His Majesty has already long since passed. There is no need for your Majesty the Demon Lord to be overly concerned about him. The ones who committed those unforgivable deeds to you were unworthy of carrying his inheritance from the very beginning. And that is the injustice that must be corrected. Considering that the result of said correction would be Rare becoming the new owner of that inheritance, she wondered how the deceased Spirit Lord would feel about his legacy being passed on to his very antithesis, a Demon Lord. I appreciate your feelings on the matter. So what kind of powers did this Spirit Lord have? Was that item you call his inheritance truly something he created? Let me think. I cannot say for certain whether or not he created it. However, His Majesty the Spirit Lord truly was gifted with overwhelming ability. When it came to craftsmanship, he was the creator of numerous unique items. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. So he must have been a crafter type NPC. He had earned enough XP through crafting to make it all the way to Spirit Lord. That wasn't an impossible feat. With enough materials on hand, one could earn XP faster viaduct crafting compared to killing enemies. Ignoring the fact that acquiring all the materials to do that would be even more difficult than simply killing stuff. But then again, it could work if you had follower knights or something and made a crafter build. In collecting materials, the followers earn XP as well, and you would use the materials to earn even more XP. Doesn't so too bad. Subordinate might actually be a must-have skill for crafters. It still wasn't too late. Rare could try switching to that build even now. The Spirit Lord's skill with his hands was wonderful in a different way from the splendor of his physical body. It is true that materials were mostly left to others to acquire, but he always went to gather the most difficult ones himself. These was starting to sound kind of creepy now, but Rare didn't think that he was the only one who might talk about the Spirit Lord with weird sexual connotations like this. Anyway, the splendor of his physical body probably referred to muscles. 1. Given that he was a spirit lord, that meant he must have originally reincarnated from a high elf to a living spirit. But Rare's image of elves in this game made it hard to imagine one being muscular or skilled with their hands. Actually, her own starting dex was too low to even learn disassemble. Rather, the race that probably fit the bill was a dwarf, maybe. Did I never mention that? I had heard that the Spirit Lord was originally a dwarf, so a dwarf could also become a Spirit Lord. Indeed, in real life, there were legends that treated dwarves as a type of spirit. I see, so even dwarves. Rare had completely assumed that he had to have reincarnated from an elf to a Spirit Lord. If it was possible to get there from dwarf as well, then the range of possibilities was much wider than she previously imagined. If the base conditions to become a Spirit Lord were expanded, that meant even if the chances were low on the whole, there was still a higher chance for another Spirit Lord to rise up and oppose her. She had no idea if any living NPCs had already reincarnated that far. There was a precedent, but said precedent had been the ancient ruler of the United Continent, so at least it wasn't an easy feat. But what about players? Nah. Nothing's really different there either. This was because the most popular player races were elf, followed by beastkin, then human, then homunculus. Dwarves were down at the bottom along with skeletons and goblins. In this game at least, there was an overwhelming desire for your appearance to be pleasing to the eye, although not everyone felt that way. As an aside, it was interesting how the famous players were cleanly divided among the races. From a simple statistical perspective, there was a smaller chance of becoming famous when you were one of the more popular races. That said, there were probably people who purposely chose popular races so they started out more unknown, then strove to earn fame afterward. Thinking of it this way, even adding dwarves as another race that could become a demon lord or spirit lord, I don't think there's a significant increase in risk to me. While she had utterly no interest in dwarves before, she unexpectedly stumbled on some of their reincarnation paths. Putting it all together, the Spirit Lord reincarnated from a dwarf, which meant he had access to a lot of crafting-related skills, and among them there was one that could produce those op items. In that case, Rare didn't particularly have to worry about any more items like the Vein of the Spirit Lord being crafted in the future. It was hard to imagine a crafting-focused player becoming a Spirit Lord, and if any NPCs showed signs of going down that route, she could try to recruit them or, if that was impossible, have them killed. She could approach players in the same way. Becoming a Demon Lord or Spirit Lord would require a massive amount of XP, so if she saw any rumblings on social media about an amazing elf or dwarf crafter, she could check them out then, if necessary, park them to drain their XP. Thank you, Dees. The information you provided is very useful. I am glad to hear it. If you are interested, I can also regale to you His Majesty's daily muscle training regimen. Don't care. In that case, what about the poses that most brilliantly showed off his don't care? Dees's eyes, sparkling with excitement, indicated that he believed this information was truly essential for Rare to know, in which case, she really needed to consider how to deal with him in the future. 1. The Spirit Lord had always been described without gender in Japanese, but I just arbitrarily used male pronouns all those chapters ago so that the English reads smoothly. Thus, I left out a sentence here that read, Dees probably wouldn't describe a woman this way, so the Lord must have been male, which reminded Rare, she had never bothered to ask about the Spirit Lord's gender before. I'm glad, though, since this means I don't need to go back to all those old chapters and correct the pronouns to be female. Chapter 111, The Four Commanders of the Demon Lord's Army. I'm finally done taking down the town. Alright, good evening. Are you busy? Congratulations. Good work out there. I'm glad things went well. Thanks to you, Ray. Mr. Kenzaki, he's super duper strong. So strong I feel like I should start praying to you every day. I'm glad he turned out to be useful. Things had also settled down a bit for her. If nothing was going on over there, then she could teleport straight to Blink with Summoncaster, and talk with her in person. It would be a good opportunity to explain how best to use their summon tree. Since Blink had already learned subordinate anyway, and they were already working together, there was no harm in teaching her more about skills like summon, necromancy, and discipline. Is it alright if I come over to you? There's some stuff I'd like to talk to you about. That's totally cool. Isn't it far? though. It'd take you half a day to run here. So her group ended up traveling for half a day after that. Though, since she was on the forums at some point and read enough to send information back to Rare, the ones doing the running were probably those Spato. No worries, it'll only take a second. Oh, you, such a jokester. Asterisk. So with those points in mind, there, summon, and, discipline, skill trees have a lot of useful skills. But then, since you didn't get, subordinate, in that way, then you might find some skills in there, subordinate specific skill tree that have the same effects if you keep going down it instead. If you've got extra XP, then you can proactively try out those skills to see how similar their effects are. But you seriously got here in literally a second. I totally thought you were just trying to sound cool. I'm not really good at talking myself up. Sarcasm, though, was a completely different matter. Anyway, you left a lot of buildings intact here. Are you planning to use them for something? The town's residents had all been zombified and were wandering around aimlessly. If she wanted to mess with players the way Rare was doing at the capital, then Rare was worried that Blink's group needed to be a little stronger to handle it. I didn't really think that far ahead. If I'm the one destroying this place, then it's basically all mine, right? That's why I made them all my minions. I see. From what I saw on the forums, there are 2 towns next to this one, and the players that already know about this one being destroyed. Now that this has become a new zone for farming, they might come here during the event to grind XP. Rare thought back to her conversation with Kerry earlier that day. The fact that the daily event teleport worked between neighboring towns meant that, looking at it from Rare's perspective, players could arrive from any city less than a day's travel away. That must have been what the ones attacking the capital were doing. Meaning if you're carrying each other, even players from 2 or 3 towns away could make it, so big groups could just show up out of nowhere. But how strong are other players? Blink asked. I've only met one before, and he died in a single hit after being caught off guard. Did you meet him at a town you hit before this one? That would have been well within the country's borders, so he probably wasn't a hardcore player. It's also possible you had been killing other players without knowing it at the towns you attacked before. Maybe. If the entire town he got blown up, then maybe the inn was gone before they could respawn. Yeah, the casual players aren't a problem. But the ones I'm worried about are the players who hear about you taking over this town then go out of their way to come here. Those people are going to be even stronger than those knights you fought at that hill with the rubble before. Damn. If those kinds of players formed a raid and came here, Blink's group would be slaughtered. Giving her another Kenzaki would only delay her imminent death. Plus, if one of the players who killed me is in the mix and saw a Kenzaki, then it's possible they'd figure out that we're working together. That sounds kinda like what they talk about on those tabloid shows. I'd be like a celebrity. But they'd probably think that I'm just some regular girl. Rare wasn't really sure what Blink was talking about. This occasionally happened when they talked, but by the end of the conversation they understood each other, so it wasn't a big deal. Aimless chats were also a staple in female friendships, so overall things were excellent. Visit uxiorworld.eu for extra chapters. If you don't mind, Blink, then I guess I won't really worry about it. Not at all. Q's I'm gonna be the Demon Lord's right-hand man, after all. Are you gonna make like your big 4? As far as her 4 closest subordinates went, that would be Kerry's group. However, rather than soldiers in the Demon Lord's army, they operated more as spies at the moment. It would be better if they continued down that route, digging up the human side's secrets and whatnot. That kind of work wasn't suitable for any of Rare's other followers. If I had to pick now, then Sugaru, Deez, and Siag, I guess. Do you want to be included then? Yeah, totally. Do I need to do anything? Is there an official appointment or anything? If there were going to be some kind of formal ceremony, the only attendees would be their 2 sets of followers. It would be good for everybody to be introduced to each other. But Rare's followers were currently spread out across the western part of the kingdom, so it would be pretty difficult to actually do that. It would be hard to have an official appointment ceremony. Plus, strength-wise, you're kinda well, it should be fine. Right now, Blink was raising her followers' stats, aside from zombies, individually, but Enhance Follower would be cheaper and easier to manage. It was a bit of a hurdle that Enhance Follower's initial cost was so high, but things would be much better in the future if she got it now. I don't have quite enough XP to get all the skills you pointed out. I'll have to go bust up another town or two. Or there might be a better way. It might take some time, but if you wait here, you could try to farm the players that come. You left such a splendid wake of destruction that some parties must already be on their way here. Rare could turn invisible and fly over to the nearest town and maybe another one past that to do some scouting. Although, lately, Ominous was just spending all his time sleeping in the Great Forest, so she could also just summon him to help out. Alright, let me order some quick reconnaissance. She summoned Ominous and pointed him in a direction before releasing him into the sky. Right, I could do that too. But how will he report back after getting to town? Will he have to come back here? One of the skills under summon lets me jack into one of my followers and see what they see. I can use that to go peep on them for myself. Wooer, I really need to get all those skills you recommended as soon as I can. Well, we've got some time until he gets there, so while waiting, why don't you see what skills would be useful for you immediately and learn those right away? Gotcha. Yeah, good idea. Do you mind if I do that now? Of course not. I'll go check out the forums to see what the other players are up to. Ominous probably wouldn't reach his destination until the sun was starting to come up.